पास क्रेडिट पड़ा होगा या क्या है क्या नहीं, ये आप हमको बताइए, फिर ही हमारे आईटीसी को हाथ लगाइए। देन कम दी आरसी कैंसल्ड सप्लायर्स, ऑलरेडी हमने डिस्कस किया है। देन 9 एंड 3B का जो डिफरेंस आता है, 2A और 3B का जो डिफरेंस आता है, इसके ऊपर इंटरनल सर्कुलर के हमने ऑलरेडी डिस्कस किया है। वी हैव टू गिव द सबमिशन। देन अगेन देयर इज अ रूल 36(4), 120, 10, 5% कितना गैप है 2A में और 3B में, वो भी देखना है। एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा है, अभी तक हम सब लोग बड़े मजे से चल रहे थे। 2A और 3B का जो मिसमैच था ना, एक्चुअली वो मैथमेटिकली सेट ही नहीं होता है। 2A के अंदर सब दिखता है, इनएलिजिबल भी दिखता है, ब्लॉक क्रेडिट भी दिखता है। जस्ट फॉर एग्जांपल, मैंने कार परचेस करी, उसके ऊपर मैंने आईटीसी बुक्स में लिया ही नहीं, 1,80,000 रुपए आईटीसी था, 10 लाख की कार थी, तो मेरे 3B में वो आया ही नहीं। बट जब 2A लेता हूं तो 2A के अंदर 1,80,000 आ जाते हैं, और जब मैं उसका मैचिंग करता हूं तो मैचिंग में 3B में वो एंट्री नहीं है और वो 2A में एंट्री है। तो अभी तक ये सब चल रहा था। अब उन्होंने जून 2022 से रिटर्न जो 3B के भरने हैं उसके अंदर बोल दिया कि ग्रॉस आईटीसी बताना पड़ेगा और नेट आईटीसी रिवर्सल अलग से बताना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके वो 2A के रिकंसिलेशंस होंगे। तो अभी तक तो ये थोड़ा बहुत बेनिफिट हमको मिलते आया है डिफरेंस का। देन 16(4) का इशू मेरे ख्याल से हमने डिस्कस किया ही है, महाराष्ट्र में थोड़ा ज़्यादा इशू है, सप्लायर के डिफॉल्ट पे भी हमको नोटिसेस दे रहे हैं। एंड देन कम्स दी GSTR1, ये भी एक सप्लायर का इशू है, ये महाराष्ट्र का है, ये भी हमने डिस्कस कर लिया कि सप्लायर ने लेट फाइल किया GSTR1 तो भी मुझे मिलना चाहिए। ISD ये लुप्त प्रजाति है, इसके ऊपर ज़्यादा डिस्कस नहीं करेंगे, क्रॉस चार्ज में ही सब काम करो, ISD में ज़्यादा जाओ मत। देन कम्स दी RCM का एक अलग ही इशू है पैरामीटर का कि आउटवर्ड में जितना बताया उतना ही आईटीसी में आना चाहिए। अगर आउटवर्ड के अंदर कम है, आईटीसी में ज़्यादा है, तो रिको पॉइंट आएगा, तो उसका ऊपर हमको पैरामीटर्स की नोटिसेस आएगी। सो एट लास्ट व्हाट वी डिस्कस फर्स्ट इसकी जुलाई 2022 से हमको अब ग्रॉस आईटीसी बताना है रिटर्न के अंदर, जो भी रिवर्सल है जो भी है वो भी अलग से बताना है, तो आगे रिकंसिलेशन चलेगा। देन सेक्शन 16(2) ऑलरेडी ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैलिडिटी चैलेंज है कि पेमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट मीन्स व्हाट, कि सप्लायर ने कब पेमेंट किया, क्या किया। देन 16(2) फाइलिंग ऑफ GSTR1 बाय द सप्लायर एंड रिफ्लेक्शन इन 2B ऑफ द रेसिपिएंट, इसके ऊपर भी चलेगा। अगर GSTR1 वो फाइल ही नहीं कर पाए तो क्या होगा, तो झारखंड हाईकोर्ट का जजमेंट हमने डिस्कस किया ही है महालक्ष्मी का। देन 16(4) लेट फाइलिंग बाय द रेसिपिएंट वर्सेस सप्लायर, ये झगड़ा महाराष्ट्र का है, हमने ऑलरेडी डिस्कस किया, ये चलेगा। देन ITC ऑन रेंटिंग ऑफ इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, इसके ऊपर सफारी रिट्रीट का जजमेंट आना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का। देन डिनायल ऑफ ITC रिफ्लेक्टेड इन 2B सेक्शन 38, जो फ्यूचर ऑफ लिटिगेशन है ITC का। देन रीक्लेम ऑफ ITC, ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मुद्दा है। अगर किसी का ITC रिवर्सल ज़्यादा हो गया था और आज उसको वो रिक्लेम करना चाहता है तो वो रिक्लेम कर सकता है। तो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि मैंने ITC लिया, फिर उसको रिवर्स कर दिया, ज़्यादा रिवर्स किया, नाउ आई हैव टू रिक्लेम। तो ऑफिसर्स कई बार रिक्लेम के ऊपर भी इशू डालते हैं, बट दिस इज दी वन ऑफ द थिंग विच वांटेड टू डिस्कस। एंड देन कम्स द इंटरेस्ट एंड पेनल्टी। इंटरेस्ट यूटिलाइज किया तो ही लगेगा, अनयूटिलाइज है या मेरे पास एक्सेस ITC था तो मुझे इंटरेस्ट नहीं लगना चाहिए। बट सेक्शन 50 के अंदर ये बहुत सारे उन्होंने उलटफेर किए। फिर अभी एक नया ही झारखंड हाईकोर्ट का जजमेंट आ गया इंटरेस्ट का कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कैश लेजर में भी अगर पैसा पड़ा है तो भी हम इंटरेस्ट लगाएंगे। तो इसके ऊपर अब आगे डिबेट होने वाली है, फिर पेनल्टी के भी इश्यूज आगे आएंगे। सो ऑल द बेस्ट इन GST प्रैक्टिस। क्या है ये, इनकम टैक्स की भी पढ़ाई करनी है, GST की भी पढ़ाई करनी है, दोनों घोड़े चलाने हैं और आगे बढ़ना है। अब हम GST की पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, या सप्लायर का एक घोड़ा है, रेसिपिएंट का एक घोड़ा है, दोनों साथ में चलने चाहिए तभी ITC मिलेगा। सो ऑल द बेस्ट इन GST। एंड लास्ट, सप्लाई हैप्पीनेस। विदाउट कंसिडरेशन इन लाइफ। हंसते रहो, हंसाते रहो। कोई मेरे साथ अच्छा व्यवहार करेगा तो ही मैं उससे अच्छा व्यवहार करूँगा, वैसा नहीं होना चाहिए। हैप्पीनेस विदाउट कंसिडरेशन इज द की टू द हैप्पी लाइफ। और जैसे आप अंदर से हो वैसे ही बाहर से रहो। सो सॉरी फॉर एनी एरर्स, ओमिशंस, एंड at last these are the my PPT. Karniti is always there to you, and if you have any issues we can discuss with these words. Thank you to WIRC, thanks to you all. If any issues we can take up. Yeah.
The validity of ITC.
ये आपका पॉइंट सही है कि इट्स अ कंडीशनल ITC, रिस्ट्रिक्टिव ITC, बट ऑलवेज द कंडीशंस एंड रिस्ट्रिक्शंस आर ऑन हुम, ऑन द रेसिपिएंट और ऑन द सप्लायर। ये आपको फाइट करना है। और अगर सप्लायर का कोई इशू है तो देन यू कैन ऑलवेज फाइट। रेसिपिएंट का इशू है तो देन देयर इज अ लिमिटेशन।
सर व्हाट्स योर नेम?
Vallabh Joshi. But do you still find merits on these constitutional validities?
बिल्कुल करना है। सप्लायर के मिस्टेक्स पे रेसिपिएंट को सजा नहीं होनी चाहिए।
Thank you, sir.
और ये इसकी वजह से दिखता नहीं है कहाँ है। वो बात आपकी सही है, पर CGST एक्ट है, CGST सेंट्रल इनैक्टमेंट, अभी GST का ट्रिब्यूनल है नहीं, तो हमको हर बार हाई कोर्ट ही जाना पड़ रहा है अभी। और अगर दूसरे हाई कोर्ट का भी जजमेंट है तो उसका कॉग्निजेंस तो वो लेंगे, मानना नहीं मानना इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग, बट यू हैव अ वैलिड पॉइंट इफ यू हैव अ फेवरेबल जजमेंट, सो यू कैन ऑलवेज गो फॉर सुप्रीम कोर्ट देन इफ बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट डजंट एग्री।
हेलो,
आपका नाम बताइएगा ना सर, नाम बोलिए ना।
हेलो सर, दिस इज विथ रेफरेंस टू ITC।
सप्लायर के GSTO के पास में बायर जाके अपना रिटर्न रेड्रेसल फाइल कर सके कि मैंने इससे इस तारीख को परचेज किया है, ये बिल था, मैंने इसको ये पेमेंट किया है और इसने वो GSTR 1 में नहीं भरा है, इसके लिए मेरे को 2A में नहीं दिख रहा है और मेरा सेट ऑफ नहीं मिल रहा है। ये कोई मैकेनिज्म है?
GST पोर्टल के ऊपर आप रेसिपिएंट का लॉगिन करिए, वहाँ से ग्रीवियंस जब डालते हैं तो ग्रीवियंस के अंदर एक ऑप्शन है कि आप GST नंबर सामने वाले का डाल सकते हैं, आप इन्वॉइसेस भी डाल सकते हैं कि इसका मुझे इशू आ रहा है, एंड दैट विल टेकन केयर बाय द GST पोर्टल। और ये करना भी चाहिए। क्यों करना चाहिए? अगर हमारे खिलाफ कोई केस बनती है तो कोर्ट्स ये पूछते हैं कि आपने सारे रेमिडीज़ अप्लाई कर दिए, तो आप ये बोल सकते हो कि मैंने पोर्टल पे ग्रीवेंस भी डाल दिया, मैंने सप्लायर के साथ कम्युनिकेट भी कर दिया, मैंने ये चीज़ ऑफिसर को भी बता दी, फिर भी मुझे जस्टिस नहीं मिला। तो स्टेप बाय स्टेप हमने जाना चाहिए, तो यू कैन डू इट।
सर अगर ऑफिसर्स को अपन एप्लीकेशन करते हैं तो वो ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल रहेगा। ये
ऑफिसर वो करिए, आप करिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
तो वो ऑफिसर
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, लास्ट 2 क्वेश्चन, last 2.
So, this is with respect to internal circular of that Maharashtra GST. Sir, I have faced one such case wherein GSTR 1 भर दिया है पर 3B में पेमेंट नहीं हुआ है. I got a notice for disallowance of that ITC and the other parameters 73 and 74 के हिसाब से GSTR 1 में भी नहीं दिख रहा है, 3B में भी नहीं आ रहा है. Now the officer is disallowing all the ITC which I have claimed and I told the officer कि आप वो सप्लायर को पकड़िए ना जिसने नहीं भरा है। मैंने सप्लायर को पेमेंट किया है, मेरे पास बिल है, बैंक में स्टेटमेंट में एंट्री बता दी है उसको, बट देन इन दिस केसेस हाउ कैन वी फाइट मोर फॉर दैट?
ये केस के अंदर तो बिल्कुल ही फाइट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि आपको आपके पास में सप्लायर के एंड पे क्या इंक्वायरी की है या उसके ऊपर क्या एक्शन दिए उसका डेटा अपने को मिल नहीं रहा है, सो देयर इज नो क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन
एंड सर ये केस में और एक प्रॉब्लम क्या आई है सर हमको कि हम जब सप्लायर से वो लेजर का कंफर्मेशन मांग रहे हैं, सप्लायर ने हाथ ऊपर कर दिया, बोल रहा है मेरे को नोटिस नहीं आई है, मैं तुमको लेजर कंफर्मेशन दूंगा तो जीएसटी वाले मेरी भी इंक्वायरी चालू कर देंगे।
नहीं, वो तो देखो ऐसा है कि हम उस एरिया में नहीं जाएंगे, वो रेसिपिएंट का और सप्लायर के क्या इश्यूज है, मियाँ बीबी का उनका क्या झगड़ा है वो नहीं मालूम, बट एज अ लॉ पॉइंट we should always ask for that. If he doesn't gives us the ledger confirmations and the things, whatever documents as per section 16, invoice का copy, आपका 3B, आपका 2A नहीं भी रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है, फिर आपका लेजर, फिर लॉरी रिसिप्ट, ई-वे बिल्स, ये सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स आप दे दीजिए, यू विल गेट द बेनिफिट. नाउ फॉर गेटिंग द बेनिफिट देयर इज अ कॉस्ट, अपील के अंदर जाना पड़ेगा, उसके अंदर डिपॉजिट करना पड़ेगा. So that is the only issue with us.
But then we can continue.
Yes, we have to.
मैडम व्हाट्स योर नेम?
क्योंकि आपका सप्लायर तो आपसे बातचीत भी कर रहा है.
लास्ट क्वेश्चन.
मैम श्वेता सुरेखा.
सर 16(4) में आपने बोला था कि सप्लायर की गलती को वो रिसिपिएंट नहीं वो करेगा, बट अगर रिसिपिएंट ने लेट फाइल किया तो उसका क्रेडिट मिलेगा ही नहीं.
उसके ऊपर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि व्हाट इज़ द रीजनेबल कॉस्ट फॉर लेट फाइलिंग ऑफ द रिटर्न. आपने क्यों लेट फाइल किया, उसका अगर कोई रीजंस है तो देन यू कैन फाइट ऑन दैट, बट स्टिल देर आर नो जजमेंट ऑन दैट. बट बीइंग अ टेक्निकल मैटर, इसके अंदर लॉस ऑफ द रेवेन्यू नहीं है, उसके बेसिस पे कहीं ना कहीं फेवरेबल चीज़ मिलनी चाहिए और आप ज़रूर फाइट करिए. हो सकता है कि 6-8 महीने में आपकी केस हमारे सबको उपयोग में आ जाए.
So what's your name?
अर्पित.
पूरा नाम?
अर्पित नवाल.
Umesh,
the supplier number is cancelled and then he restored it, then there is no limitation for to claim the credit.
ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है. दिस इज अ वेरी गुड पॉइंट. ये ऐसी केस है कि मेरा नंबर कैंसिल कर दिया था, अब मैं उसके रिस्टोरेशन के लिए झगड़ा कर रहा हूँ, मेरा मार्च में उन्होंने कैंसिल कर दिया, रिस्टोर होते 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 वो अक्टूबर आ गया, सितंबर 16(4) का भी टाइम चला गया. अब मेरा अक्टूबर में रिस्टोर हुआ, अब मैं आज रिटर्न भरने जाता हूँ और मैं मार्च के रिटर्न भरता हूँ, सब करता हूँ, तो ऑफिसर मुझे ये आके बोलता है कि तू 16(4) में फंस गया. क्यों? क्योंकि ये तो मार्च का था और तेरा तो टाइम बारिंग चला गया. बट लुक एट दी सर्कमस्टेंसेस, क्योंकि वो रिस्टोरेशन की प्रोसेस में वो अपील में गया, हाईकोर्ट में गया, हाईकोर्ट ने कहा रिस्टोर करो, उसको रिस्टोरेशन मिला, अब वो रिटर्न भरना चाह रहा है, सब करना चाह रहा है, और हम बोलते हैं कि अब तेरे को आईटीसी नहीं देंगे. सो दैट इज रॉन्ग. सो इन दिस केसेस द कोर्ट विल ऑलवेज से, और बीच में तो एमनेस्टी भी आई थी कि आप लेट रिटर्न फाइल करो तो आपको लेट फीस वेव कर देंगे, और कुछ इंटरेस्ट के भी सम पोर्शन का था. तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि लेट फाइलिंग ऑफ रिटर्न should not be a direct disallowance. There must be some reason, there must be some intention behind that, and if that is justifiable, तो ये ITC 16(4) का ब्रेक हो सकता है केस, but we have to wait for that.
क्या नाम है आपका?
अतुल देवले.
पूरा नाम?
देवले.
सॉरी, मेरे को यहाँ पर स्टॉप करना पड़ेगा बिकॉज हम शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम में चल रहे हैं. अभी सेकेंड सेशन हमारा स्टार्ट होना है. सर अभी उमेश सर यहीं पर है, लंच तक है सर आप? हाँ, तो लंच तक हैं सर यहाँ पे, तो यू कैन आस्क द क्वेश्चन. सॉरी, मुझे बीच में इंटरप्ट करना पड़ रहा है, बट आप लोग सब मेरे से एग्री होंगे कि जो मैंने ये ओपनिंग रिमार्क में जो बोला था सर के लिए, उसमें मैंने शायद कम ही बोला था इनके लिए. एंड लाइक ओपनिंग बैट्समैन उन्होंने जितनी भी स्पिन बॉल, फास्ट बॉल, गुगली बॉल हुई, सबका उन्होंने आंसर अच्छे से दिया है. और ओपनिंग बैट्समैन यदि अच्छा स्कोर करके जाता है तो बाकी के बैट्समैन के ऊपर में प्रेशर कम हो जाता है, और इन्होंने वो चीज़ प्रूफ कर दी है कि इन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से ओपनिंग पारी खेली है. एंड हम लोग एक छोटा सा सर टोकन ऑफ अप्रिसिएशन आपको एक मोमेंटो देना चाहते हैं. उसके लिए सीए जयेश ठक्कर एंड सीए लालचंद चौधरी जी को मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूँगी. सर प्लीज़ कम. एंड चेयरमैन आप भी आप ज्वाइन कीजिए. I want to call Pankaj to give a formally vote of thanks. Please, Pankaj.
Hello everyone. So what best be the opening session of a national mega conference on GST if it is addressed by eminent speaker Umesh Sharma. So I would like to formally thanks on behalf of WIRC and more than 550 participants to learn from CA Umesh Sharma, who seamlessly explained the reality of ITC, which is quite complex, not seamless, which is the topic. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for great topic.
Hello. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for the earlier session? Moving ahead, thank you, sir. Moving ahead with our next session, changes in GST, I will request CA Piyush Chhajer ji, CA Manish Gadia sir, our immediate past chairman WRC, to kindly take the dais. CA Virender Chauhan ji. Our next session for this is recent changes in GST, for which we have as a speaker CA Manish Gadia ji, a past chairman of WRC. Before that, I'll request CA Piyush Chhajer, Central Council member ICAI, to kindly address our audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. The GST and Indirect Tax Committee of ICAI Chairman Rajendra Kumar in absentia, Vice Chairman Umesh Bhai, whom you have heard, who has explained us ITC seamless. Whether it's a reality or not, I think so it's to be judged. I believe it's far from reality that it would be a seamless. Chairman of the WIRC and the whole management committee, Murtuza Kachwala Chairman, Secretary Shweta Jain, other management committee members. Speaker for the session, Manish Bhai Gadia, who will be taking us through the recent changes in GST. Coming to the, of course, I'll restrict to GST, we are running short of time. A lot of changes are happening in GST. Generally, if you see, I come from a direct tax background, and in direct taxes, we have a changes only once in the year when the budget comes. There may be a small notifications or circulars which keeps on coming clarifying a situation. But in GST, it's quite different. It's like you are actually regulating through notifications and circulars. So whenever GST Council meets, it keeps on changing, and that makes the profession also difficult to get updated, and therefore such type of seminars would be very useful, I believe. And we cannot have a better speaker than Manish Bhai for updating us on such recent changes which have happened in last 2 months to 3 months. I believe he will be taking us through. But there are two important things which I am waiting for changes to happen. And even our indirect tax committee would like into it. There is two important things which everybody would be waiting. Umesh Bhai mentioned that there would be a lot of practice scope coming in the GST, and I also see that the litigation is going to go up. And so whosoever is actually concentrating on the litigations, I am sure as a professional we will be benefited. But there are two important things which I am looking forward is, one is the reconstitution of AAR, Advanced Authority Ruling, wherein as of today there is no judicial member, and that's why if you see the judgments of AAR or AAR, they are not completely judicial to my mind. The way I look at it, in my view, it's not at all judicial, and whether it will stand the scrutiny of court of law is very important. Similarly, the constitution of GST tribunal is, we are looking forward since long. Since the last 5 years, if you have filed an appeal before the Commissionerate Appeals, and if you want to go further down the scale, you don't have a tribunal today. I am being told that there is a council meeting on 17th, that is tomorrow itself, wherein this would be discussed, and I hope that tribunal sees the light of day before the end of this financial year, or at least somewhere in the next calendar year. If that comes up, I'm sure a lot of issues would be resolved, which has been, the resolved issues has been unsettled by AAR. So without taking much of time, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity once again. Of course, I came to the council, I'm a 2 months old in the council, I got sworn in on 18th of October, I got a superb opportunity to be part of the committee of WCOA. And I was fortunate, as mentioned by Umesh Bhai, that as soon as I came in, the first agenda was WCO, which is once in 118 years. So I got a beautiful opportunity. I'm working on AASB, and we expect a revision of guidance note on audit of banks to come soon in that, maybe by Jan and last week or maybe the first week of February. I am also part of BOS, wherein the new course has been, syllabus is final. Syllabus has been gone to MCA for the approval. Presentation has been made by the ICAI. In principle, they have given the approval. We expect that sooner the notification will come. And the new course for the ICAI would be coming, which would be much different. I think so subjects are going down from 8 subjects. It would come down to the 6. Articleship period would also change. And so a lot of things are happening on this side. And I'm happy to be part of this. Thank you very much once again. I would request now the speaker, Manish Bhai, and before that, I think so formal introduction of Manish Bhai will be done by Rudesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Piyush sir. Just a request to everyone, kindly sit inside so that if anybody is able to come down afterwards, they can occupy the seats to your extreme outside. Also remember, two participants every session would be selected as the best questions, and they're going to get taxman subscription. First of all, I feel extremely proud as Regional Council member Rudesh Pankhania to be a part of this session. As we all of them are aware, this topic is recent changes on GST. वक्त से लड़कर खुद की तकदीर बदल दो, वक्त से लड़कर खुद की तकदीर बदल दो, परिश्रम इतना करो कि हाथ की लकीर बदल दो. I hope these recent changes in GST are able to get our, future destiny as well. Congratulations to the entire committee of GST, Umesh ji, Chairman WIRC, and Gautam. I feel proud to introduce our today's session speaker, CA Manish Gadia ji, the immediate past chairman of the Western India Regional Council, a visionary leader, a senior professional with practice experience in the field of GST, a chartered accountant in practice since 1997 and a partner in Messrs. GMJ and Company Chartered Accountants. He is co-author of the book Statutory Obligation of Cooperating Housing Society, published by WIRC, co-author of Handbook on Valuation, Handbook on EPC Contracts. He is a regular contributor to the WIRC Referencer as well as GST Referencer, a renowned academician and eminent personality with proficiency in delivering more than 550 lectures on service tax and GST. That's amazing. Not just as ICAI, but various other institutions as well. He's contributed for a special column in Navbharat Times newspaper, which focused on addressing queries on readers on GST since 2017 till 2019. He's represented before Commissioner of Sales Tax Maharashtra, Finance Minister of Maharashtra, and Union Finance Minister for State in respect of GST. And to not forget, he's a founder, convener, and core group member of the JB Nagar CP Study Circle of WRC of ICI. We welcome you. Can we have a huge round of applause for CA Manish Gadia ji? I'll request Piyush Shajit ji to kindly present a memento to Manish Gadia, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank WIRC and GST Committee of ICI for giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. I thank Rudesh also for the kind words what he has said. And I must accept that it is very difficult to give a session after the session of Umesh Sharma ji, which we call as the Krishna of GST. So Krishna के बाद किसी के लिए भी बोलना बड़ा difficult है, but I will try my level best to cover whatever I can cover. So the topic given to me is recent changes in GST. And one thing what we have experienced, and I also believe that the thing which is constant in this world is change. and same is applicable to GST also. और मेरा सेशन शुरू होने के पहले पीयूष भाई ने मुझे डरा दिया. पीयूष भाई बोले कि टुडे यू आर टेकिंग अ सेशन but tomorrow is a GST council meeting. That what he updated na just now. So whatever I am speaking is valid till today. Tomorrow I don't know what will happen. And same incident happened with me 4 years back. At Nasik branch, chairman has called me to take a session, evening 5 to 7, 2-hour session, on the same topic, recent changes in GST. And then when my session was there, 2 days back, lot of changes came. 10 to 15 changes were there. So immediately chairman called and sir, definitely you are going to cover that changes na, because it is recent changes. बोला सर बिल्कुल करेंगे कोशिश. आपने टाइम सिर्फ 2 दिन का दिया है, but I will try to cover. And after the session, he was happy that all the recent changes has been covered. So when I was leaving, he was very happy. Then when I concluded then I said, we will again discuss this at 9 o'clock. 9:15, I was traveling from Nasik to Mumbai. I got a call. Sir, there are a lot of changes in GST. So on this note, whatever I am discussing today is applicable today. कल का कुछ भरोसा नहीं है. So that today I am going to cover is ITC, but ITC already we have seen and we have learned from Umesh Sharma ji. He has covered all that changes in detail. So I can skip that also and cover other topics like extension of timeliness, timelines, registrations, filing of return, refund, exemption provision and other amendment. So broadly, they have made, I will not go in detail as far as ITC is concerned. What I will cover is the 2 things in section 16.2 they have changed this year. One is from 1st January 22, you can take the credit once the credit is there in your GSTR 2B. I hope everybody is aware about that. And from 1st October 2022, they have added one more section 38. And 38 was earlier there, but they have reconstituted the section 38 and that condition has been added to section 16.2 clause BA, which says the details of input tax credit in respect of said supply communicated to such registered person under section 38 has not been restricted. So broadly now, you have to comply 6 conditions if you want to avail credit as far as section 16.2 is concerned. And I hope Umesh Sharma ji has already covered section 38. So I am not going into the detailing of the same. Matching concept, that is section 41, 42, which was earlier there, and now what is the matching concept? You all know. Previously we have 2-way communication as far as ITC was concerned. You can amend your GSTR 2, which was originally proposed, but that has never seen the light of the day. And now the matching concept, only 1-way communication, you are totally at the mercy of the supplier. उसने आपको जितना दिया उतना ही आप ले सकते हैं. आप कंप्लेन नहीं कर सकते, आप बोल नहीं सकते, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते कि ये क्रेडिट मुझे नहीं आया है या ये इनवॉइस इसने अपलोड नहीं किया है. Now that is not there. So I am not going into all that detail because that has already been covered. And it is there in my handout and I hope you have got in that printed material also. Yes or no? खोल के देखा ही नहीं. सर ने बराबर खोला हुआ है. So what is the way forward after this? That already I have given in that, so I am not reading all that things. Some changes in section 49A, which gives power for rule 86A, and some changes they have made. They have added a new section 49.12, which gives restrictive power as far as the restriction of credit is concerned, that 99%. I am not going into that. The next is they have extended the timelines. So directly I will start with that. So as we all know that as far as section 16.4 is concerned, what is 16.4? Not aware. Yes, madam. Time limit for claiming of ITC. Originally, when law was introduced, it was due date of filing of your September month return of next year. So 21-22, earlier it was due date of September 22 is, that is October 20th, 22. Now it has been extended to the 30th November 22. But it's really so. So it is very important as far as GST is concerned, we have to understand that law में लिखा क्या है और उसका actual implication क्या है. So you can claim credit in your GSTR 3B, correct? That is the only mechanism you will get credit in your electronic credit ledger while claiming the same in GSTR 3B. What is the due date of filing GSTR 3B? 20th? First we will start with a small taxpayer, because government is very concerned as far as the small taxpayers are concerned. They say that this law we are amending, GST audit we are removing, all because of the small taxpayer. The small taxpayer generally follow the quarterly filing of GST return. For quarterly filer, what is the due date? July to September, 22nd or 24th of the October. Next return is October to December. Due date is 22nd or 24th January. So when they will claim this 16.4 ITC for the month of October? Jan. Time limit has expired. So practically no extension. All of you agree with me? Now coming to monthly filer. अक्टूबर का रिटर्न मुझे 20 नवंबर को भरना है. So actually it is extended till, practically it is extended till 20th November. It is extended till 30th November for the person so benefit given to whom? Late filer. So that late filers are the beneficiary of this provision. But anyway, 1 month extension is at least given to the monthly filer, that we should appreciate if you want to appreciate. Now coming to next section 34.2, declaration of details of credit note on the in the return. Credit note detail when you upload GSTR 1, 11th of November. But now it also has been extended. Any credit note issued for the year 21-22 till 30th October, you can disclose till 30th November. So if you want to delay your GSTR 1, then up to 30th November, otherwise practically up to 11th November. Then proviso to section 37.3, rectification of particular details of outward supplies. If some outward supply have disclosed taxable value more or maybe tax rate less, whatever. So that amendment can also be now done till 30th November. So practically again I will say 11th November to that extent. Then rectification of rectification of particular furnished in return 39.9, and then rectification of particulars of the statement furnished by a TCS operator, that electronic e-commerce operator now required to deduct TCS, that they also can rectify till 30th November. So basically all this time limits, which was originally September, due date of filing of September month return, now extended till 30th November, but practically maybe something else. I am not going into that detail. Then we are filing GSTR 9. They have made some changes in GSTR 9 also to cover what time limit they have extended. Because we know that if you go to section 12 or 13, table 12 or 13 of GSTR 9, There you have to disclose the details of your ITC. Table 10 and 11, you have to disclose the details of amendment made in your GSTR for the year 21-22 till it was originally till due date of filing of September month return. Now table they have changed and they have said that you can up to 30th November. So that corresponding changes has been made, so not much impact. Rate of interest, section 50, subsection 3. It was originally, what is 50? It is for wrong availment of input tax credit. The rate of tax was 24%. And for outward supply, it was maximum rate was 18%. Now they have rationalized and both are now at 18% from 1st October 2022. And you can again claim the refund if you have paid the extra interest to the government in the past. Again, they have changed the manner of calculating interest, which has been given in Rule 88B. In the month of July 2022 onwards, they have amended the rule itself for calculation of interest. So, jab law aaya, so we all are aware that government said you have to pay the interest on the gross liability. I think everybody is aware about that history. Now they have reduced it to net liability. All of you agree with me? But government is very smart. Smarter than what we can think. So now what they have done, if you go to the manner, it says that supplies made during a tax period are declared by the registered person in the return of the said period, and the said return furnished after the due date. What it means is, I am filing suppose September month return, supposed to file by 20th October. Instead of 20th October, if I am filing on 20th November, correct? So, it is covering only that period. There may be two possibility कि मैंने return ही delay file किया है. That is the first possibility. So now, for that what they are saying is, except where the such return is furnished after commencement of any proceeding under section 73 or 74. So अगर कोई notice issue हो गया during the year, तो आपको ये बेनिफिट नहीं मिलेगा, नेट लायबिलिटी. So you are supposed to file by 20th October, but 30th October you got the notice under section 73 that you have not filed the return, correct? And then you are filing the return, then you will not get this benefit. What is the benefit? The interest of tax payable in respect of such supplies shall be calculated on the portion of tax which is paid by debiting electronic cash ledger, correct? That is the net liability, what we generally talk about, for the period of delay in filing the said return beyond the due date. So this is fair enough, that is what we wanted and we have demanded and they have given, but in a restrictive meaning. So if in between notice has been issued, then this will not apply. Agreed? Again 88B2 says that in all other cases, how to calculate interest? I am not going including part because it is not given in the rule, but I have added it from my side. So it says in all other cases, interest shall be calculated on the amount of tax which remains unpaid. What is the meaning of this? Either I am paying through cash ledger or I am paying through credit ledger. Both will be covered, na? There are two ways of payment, correct? So the cases which other cases may include notice issued under 73, 74. Then if suppose I am supposed to pay tax of some invoice in the month of September. For any reason, I am not in a position or I am not disclosed that invoice in the month of September, but October I realized I am adding that to October month return. It is not in the such return, it is in the next return. then 88B1 will not apply to me. Then even if I have a balance in my ITC ledger, input tax credit ledger, then also 88B2 is restricting me to take benefit of that. And on that portion also I need to pay the, that is what my interpretation is. So that's why I said government is very smart. You have to read each and every law. जिसके लिए बहुत हल्ला गुल्ला हुआ, उसको लोगों को बता दिया कि ये देखो हमने अमेंड कर दिया है. Now you are getting a benefit. But the benefit is only very, very restrictive. If you are delay in filing return, then and then only that net benefit is there. Otherwise, in my interpretation, it will be on the gross amount. And in case of ITC availed and utilized, interest shall be calculated on the amount of ITC wrongly availed and utilized for the period starting from the date of utilization of such wrong availed ITC till the date of reversal of such credit or payment of tax in respect of such amount. So I am not going into detail because it is as it is, there is no changes, nothing to be interpreted on this. Now next on cancellation of registration. Cancellation has been given in section 29. And in 29 originally it was given that a person paying tax under section 10 has not furnished return for 3 consecutive period. Instead of that, now they have given the return for the financial year beyond 3 months from the date of furnishing of the said return. And further it says that a person has not, any person other than composition dealer has not furnished return. Earlier it was for a continuous period of 6 months. It says that such continuation period as may be prescribed. So earlier it was restrictive and they can't reduce from 6 months. अगर 6 महीने तक return नहीं भरा है, then and then only they can cancel the registration. Now the power has been taken by the department itself, and maybe by way of rule or maybe by way of notification. Now they can reduce this period of 6 months, maybe 1 year, maybe 1 month, maybe 3 months, or may they increase to 9 months or 1 year, as the case may be. Now that power is with them. As of now, they are following the same practice, the rule they have amended, and rule again it's saying that for a continuous period of 6 months. And for others, it is continuation period of 2 tax periods. So I am not going into that detail. Revocation of registration. If your registration has been cancelled for non-filing of return, now specifically in the rule they have said that if you are filing the return, then it will automatically be, revocation will be done. Because we are facing the challenge, and even after filing of the return, tax return and payment, still they are not opening my registration. And you know what is the implication of cancellation of registration? Yes or no? So ITC, whatever you have taken during the unregistered period, that is not available. During the unregistered period, whatever transaction you have done, whatever tax invoice you have issued, your customer, your client will also not get the credit. And whatever tax liability you have disclosed can be recovered from the SSE, even though if you are not getting that from your client. And the amount if more than 5 crore, then the first thing what department says is, बुरिया बिस्तर लेके आ जाओ, we are going to arrest you. I don't know what is there, Chauhan Sahab, in Delhi, but Bombay, the such practice is there. If any demand is more than 5 crore, genuine or ungenuine, if their calculation says 5 crore, then the first thing they start with arrest only. Now one good thing they have done, we all know that what is GSTR1. If you are not filing GSTR1 of previous month, now current month also you are not allowed to file. Otherwise what was happening is, मेरा पहले का GSTR1 नहीं भरा, लास्ट का बाद का भर दिया, तो सेकेंड वाले में तो उसको 2B में क्रेडिट मिल रहा था कस्टमर को. So now it is restrictive. So that is good thing. Now every registered non-resident taxable person, before it was earlier the due date of filing of GSTR 3B was 20th. Now it has been reduced to 13th of the next month. And one more best thing they have done is that unless you have filed your GSTR 1, you can't file your GSTR 3B of the said month. That law has been amended. They have made changes in table 4 of GSTR 3B. What it says is that whatever your liability is there, you disclose the full liability, and reversal should be shown separately, which we are sometime making it net off. So agar some credit is blocked in your 75 block, that what we discussed by Umesh Sharma ji. So earlier we were taking only net off the credit, but now we have to disclose the entire credit has to be taken, and reversal under 75 has to be shown separately, or any reversal has to be shown separately. Then a late fees of 100 rupees for every day shall be applicable for failure of filing TCS return. Refund, basically they have made some changes as far as the inverted duty refund formula is there, and now it is very beneficial. So inverted duty refund, I think everybody knows that your output tax liability tax rate is less and input tax is more, and it is applicable only in case of supply of goods, not in case of supply of service. So suppose your turnover of inverted rated supply of goods is 5,50,000, taxable at 5%. Other turnover is 50,000. Total adjusted turnover is now 6 lakh. And ITC on input is 50,000. ITC on input service is 15,000. ITC on capital goods is 5,000. So total ITC is 70,000. So before amendment, the formula was that turnover of inverted rate duty of supply of goods and services multiplied by net ITC divided by adjusted total turnover minus tax payable on such inverted supply of goods and services. So basically 5,50,000 multiplied by 50,000 divided by 6 lakh. So formula, if you see, the earlier you are getting the refund of 18,333. Now what amendment they have made is that turnover of inverted rate duty supply of goods and services multiplied by net ITC divided by adjusted total turnover minus tax payable on such inverted rate duty supply of goods and services multiplied by net ITC divided by ITC availed on input and input services. So now because of this formula, you will get some more amount of refund. I am not going into detail. Some exemptions they have given. We all know that as far as the alcoholic liquor are concerned, it is non-GST supply, correct? But the license you need to take from the government, maybe a liquor shop, maybe a liquor manufacturer or whatever, or a bar. So they need to take the liquor license and they need to pay the fees to the state government. On that, GST is payable or not? So now they have clarified that GST is not payable on this liquor license because ultimately the output is also not taxable and it's becoming cost for them. So it is a beneficial provision. But इसकी वजह से liquor कुछ सस्ती नहीं हुई. Then again, we all know that in case of freight, transportation of goods, if goods is moving outside India, the place of supply is the destination of the goods. So suppose I am exporting a goods from India to outside India, and I have engaged Indian shipping line or maybe the Indian airline to take that goods from India to outside India. Then the recipient of service and the supplier of service, both are in India? Yes or no? then even though the place of supply is outside India, this transaction become taxable in India. And this become an interstate supply. Once it is an interstate supply, what is the place of supply? Then in return you are saying other taxable territory and writing a code 097. Each state we have a code, yes or no? Now what is the implication of the same? Exporter is in Mumbai. Shipping line maybe in Mumbai, maybe in Delhi. But what will be the place of supply on the invoice issued by the shipping line will be 097. Can you take the credit of the same? Yes or no? अरे शर्मा जी ने सिखाया ना आईटीसी मिलता है कि नहीं मिलता है? Seamless or not? So, you will get ITC once your place of supply is your location. Place of supply by the supplier. But here the place, it is not my location, I will not get the credit. But GST is payable and now it's becoming a cost. So government realized this transaction and they have given an exemption notification and they keep on extending the SAID. Till 30th September 22, this exemption notification was there. And after that, it has not been extended. The issue is if you are sending a goods maybe by a courier, maybe a shipping line, or maybe by a airline. And it will become your cost, you will not get the refund, liable to pay GST. And in case of export, this is a major, major cost for them. So exporter have not realized 2B में वो मुझे क्रेडिट दिखता है और वो क्रेडिट ले रहे हैं. If you have any client who are exporting, you should give a caution remark that you are not going to get ITC of the same and it will be recovered with interest, penalty and everything in future. Again, सर क्वेश्चन बोला बाद में ना. सर आपको प्राइस भी मिलेगा, नहीं तो पहले पूछेंगे प्राइस नहीं मिलेगा. चॉइस इज योर्स. पूछ लीजिए सर, चलेगा. Okay. Even after implementation of GST, we have already seen 5.5 years, but still cases are going on in respect of excise and service tax. And excise and service tax, if you want to go for appeal, then in commissioner appeal 7.5% pre-deposit was required and in case of tribunal it is 10%. अब now GST service tax में भरूं कैसे? कौन से चालान से भरूं? That issues are there. In Maharashtra, generally what we were following is practice, and still we are following is that we are going to the jurisdictional CGST officer asking that I want to make appeal against this order. So you allow me to make the payment under the service tax or maybe under the central excise. Then he will open the portal. Then challan will be available and I can do that. But most of the part of the country, what they have done is they have paid under CGST itself by DRC 03. Department has issued an instruction on 28 October 2022 saying that you should go to the jurisdictional officer, ask him to open the portal, and then you should make a payment under service tax or excise as the case may be. So I've checked with Ahmedabad Tribunal specifically. There 99% cases people have made a payment through DRC 03 in CGST. And now off the record, registrar is saying that we will issue the defect memo in all the cases, saying that DRC 03 is not acceptable. Now you make the payment under service tax or central excise and claim refund in DRC 03 whatever you have paid. So that again the instruction 5.5 साल के बाद गवर्नमेंट को समझ में आया कि इस तरीके के इंस्ट्रक्शन की भी जरूरत थी. Now people are struggling. They have opened GSTN portal for transitional credit. Now it has been closed, so I am not going into detail because it was there till 30th November. And I hope everybody has taken the benefit of the same. Yes or no? कि किसका छूटा है अभी भी? Anyway. Now we also know that there was an anti-profiteering authority. If tax rate has been reduced or you are getting any extra benefit of ITC, that you should pass on to your customer. And if you are not passing on to your customer, then matter will go to anti-profiteering authority and they will adjudicate the same and recover the same. Originally they have given some time limit, then for anti-profiteering, then they keep on extending. Now that power of anti-profiteering authority with effect from 1st December 2022 has been shifted to Competition Commission of India and now they can take this all cases. So पहले तो उसको जाके GST समझाना पड़ेगा. जो अभी तक हम स्टेट वाले को तो नहीं समझा पाए 5.5 साल में. So again, you are going to face the music. So today, whatever I discussed was my opinion or views, and opinion or views are like wristwatches. Every watch shows different time from others, but everyone believes that their time is right. Once again, I thank WIRC and GST committee for giving me this opportunity. And now, if any question is there, to welcome. Sir, starting with you. If somebody can give the mic. सर आपकी आवाज़ ऐसे भी अच्छी है. See, so Mohit mineral is in respect of import, so it is totally different, correct? Now as far as your export is concerned or whatever is concerned, see we all know that the mechanism is that whatever IGST you are making payment, 50% will go to the central government, ultimately 50% will go to the state government, respective state government. Now I am sitting in Maharashtra. It will go to other taxable territory. 100% will go to the central government. And 50% reduction हो गया इसमें महाराष्ट्र का, because ITC महाराष्ट्र को देना है. So that is the challenge for the government. So what best they can do is, in this kind of cases, they may say that this may be interstate supply or maybe intrastate supply, but the place of supply will be the location of the recipient of service. So that will be the better idea, so that at least you can claim refund of the same. But this is the law as of now.
Sir, what's your name?
I welcome Mangesh Kinre sir.
Sachin Bhai.
In case of import,
You can say your name also, so he will.
Shweta Sureka.
Yeah.
So in case of export, sir, the party is located in Mumbai. Supplier of service and recipient of service both are in Mumbai, but the supplier of service is carrying the goods out of India. The bill is going to go to the person located in Mumbai. So, sir, in that case, sale will be normal taxable sale, no? Even if the place of supply is out of India.
So you are not talking about the transportation of freight.
I am talking
Transportation of
about
goods.
freight, shipping line का जो charges
Shipping
लगता
line.
है.
So
मैं shipping line हूँ, freight
shipping
forwarder
line is
agent
in
हूँ.
Mumbai, in Maharashtra. Exporter is in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
Goods is moving out of India.
Yeah,
So place of supply is
out of India.
outside taxable territory.
Yeah.
But this is an interstate supply transaction. Even though both parties are in India, in same state, it will remain as, because if you go to the section 7 and 8, which says that if place of supply is in another state, or maybe outside taxable territory. Another state means.
But sir, in
then
that
it will
case,
become IGST transaction.
in that case, I don't report this transaction in B2C. I report in B2B with place of supply other territory. So
Yeah.
it automatically takes as IGST. In that case, I am eligible for the input.
See, that's what I am saying. You will eligible for input once your place of supply will be your location, recipient location.
So in that case, in this case also, I will not get
Yes,
the input.
that's what I am saying. You will not be eligible for ITC, and since you are not eligible for ITC, refund also will not be possible.
No, I have domestic and export sale both. So I don't want a refund. I will set off with
Yeah, but
domestic.
ITC is not allowed, na?
So I have to bifurcate those transactions. Then.
Yes, and you have to forego that ITC and take this to your P&L.
Hello. With reference to the ITC, in ITC there is a
Sir,
payment
ITC
condition.
हो गया session, sir.
No, this
Re-
related to that.
Related to this?
No, something different. It's for import. In case of import,
Sir, I request
Okay,
with
fine.
the permission of chair, if we can restrict to the session, question related to this session only. Maybe after the session you can discuss.
Yeah, it's better if you can restrict to this session, I would. Yeah. That's it. वापस दो ना.
क्योंकि सर जीएसटी इतना बड़ा है ना, सीजीएसटी, एसजीएसटी, आईजीएसटी, कितना पता चलेगा, क्या क्या क्वेश्चंस है तो.
Yeah, I am Devendra Sarao. So in this anti-profiteering, now the CCI has taken over. So what will happen to the pending cases, and also going forward, whether they can take.
So it will be transferred to this.
And how far they can go behind for reopening of the cases? Miss, can they start a case of say 2017 or 18?
सर वैसे भी टाइम लिमिट 5 साल तो है ही उनके पास.
5 years, there is no timeline specified in the act.
Otherwise, I am
Okay.
saying otherwise there is a time limit of 5 years.
That is in 73 and 74. But in anti-profiteering provision, there is no timeline specified.
No timeline. In my view, it is not there.
Yeah.
No timeline has been given.
Okay.
Can we have there one last question here?
सर उसके पहले कोई कंडीशन ही नहीं थी.
मतलब अपने
In my
हिसाब से
view.
ले सकते हैं.
In my view, that 2A or that rule 36 rule 4, मैं हर जगह इसको बोलता हूँ कि वो नाजायज रूल है. मतलब illegal rule है.
Yes sir.
Which have no power to restrict. So till 31st December 2021, if you are in a position to prove that all the conditions of the rule 16(2), that is you should have a original invoice issued by a registered taxable person, you should receive the goods and services, the payment has been made by the supplier to the government, and you have claimed this. If you are satisfying all these 4 conditions, whether 2A में appear हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, B2B का B2C में भी चला गया, तो भी in my view you can claim the credit. Ultimately you will get the benefit in the court, not at the lower level.
Till 31st December 2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, what's your name? Sir? Ishwar Purohit. Kishore Purohit.
Thank you very much, Manish bhai. Within a short time, we had to restrict your time period. I know, otherwise the questions would continue further. I would request Rudesh to conclude for this session, give a vote of thanks, formal. Thank you. Because the other speakers are also ready already.
Thank you so much, Manish sir, and thank you, Piyush sir. I'll request CA Virender Chauhan to kindly propose a hearty vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rudesh. I'm CA Virender Chauhan on behalf of WIRC. Thank you, WIRC, for giving me the opportunity to give the formal vote of thanks. Please give the great round of applause for the today's speaker, which is none other than GST expert, our elder brother and past chairman of the team of the board, none other than CA Manish Gadia. Sir, recent changes you covered in the detail when the ITC is available, matching concept, extension of the timelines, change in GSTR 9, rate of intersection, section 50, subsection 3, cancellation of registration with all the examples, each and every covered. Sir, you said that Krishna is there in the first session, but you are the Rama of the second session. बस नाम अलग है, बाकी जीएसटी की जो रणनीति चलती आ रही है वो बोल्ड थीम लेके चल रही है. वी थैंक ऑनरेबल सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर CA Piyush Ji Shajed sparing out time of the 2 days GST conclave. Also thank a young dynamic regional council member, none other than the session of the Rudesh Pankania, and congratulations for WRC chairman for arranging this wonderful GST conclave 2 days, and credit goes to the chairman of the Central Council member Umesh Bhai and Vice Chairman Gautam Lat. Please give the great round of applause for them. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
We will start with the third session immediately, and then we will have a lunch break. So now we move forward to our third session, which is Scrutiny of Return and Audit by Government Department by CA Virender Chauhan. So now I request our coordinator CA Sanjay Gajra to kindly escort our speaker and our Central Council member CA Mangesh P. Kinre. Sir. So we have our Central Council member Mangesh Kinre ji, who is chairing this session. So let us, without taking much of time, let us hear from him. Mangesh sir, over to you to address the participants.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon. I know we are running a little bit late. Rather, I first of all thank the WIRC for organizing this program, and I also recognize the efforts of GST Committee of ICAI in having this national conference here, especially the efforts of Vice Chairman CA Umesh Sharma, my Central Council colleague who is sitting in audience. They have been doing the great programs throughout the country. Now, when we talk about programs, generally we feel that the CP programs. Now, let me tell you that, friends, as far as GST is concerned, number of CP programs have been happening. As far as procedural aspects are concerned, we hear it. Now we hear it from social media also. We hear it on the study circles. We hear it in our regular seminars. But the important is GST committee has been undertaking what I can say is a path-breaking initiatives as far as GST is concerned. And I must compliment the committee chairman Rajendra Kumar ji, who is going to come tomorrow, I suppose. And of course, our own Central Council member CEO Umesh Sharma from our Western region. I think they might have explained the initiatives, so I'm not going in detail of that. But the passion with which this has been covered throughout the country for training of GST officers also, I think this next session has some way connection to that. The efforts which has been taken, generally the Central Committee's efforts are not seen because we are not much there in the CP programs. And we should not be also. Because ultimately the enabling aspect is done by the Central Committee, the policy aspects are done by Central Committee. And to educate the department is in our interest also, because in audit, we may face such a silly question and such a different kind of a initiation of proceedings from the department, which may lead to unnecessary litigations. So it has been our endeavor as a Central Council and Central Committee to even educate the government departments, because although the GST has come, 5-6 years have already gone, right? 5 years have gone, 6th year is in progress. But still, certain section of government department, I don't want to name, are not that conversant with a different aspect, because certain people were handling only goods, certain people were handling only services, now they have to handle, vice versa. So they may not be in that position. When we listen to Virender ji, I think Virender ji also has been contributing to these efforts of GST committee of ICAI. He has been a co-opted member for a number of years. I have been seeing him since 2016 when I was first elected to Central Council. The efforts always have been that it should be helpful for a professional. Helpful in that technical sense I am talking about. And this session, I think, will throw a great light on how to, or what can be the issues in the audit which has been undertaken by GST officers. I know as far as state GST departments are concerned, different states will have different experience, and that's why these efforts have been taken by Central Committee of GST to have a kind of a uniform approach. We may face issues for a CGST officers in a different manner and a SGST officer in a different manner as far as kind of an approach is concerned. So this session would definitely help us, because this is completely new phenomena. In the 5 years also, we have now been somewhere streamlining between the forms, which form 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, whatever it may be. But this audit, perhaps some places have started, some places it is starting. Where it has started, there also approaches are different. So somewhere as a professional, we have to draw a common thread. And I think this session would throw a light on that. I compliment once again the committee and the WIRC for organizing this program. Thank you, Virender ji, for coming all the way from Delhi and agreeing to be a speaker over here. I just requested the speaker also and the organizers also, since I have another commitment, I may have to rush. I may not be there till end, sir. Please excuse me for that. I will learn about audit from you at some different forum. Thank you very much. Thank you, the organizers, and thanks a lot for patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for taking your valuable time out and speaking with us today. Now I take privilege to introduce our today's faculty. So CA Virender Chauhan is a qualified chartered accountant and LLB. He's a business advisor into indirect taxation for over more than 3 decades as a partner with AVC and Company Chartered Accountants at New Delhi. He is a senior faculty and a special invitee to the Indirect Tax Committee of ICAI for the last many years, as Mangesh sir also said. He has already authored about 10 books on the subject of VAT and GST. His latest hot edition is Practical Guide to GST on Real Estate Industry. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of WIRC of ICAI. It is a privilege for us to host you today and hear from you. Now I request CA Sanjay Gajra and CA Mangesh Kinre sir to present a token of memento to our today's speaker. So now we are eagerly waiting to hear from you, sir. Over to you. The dais is yours.
Am I audible? Because I am using. Hello? Am I audible? Yes. Am I looking smart? Yes. Thank you very much. Now I am certified, Bollywood certified smart person. Yeah, thank you. Gautam ji was introducing me. Mangesh ji was doing some praise of me. So when this all was happening, there was something happening into my heart. If you allow me, I want to share that. गौतम जी, तारीफें अपनी सुन सुन कर हंस पड़ा मैं रोता रोता. तारीफें अपनी सुन सुन कर हंस पड़ा मैं रोता रोता. अगर आज लाल किला भी मेरे नाम होता तो मैं गौतम जी और मंगेश जी के नाम कर देता। देखो, जो सीजन्ड स्पीकर हैं, उमेश जी जैसे, गाड़िया जी जैसे, उन लोगों ने आपको दिलाया आईटीसी कैंटीन के ऊपर, और हम स्टूडेंट हरियाणा के छोरे ठिठोरे, जीएसटी के किसी भी सेक्शन की नॉलेज नहीं, मेरे को यहाँ क्यों बुलाया गया है फिर? कि कुछ लोग लंच से पहले के सेशन में काफ़ी डिस्टरबेंस करते हैं और वो लंच के लिए निकलना स्टार्ट हो जाते हैं, इसलिए एक नौटंकी बाज स्पीकर जरूर चाहिए जिसको जीएसटी नहीं आता हो और वो सीधा लाल किला आपके नाम में कर देता हो। तो जो मेरा टॉपिक है ऑडिट, उसमें तो कोई लॉ ही नहीं है, ओनली सेक्शन 65, वो भी 4 लाइनों का सेक्शन, 15 दिन में नोटिस देना है, ये करना और वो करना है, कोई कंट्रावर्सी नहीं, कोई कंटेंटियस पॉइंट नहीं। सेम इज असेसमेंट 59 से लेके 64 तक कोई भी कंटेंटियस इशू नहीं है। ASMT 10 आएगा, आपको रिप्लाई देना, आपका असेसमेंट हो जाएगा। Then what is the fun of keeping such a simple topic in front of you? इस टॉपिक का जो इसेंस है वो ये है कि जो जीएसटी लॉ है वो ऐसे बनाया हुआ है कि कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा। राइट? एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं जरा। अभी सेशन के बाद या बीच में आप मेरे से क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, उससे पहले मैं आपसे एक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूं। जो भी इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर देगा उनका नाम प्राइज की लिस्ट में जरूर आएगा। ठीक है जी? जीएसटी लॉ के अंदर या आईजीएसटी लॉ के अंदर या किसी भी जीएसटी लॉ के अंदर, बिकॉज देयर आर सो मेनी जीएसटी लॉज, एवरी स्टेट इज हैविंग देयर ओन जीएसटी लॉ, ये कहाँ लिखा हुआ है, वेयर इट इज रिटन, कि इस सप्लाई के ऊपर आई लगेगा या सी और एस लगेगा? हाथ खड़ा करें जो इसका आंसर देना चाहते हैं। 550 मेंबर्स। जीएसटी लॉ के अंदर ये कहाँ लिखा हुआ है कि इस पर्टिकुलर सप्लाई के ऊपर आई लगेगा, आईजीएसटी लगेगा या सी और एस लगेगा? जो आंसर देना चाहते हैं हाथ खड़ा करो। Yes, sir. Please write. Please tell your name. Organizers जरा रिपोर्ट करें, अगर मैं आंसर अप्रूव करता हूं तो उनको प्राइज देना है। Your name please. या POS में लिखा हुआ है। POS के कौन से सेक्शन में लिखा हुआ है सर? जस्ट ए मिनट, पहले इधर से आंसर आने दो। अरे सर, पीछे से आंसर क्यों दे रहे हो? प्राइज तो इधर मिलने वाला है। आप कुछ आंसर देना चाहते हो सर? पीछे से। अच्छा, आप बताइए आपका शुभ नाम?
रवि कुमार।
रवि कुमार जी, बताइए कहाँ लिखा हुआ है?
साइट अंडर IGST एक्ट विच स्पेसिफाई वेयर इट विल बी IGST और CGST.
Which section?
Didn't remember the section exactly, but
just sit down then. Anybody else? एक सेमिनार में एक बीकॉम लड़की ने इसका आंसर दे दिया मुझे, बीकॉम ने, एंड वी आर ऑल प्रोफेशनल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, एंड नाउ सी द आंसर। आई डोंट वांट टू वेस्ट टाइम। मंगेश जी सुनने वाला आंसर है, एंड दैट वुड बी द एसेंस ऑफ माय टॉपिक ऑफ ऑडिट, बिकॉज ऑडिट के सेक्शन में कुछ नहीं लिखा हुआ। तो ऑडिट फिर कैसे वो करते हैं और कैसे हम करवाएं? जब वो करते हैं और उनको मैं ट्रेनिंग देता हूं तो उनको मैं ये बताता हूं कि DRC 03 कैसे आता है बिजनेसमैन से, और जब आपको मैं ट्रेनिंग देता हूं मेंबर्स को, तब मैं ये बताता हूं कि प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटीज 65 में कहां लिखी हुई है, एंड देयर आर ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटीज। एंटायर अपॉर्चुनिटीज आर हिडन अंडर GST, बिकॉज GST इज नथिंग बट द होल सब्जेक्ट ऑफ GST। तो कहां लिखा हुआ है? सेक्शन 2 सबसेक्शन 2, talks about address of delivery. इधर नहीं है कुछ भी. Section 2, subsection 3 talks about address on record. I will talk about 10 sections, which will tell you whether it is I or whether it is CORS. Then section 2, subsection 96 talks about removal in respect of goods by the consignor or the consignee. Then section 7 of the GST Act talks about what is interstate supply. Then section 8 talks about, of IGST, what is intrastate supply. Then section 9 talks about that in case of supply to and from territorial waters, whether it would be I or CORS. Then comes section 10, 11, 12, and 13. These 4 sections relates to place of supply. I have talked you total 10 sections, and in integrating all these 10 sections, we can conclude whether it is I or CORS. So with this preamble, I would like to tell you what is there in section 65 is nothing than where it is written that there are professional opportunities for we members. Would you like to hear it? Thank you. You see, section 65, read with rule 101, with 2 forms ADT 01 and ADT 02 are being contained into this or one more slide. It says that the commissioner may undertake audit of registered person, issue notice for audit in ADT 01, name and address of the auditee, GSTN, 1 year, part of the financial year or more than one financial year, 15 days time prior to conduct of audit. Audit may be conducted at business premises or in revenue office. And then inform discrepancies and obtain reply. On conclusion of audit, the PO shall within 30 days inform the registered person about audit findings, inform GST ADT 02, audit to be completed within 3 months from the date of commencement of audit, extendable by another 6 months, and provisions of 73 and 74 will apply. This is all the provisions in respect to audit being contained into the law. Besides this, there is one definition under section 2, which is 213, which talks about what is the meaning of audit. And there is nothing special about it. Rule 101 is a replica of 213. So there is nothing written into the rule, nothing into the section, and nothing into the definition of audit, except the department can conduct your audit. इतना सेमिनार होने के बाद मैं अपनी ट्रॉफी लेके घर चला जाता हूँ. लेकिन आज हम बात करेंगे प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटीज की. ये टॉपिक कंप्लीट हो गया है. यहाँ पर एक बार आप तालियां बजा सकते हो. मुझे जरा सेमिनार के दौरान में थोड़ा पीने की आदत है. आई होप यू डोंट माइंड. बैटरी चली गई. मृत्युजा जी, आपकी बैटरी चली गई. हेलो, आया? ये तो मैं बताता हूँ. देखो, अभी जब उमेश शर्मा जी पढ़ा रहे थे तो जो हमारी गाड़ी चल रही थी वो सुपरसोनिक स्पीड से चल रही थी. फिर गाड़िया जी ने आपको पढ़ाया तब भी स्पीड काफ़ी फास्ट थी. मेरी स्पीड काफ़ी स्लो रहेगी. मेरी स्पीड उस तरह से रहेगी, गड्डी चल रही है, छलांगा मार दी, कभी खड्डे में जाएगी, कभी ऊपर जंप करेगी. आपके दिमाग में काफ़ी क्वेश्चंस आएंगे जब मैं आपको थोड़ा कुछ बता रहा हूँगा, उनको होल्ड करके रखना है. क्योंकि अभी मैंने आपको क्या बताया कि बहुत सारी बातें बहुत सारी जगह लिखी हुई हैं. तो जो भी मेरी विचारधारा होगी ऑडिट करवाने की, जब आप ऑडिट करवाएंगे डिपार्टमेंट से, उस वक्त आपको क्या करना है, तो आप लोग ये सोचेंगे कि ये वीरेंद्र चौहान सब गलत सलत पढ़ा रहा है, बट व्हेन आई विल नीट इट आउट एंड इंटेग्रेट माय सब्जेक्ट, you will find that you are not going with empty hands today, and besides me you will appreciate your chairman WIRC Mr. Murtuza कांचवाला जी. सर आपको क्रेडिट जाने वाला है सारा. आपको धन्यवाद है मुझे बुलाने के लिए, और आप सभी को धन्यवाद है मुझे सुनने के लिए. फ्रेंड्स, सबसे पहले आपको ये क्वेश्चन करना है, whether the assumption of jurisdiction is correct, central, state, and on pecuniary limits. जब फ्रेशर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हमारे पास डिमांड क्रिस्टलाइज करवाने के बाद आते हैं, उस एक्सपीरियंस से मैं ये सब चीज़ें निकाल के लेके आ रहा हूँ आपको बताने के लिए कि क्या क्या गलतियाँ हम करते हैं जब हम ऑडिट कराते हैं. सबसे पहले, इन स्पाइट ऑफ द फैक्ट कि आई नो दैट द जुरिडिक्शन इज करेक्ट, क्योंकि जुरिडिक्शन बहुत तरह की होती है, हम सिर्फ ये सोचते हैं कि इस ऑफिसर को मेरा ऑडिट करने की पावर्स और जुरिडिक्शन है. जुरिडिक्शन यहाँ ख़त्म नहीं हो जाती है. जुरिडिक्शन के अंदर क्या क्या चीज़ें आती हैं कि वो पोर्टल के ऊपर मेरा प्रॉपर ऑफिसर है, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, किसी नोटिफिकेशन के तहत उसको पावर्स डेलीगेटेड हैं ऑडिट करने की. नंबर 3, उसके पास मैंडेट है ऑडिट करने का. मैंडेट से मतलब है कि मेरा ऑडिट क्यों किया, और भी तो बहुत सारे लोग थे, मेरा ही ऑडिट क्यों किया. तो डीजी आर्म ऑफ सीबीआईसी creates some data and communicates to these officers for the purposes of audit, and those reasons need to be mentioned on ADT 01 form, and that creates his mandate of jurisdiction. जैसे आप इनकम टैक्स की भी प्रैक्टिस करते होंगे, 148 की जुरिडिक्शन कहाँ से आती थी, अभी तो लॉ चेंज हो गया, कि that he should have reasons to believe before initiating the reopening proceedings. Similarly, under GST, जो proceedings की power हैं, those should be mentioned into ADT 01 form, otherwise he cannot assume jurisdiction. And another one is pecuniary powers, कि एक सुपरिंटेंडेंट को क्या पावर्स हैं, एक जेसी को क्या पावर है, एक डीसी को क्या पावर है, कमिश्नर को क्या पावर्स हैं. उन पावर्स के अकॉर्डिंगली ही वो मेरी प्रोसीडिंग्स को स्टार्ट करेंगे. तो ये सारे मैंने कुछ आपके लिए इंफॉर्मेशन लिखी हैं कहीं से नकल करके. लाइक जीएसटी काउंसिल मीटिंग के अंदर ये डिसाइड हुआ कि ड्यूअल कंट्रोल जो है हो सकता है, लेकिन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सिंगल पॉइंट पे होगा. तो आपने देखा होगा कि एक एंटी अवेजन से भी नोटिस आ रहा है, एक नेचुरल जुडिक्शन से भी नोटिस आ रहा है, एक डीजीजीआई से भी नोटिस आ रहा है, वो जहाँ से मर्जी जो मर्जी नोटिस आ रहा है. और हम इसलिए उस नोटिस का रिप्लाई करते हैं कि यहाँ का काम यही नक्की कर देते हैं, वहाँ तक खबर क्यों पहुँचाई. हम जब असेसी को डिफेंड करते हैं तो वहाँ पर प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी छुपी होती हैं, यही निपटाने की या आगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक बढ़ने की. दिस इज माई फर्स्ट कंटेंशन टू यू, कि अगर मैं वहीं निपटाने की बात करता हूँ तो सारी उम्र बीत जाएगी, प्रोफेशनल कैरियर ख़त्म हो जाएगा, हमारे बच्चे भी उसी पैटर्न पे जाएंगे, लेकिन हम हाई कोर्ट तक का भी दरवाज़ा नहीं देखेंगे. इसलिए इस स्टेज के ऊपर, जब पहले इनिशियल स्टेज के ऊपर नोटिस आता है ADT 01, तो हमें ये ऑब्जेक्शन लगाना है कि सर पहले तो अच्छी अच्छी बातें करो सारी, और फिर बाद में अपने ऑब्जेक्शंस रेज करो. कैन आई टेक द लिबर्टी टू सीक द फॉलोइंग इंफॉर्मेशन दैट हाउ द प्रॉपर ऑफिसर assumed jurisdiction in this matter as far as administration is concerned, because my jurisdiction is spanning at 3 places. मेरे को वहाँ से भी नोटिस आया, वहाँ से भी नोटिस आया, पहले वहाँ से आया, अब इस वार्ड से आया, अब उस रेंज से आया, वो सारी बातें लिखो। और उसमें पैक्यूनरी लिमिट्स के बारे में भी लिखो, रीजन्स टू बिलीव के बारे में भी लिखो, सारे ऑब्जेक्शंस रेज करो। अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ CGST ऑफिसर्स का जो नोटिफिकेशन 1NN002 है, इसके तहत आपको पावर्स कहाँ से मिली? क्योंकि सेम नोटिफिकेशन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने भी जारी किए हुए हैं। इंपॉर्टेंट शिफ्ट ऑफ DGGI जुरिस्डिक्शन। अब जो DGGI आपके अगेंस्ट एक्शन अगर कोई करता है, पहले असेसमेंट भी वही करता था। अब फर्ज करो कि मेरे को DGGI ने 4 स्टेट के अंदर सर्च एक्शन किया है, जिसमें से एक स्टेट गुवाहाटी है, एक स्टेट दिल्ली है, एक स्टेट महाराष्ट्र है, एक स्टेट केरला है। तो उन चारों स्टेट्स के जो असेसमेंट हैं वो DGGI कहाँ पे करेगा कि GSI का जहाँ से एक्शन हुआ है, अगर वो गुवाहाटी से हुआ है तो मुझे महाराष्ट्र से गुवाहाटी जाना पड़ेगा, चाहे भले ही मेरा मेजर बिजनेस महाराष्ट्र में हो। दैट वाज द डिलेमा बिफोर वी टैक्स पेयर्स। क्योंकि इंफॉर्मेशन सीख की गुवाहाटी को कोई टिप मिली, गुवाहाटी ने चारों जगह एक्शन किया, DGI ने सर्च का केस हो गया, उसके बाद आपने उसका एक्सप्लेनेशंस दी, उन्होंने उसका SCN दे दिया, असेसमेंट भी अब गुवाहाटी में होगा। तो 12 मार्च से एक नोटिफिकेशन आया NN2/2022, जिसमें यह कहा गया कि जिस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट के अंदर इन्वॉल्वमेंट सबसे ज़्यादा है, यानी कि DRC 01 फॉर्म के अंदर एलिगेशन सबसे हाईएस्ट है, उस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट के अंदर असेसमेंट होंगे। तो उससे हमें क्या बेनिफिट हुआ कि किसी छोटी स्टेट से जब एक्शंस होते थे तो हमें वहाँ भागना पड़ता था इवन बड़ी स्टेट के असेसमेंट कराने के लिए। अब हमें यह फ़ायदा हो गया कि हम सिर्फ अपने सारे असेसमेंट्स को वहाँ सेंट्रलाइज कर पाएंगे जहाँ पे कि सबसे ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्वमेंट टैक्स की निकल के आ रही है। ये एडवांटेज हमें मिला, इस इंफॉर्मेशन का हमें पता होना चाहिए। देन क्रॉस एम्पावरमेंट इज नोटिफाइड टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ रिफंड्स ओनली। तो जब कोई भी एंटी एवेजन या कोई भी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अगर ये बात करता है कि हमें क्रॉस एम्पावरमेंट की परमिशन है सेक्शन 6(2) के अंदर, तो उनको हमें ये कहना है कि इस पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन के अंदर नोटिफिकेशन देने की बात कही गई है और उसके तहत 2 नोटिफिकेशन ऑलरेडी आ चुके हैं और उन नोटिफिकेशंस ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ रिफंड को क्रॉस एम्पावरमेंट के लिए परमिशन दी है। क्रॉस एम्पावरमेंट सेक्शन 6 विदाउट नोटिफिकेशन नहीं दे सकता। दिस इज माई ओपिनियन। इसलिए जहां कहीं भी ऐसी सिचुएशन आती है कि 2 अथॉरिटीज CGST और SGST दोनों ये क्लेम करते हैं कि हम दोनों इस काम को कर सकते हैं, वहीं आपको प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढते हुए एम्बार्गो लगाना है कि नहीं, आप ऐसा नहीं कर सकते। देन वेदर द मैटर इज बार्ड बाय लिमिटेशन। ये चार्ट हमने बनाया हुआ है, इसमें कहीं गलती हो तो बताना। ये आपको दूसरा ऑब्जेक्शन लगाना है। अभी कोविड के चलते हुए थोड़ा टाइम एक्सटेंड कर दिया है और 17-18 के जो केसेस हैं हमें बुक्स रखनी है फरवरी 26 तक। हमें नॉन फाइलर्स के केस असेस हो सकते हैं फरवरी 25 तक, और URD का जो असेसमेंट है वो हो सकता है फरवरी 25 तक। लेकिन 73 के एक्शन जो है वो फरवरी 23 और 74 के एक्शन फरवरी 25 तक हो सकते हैं, और इसमें से 3 महीने और 6 महीने कम कर लो, तब तक हमें नोटिस आ सकता है। राइट तो ये सबसे पहले कंडीशन आपको ज्यूरिडिक्शन की देखने के बाद फिर ये कंडीशन देखनी है कि क्या मेरा मैटर अभी टाइम बारिंग स्टेज के अंदर है। दिस इज व्हाट इज द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर इन ऑडिट या असेसमेंट या कोई भी एक्शन, चाहे वो एंटी प्रॉफिटरिंग का हो या कोई भी एक्शन डिपार्टमेंट का किसी भी प्रकार का हो। हमें सबसे पहले ये देखना है कि इस पर्टिकुलर नोटिस की टाइम बारिंग पीरियड कब तक है, और फाइल के ऊपर सबसे पहले वो पीरियड लिखना है कि इसका टाइम बारिंग पीरियड ये है। जब हमारे पास कोई ऑर्डर आता है तो ऑर्डर के फाइल हम बनाते हैं तो उस पर लिखते हैं टाइम बारिंग पीरियड ऑफ फाइलिंग द अपील कब तक है। तो ये पॉइंट नंबर 2 आपको अपनी फाइल के ऊपर मेंशन करना है। ये चार्ट्स आप सभी को मिलेगा, इसमें कोई त्रुटि हो तो आप हमें बताना। देन वेदर प्रॉपर प्रोसीजर फॉलोड बाय द पीओ एज लेड डाउन इन द लॉ एंड रूल्स। इसके ऊपर मेरी पहली प्रतिक्रिया है कि दिस इज द फर्स्ट सेक्शन, सेक्शन 59। सबसे सिंपल सा सेक्शन है, देखो कितना छोटा सा सेक्शन है, इतना सेक्शन है बस ये, लेकिन ये चिंगारी है। ये मैं आज आपको बताता हूं ये चिंगारी क्यों है। एवरी रजिस्टर्ड पर्सन शैल सेल्फ असेस टैक्स पेएबल। जो मैंने हाईलाइट किया है सिर्फ उसको देखें, सेल्फ असेस टैक्स पेएबल अंडर दिस एक्ट एंड फर्निश ए रिटर्न फॉर ईच टैक्स पीरियड एज स्पेसिफाइड अंडर सेक्शन 39। सेल्फ असेस से तात्पर्य क्या है कि जिस वक्त आपने रिटर्न फाइल कर दी, योर असेसमेंट स्टैंड्स कंप्लीटेड अंडर द सिग्नेचर ऑफ द कमिश्नर। सो जब कमिश्नर ने आपका असेसमेंट कर दिया तो चैप्टर 12 असेसमेंट, चैप्टर 13 ऑडिट, चैप्टर 14 इंस्पेक्शन एंड चैप्टर 15 डिमांड एंड रिकवरी का एक्शन आपके अगेंस्ट हो ही नहीं सकता। सी द हाइट ऑफ दिस सेक्शन। वंस योर असेसमेंट इज कंप्लीट एंड डिपार्टमेंट के पास सिर्फ ये 4 ही चैप्टर हैं, या तो वो आपका असेसमेंट कर सकता है, या ऑडिट कर सकता है, या सर्च कर सकता है, और या फिर आपका एडजुडिकेशन 73-74 में वो कर सकता है। नाउ ऑल दीज 4 चैप्टर्स बिकम रिडंडेंट once you file the return, subject to if the authorities have reasons to believe to initiate any action under these 4 chapters, तभी एक्शन आपके अगेंस्ट हो सकता है। इसलिए मैंने आपको बताया कि सबसे पहले आपको जुरिस्डिक्शन का ऑब्जेक्शन डालना है अथॉरिटीज को कि हाउ यू अज्यूम्ड jurisdiction to initiate proceedings against me under this particular chapter, come what may, all the 4 chapters। जब सर्च होती है तो अथॉरिटीज़ के पास कितनी बड़ा पुलंदा होता है इंफॉर्मेशन का कि हम इस वजह से सर्च कर रहे हैं। जब वो ASMT 10 भेजते हैं आपको असेसमेंट के लिए तो उसमें क्या लिखते हैं, मिसमैच, 2 ऐसे मिसमैच, एंड दिस इज नॉट ए सफिशिएंट रीजन टू बिलीव before initiating ASMT 10. So whether there is some application of mind, मान लो आपके 2A के अंदर कोई ऐसा क्रेडिट आ रहा है जो आपका टिन ही नहीं है। हो सकता है ना किसी ने गलत रिटर्न हमारे टिन पे भर दी हो और मेरे पास 2 लाख रुपए एक्सेस क्रेडिट आ गया 2A के अंदर, मैंने तो 2 लाख रुपए क्लेम नहीं किया, किसी भी डिफरेंस की वजह से वो मेरे अगेंस्ट क्या प्रोसीडिंग्स इनिशिएट कर देंगे, या किसी ने रिटर्न फाइल की, गलत टिन डाल दिया, मेरे को 2A में क्रेडिट नहीं आया, मैंने तो क्लेम ले लिया, तो भी मिसमैच हो गया। तो मिसमैच कैन बी आइदर साइड, एक्सेस और शॉर्ट। सो वेदर ऑन एनी काइंड ऑफ वेरिएंस इनटू दीज 2 फॉर्म्स, GSTR 3B and GSTR 2A, 2B, etc., whether any kind of proceedings can be initiated, my answer is no, because of section 59. And you have to object to the extent that officer did not apply his mind to analyze that I have some wrongdoings while filing my self-assessment. आपको ये लिखना है। तो जब कभी हमारे पास 148 का नोटिस आता है तो सबसे पहले हम क्या करते हैं, ऑब्जेक्शन फाइल करते हैं। अब आप ये कहेंगे कि दीज ऑब्जेक्शंस विल नॉट सर्वाइव बिफोर द अथॉरिटीज, आई से यस, इट विल नॉट सर्वाइव। लेकिन कोर्ट्स जो है इसकी सुनवाई करेंगे कि जब वीरेंद्र चौहान ने ये ऑब्जेक्शन लगाया तो आपने उसका क्या रिप्लाई दिया, और अगर ऑफिसर ने उसका रिप्लाई नहीं दिया, इट मीन्स द प्रोसीडिंग्स वर कंप्लीटेड विदाउट रिमूविंग द ऑब्जेक्शंस, और रिट पेटिशन के अंदर ये केस हाउस ऑफ कार्ड की तरह से नीचे गिरता हुआ आपको नजर आएगा। सो दिस इज माय फर्स्ट प्रोसीजरल एरर। पहले मैंने आपको जुडिक्शन और उसकी बात करी, टाइम बारिंग की, अब मैं प्रोसीजरल एरर्स आपको बता रहा हूं। पहली प्रोसीजरल एरर है 59 में मेरा असेसमेंट कंप्लीट हो चुका है, ठोक बजा के टाइटल लिख के एक पैराग्राफ लिखो, ठीक है। अब यहां ऑफिसर को क्या करना चाहिए? ऑफिसर को आपको DRC 01 देने से पहले, ASMT 10 देने से पहले या ADT 01 देने से पहले ये रीजंस टू बिलीव लिखने पड़ेंगे कि मैं ये केस ऑडिट में क्यों ले रहा हूं, किस वजह से ले रहा हूं। अगर ये नहीं लिखा तो रिट का केस बनता है आपका, एंड दैट इज ए प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी। आप कोई भी रिट दिल्ली भेज देना, मैं जीत के दिखा दूंगा। मैं अपने प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं। आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू गारंटी, आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू गारंटी। यू जस्ट लर्न टू मूव अहेड बिफोर द कोर्ट्स, ठीक है। जैसे उमेश जी बात कर रहे थे कि हम अपने घर के मामले घर में ही सुलटा लेते हैं, उसके लिए भी रिट फाइल करना सीखो। शुरुआत वहीं से करो, सीख जाओगे, क्योंकि वो रिट फिर एवरीडे फाइल होंगी। माई सेकंड कंटेंशन, इस कंटेंशन के सपोर्ट में मैं आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट का डिसीजन दे रहा हूं, विच सेज वेयर डीलर क्लेम्ड दैट गुड्स वर परचेज्ड ऑन पेमेंट ऑफ टैक्स but failed to provide mandatory declaration in Form 9C with other evidence, and hence reassessment order was passed. Assessing officer passed reassessment order on direction issued by the audit party and not on his personal satisfaction, hence invalid. लार्सन टूब्रो के केस में झारखंड हाई कोर्ट ने, ये बिहार स्टेट का सेल्स टैक्स का मैटर है, जिसमें दिस 9C is maybe like a declaration form before you seek exemption. तो ऑडिट पार्टी ने ये ऑब्जेक्शन लगाया कि इन्होंने 9C फाइल नहीं किए, असेसिंग ऑफिसर ने असेसमेंट एडवर्स कर दिया आपके अगेंस्ट। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि नहीं, ये ठीक नहीं है, बिकॉज ऑफिसर डिड नॉट अप्लाई हिज माइंड। सो जो DG आर्म्स, जो CBIC का DG आर्म है, जिसकी की फुल फॉर्म है डायरेक्टरेट जनरल एनालिटिक्स ऑफ रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, यानी कि एनालिसिस ऑफ रिस्क मैनेजमेंट करके वो जो इंफॉर्मेशन पास ऑन करता है स्टेट और सेंटर को, उसके बेस पे ऑडिट सेलेक्ट होते हैं। अब वो इंफॉर्मेशन तो आ गई, लेकिन इंफॉर्मेशन आने के बाद उसका एनालाइज करना PO का काम है। बेस्ड ऑन DG आर्म ऑडिट कैन नॉट बी इनिशिएटेड, दैट इज माई कंटेंशन। सेकेंड केस, assessee providing telecom services, revenue in audit observed difference in GTO between return के अंदर GTO है 13.86 करोड़ and in balance sheet it is 15.28 crore figures. No demand can be confirmed on the basis of such difference unless it is established that excess amount pertains to providing any service. यही तो होता है ऑडिट में कि सर डिफरेंस है, टैक्स भर दो, DRC 03 भर दो। आपका राइट अप इतना स्ट्रांग होना चाहिए कि ऑडिट टीम का ऑब्जेक्शन लगाने से पहले या DRC 03 बोलने से पहले या मिस्टेक निकालने से पहले ऐसे हाथ कांपे, वो लिख ना पाए। अगर आप ये दो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के डिसीजन या जो डिसीजंस मैं आपको सेस्टेट का और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दे रहा हूँ, ये लगा के लिखेंगे कि व्हाट रीजंस यू हैव बिफोर इनिशिएटिंग माय एक्शन अगेंस्ट मी, तो वो सोचेगा इस बंदे से पंगा लेना ठीक लग नहीं रहा है, लगता है जाके ऑफिस में एडिशनल कमिश्नर से डिस्कस कर लेते हैं। एडिशनल कमिश्नर बोलेंगे कि भाई सारा ही काम अगर मैंने करना है तो फिर आप क्या करोगे, क्योंकि उसके पास भी कोई जवाब नहीं है। तो फिर राधे श्याम हरिराम से बोलेंगे अरे ऐसा करते हैं, उनके पास चलते हैं, इनको छोड़ो। तो कुल मिला के यू विल विन ओवर द गेम बाय पुटिंग सच ऑब्जेक्शंस with the support of such case laws etc. Burden of proof, उमेश शर्मा जी ने भी इस सेक्शन की बात करी, अब मैं इस सेक्शन की बात करता हूँ। वो किसी और डायमेंशन पे थे, ITC वाले डायमेंशन पे, मैं ऑडिट वाले डायमेंशन से इसी सेक्शन की बात करता हूँ। इस सेक्शन के अंदर क्या लिखा हुआ है, वेयर एनी पर्सन क्लेम्स, एनी पर्सन से मतलब है एसएससी, that he is eligible for input tax credit. Under this act, the burden of proving such claim shall lie on such person. यानी कि जीएसटी लॉ के अंदर ये लिखा हुआ है कि अगर मैंने आईटीसी क्लेम किया तो ये साबित करना मेरा काम है कि ये आईटीसी ठीक है, एलिजिबल है, 17(5) में फॉल नहीं करता है. दैट इज माई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. या अगर मान लो मैंने क्लेम कर लिया और मेरे 2A में नहीं आया तो ये साबित करना मेरा काम है कि मेरे पास इनवॉइस है, मेरे पास माल आया है, मेरे पास ई-वे बिल है, मैंने इसको चेक से पेमेंट किया वगैरह वगैरह. और उसके बाद डाइची सुप्रीम कोर्ट, केके इंडस्ट्री सुप्रीम कोर्ट, जितने भी केस आईटीसी पे आज तक सेंट्रल एक्साइज सैनवट के टाइम के, सर्विस टैक्स के टाइम के हैं, वो सारे अभी तक जिंदा हैं. उनकी जो पेरीमेटेरियल रेशो है वही जीएसटी के अंदर है एंड दे आर स्क्वेयरली एप्लीकेबल. फॉर एनी टेक्निकल ब्रीच यू शुड नेवर गिव अप. कम व्हाट में द अमाउंट इज 2000 रुपीज, फिर भी अपील में जाओ. हमारे दिल्ली में मिसमैच होते थे वैट के टाइम पे, 5000 10,000 रुपये का मिसमैच होता था. मेरे पास लिटिगेशन के लिए वो मैटर्स आते थे. I used to charge them 50,000 rupees for 10,000 difference. तो एसएससी बोलेगा भाई मैं 10,000 रुपये जमा करा दूंगा, मैं आपको 50,000 क्यों दूं? मैं कहा बिल को पूरा नीचे तक देखो, लेस डिस्काउंट 48,000. 2,000 रुपये उससे लेता था. और 2,000 रुपये में मेरा काम क्यों चल जाता था कि एक दिन में 50 अपील फाइल करते थे, इतने मिसमैच आते थे. ठीक है, अगर कोई दिल्ली से यहाँ बैठा हो तो वो डिपार्टमेंट को गालियाँ दिया करते थे कि यार ये भी क्या है, 10,000 रुपये का डिफरेंस निकाल दिया, इसके लिए अब हमें वहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्शन बोलते थे, अपील को ऑब्जेक्शन में जाना पड़ेगा. तो सी द प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बिफोर अस कि हम एक साइक्लो स्टाइल फॉर्म बना के रखते थे कंप्यूटर से और उसमें सिर्फ नेम फिलअप करके और उस अपील को हम फाइल कर देते थे. मैनुअल फाइल होती थी उस वक्त, फिर उसके बाद कंप्यूटराइज्ड आई. वो सारे काम एक दिन में 50 अपील फाइल हो जाती थी. 50 मल्टीप्लाइड बाई 2,000 कितने होते हैं? और डिपार्टमेंट में हमारी अपील फाइल होने के बाद अपीयर होने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ती थी. वो ये कहते थे कि यार ये तो वीरेंद्र चौहान का केस है, उससे भी क्या पंगा लेना, और बहुत सारी फाइलें हैं. क्योंकि हमारा राइट अप इतना लंबा होता था कि उसका वो खुद और उसके बच्चे भी अगर पढ़ेंगे तो आखिर तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे. इतने सारे हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट उसमें लगे होते थे. ठीक है, ये जितने भी डिसीजंस होते हैं उनका हम जिस्ट भी देते हैं और साथ में उसकी पूरे फोटोकॉपी भी लगाते हैं. मतलब कोशिश करो कि आपको डॉक्यूमेंट टेम्पो में लेके जाने पड़े, तो नेचुरली वो छोड़ देंगे फिर आपका केस. तो इस पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन का मैं डायमेंशन आपको बता रहा हूँ कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ आईटीसी गलत लिया है या ठीक लिया है, ओनस लॉ के अंदर हमारे ऊपर है. उसके अलावा कोई भी एलिगेशन अगर डिपार्टमेंट लगाता है, एनी एलिगेशन अदर देन आईटीसी कि ये आपका आइटम सर 5% में नहीं 12% में जाना चाहिए, ठीक है, ये आइटम एग्जेम्प्ट नहीं है तो टैक्सेबल है, इसकी वैल्यूएशन 10 रुपये नहीं 12 रुपये है, फ्रेट पे टैक्स आरसीएम में लगेगा कि नहीं लगेगा. ठीक है, एनी काइंड ऑफ लेवी ऑन आउटपुट साइड, एनी काइंड ऑफ वैल्यूएशन. अभी विराल जी आपको क्लासिफिकेशन के बारे में बताएंगी. एनी काइंड ऑफ क्लासिफिकेशन एटसेट्रा, कम व्हाट में एनी अदर फील्ड अदर देन आईटीसी, द ओनस इज लाइंग ऑन द डिपार्टमेंट. तो जब कभी वो एक लंबा चौड़ा 20-30 पेज का क्वेश्चन निकाल के देंगे, क्वेश्चनेयर, तो उसमें आपको ये सेक्शन कोट करके लिखना है कि सर ये जो मिसमैच है इसका ओनस आपके ऊपर है. आप लिखो तो सही, आप गलत तो लिखो. डिपार्टमेंट तो सब कुछ ही गलत करता है, आप भी 1-2 चीज़ें गलत करो. फिर डिपार्टमेंट कहेगा देखो लॉ में ये लिखा हुआ है. लॉ में जो लिखा हुआ है सुप्रीम कोर्ट सब चीज़ों को रिवर्स कर देता है. मोहित मिनरल्स में क्या है, लॉ में तो लिखा हुआ है कि भाई इंपोर्ट पे अगर आप सीआईएफ करते हो तो आरसीएम लगेगा. मोहित मिनरल ने उसको रिवर्स कर दिया. उड़ीसा हाई कोर्ट ने क्या किया सफारी रिट्रीट के केस में, 17(5) को कहा कि ये तो ठीक नहीं नज़र आ रहा सेक्शन। जब एक बंदा बिजनेस के लिए फैक्ट्री बना रहा है या मॉल बना रहा है और उसको वो लीज पे देगा, लीज पे तो आपको 18% चाहिए, आईटीसी नहीं देंगे, ये तो हिसाब नहीं जमा। तो उड़ीसा हाईकोर्ट ने उसको उड़ा दिया। अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्यों बार बार उसमें डेट दे रहा है, जरा सोचो। पहले स्टे दिया, फिर आज फिक्स है, फिर आज फिक्स है, फिर आज फिक्स है, हर महीने वो केस आगे बढ़ रहा है। उसका रीज़न ये है कि जब कभी ऑर्डर पास करना मुश्किल हो जाता है तो फिर वो डेट आगे बढ़नी स्टार्ट हो जाती हैं। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि फेवरेबल ऑर्डर आएगा, लेकिन अगर कुछ भी ऑर्डर आएगा, आई कैन नेम 100 डिसीजंस राइट अवे विच स्ट्रक डाउन द लॉ। तो आप भी अपनी सिर्फ खोपड़ी से सोचो। देखो, मुझे तो कोई लॉ आता नहीं है, मैं तो अपनी खोपड़ी से सोचता हूं कि भाई गलत हो रहा है, रूल ऑफ लॉ के मुताबिक मैं चलता हूं। ठीक है, मान लो मेरे आगे एक रेड लाइट पे गाड़ी है और मैं उसके पीछे हूं, उसने निकाल ली, मैंने भी निकाल ली, तो बताओ मेरा क्या कसूर है? मैं तो उसको बोलूंगा कि 1000 रुपये पेनल्टी लेनी है, इससे 2000 ले ले, मेरी वाली गाड़ी की भी ले ले, क्योंकि मैंने बत्ती नहीं देखी, मैं तो इसके पीछे जा रहा था। आप ये कंटेंशन तो लो। अगर मेरा माइंडसेट ये है कि भाई ये तो मेरे से गलती हुई है क्योंकि लॉ में लिखा हुआ है, तो भरते रहो। मैं नहीं मानता इस चीज को। कभी कभी बीच में तालियां बजा दिया करो। असेसमेंट प्रोसीडिंग्स एटसेट्रा नोट टू बी इनवैलिड ऑन सर्टेन ग्राउंड्स, 160 सेक्शन आपको पढ़ाता हूं, बहुत ही गजब का सेक्शन है। ये सेक्शन क्या कहता है? इसके अंदर 2 सबसेक्शन है, सबसेक्शन 1 और सबसेक्शन 2। सबसेक्शन 1 ये कहता है कि नो असेसमेंट, रीअसेसमेंट, एडजुडिकेशन, रिव्यू, रिवीजन, अपील, रेक्टिफिकेशन एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा, पता नहीं क्या क्या नोटिस वोटिस क्या क्या लिखा हुआ है। अब थोड़े से आखिर में आ जाते हैं। शैल बी इनवैलिड, मैं लास्ट लाइन पढ़ रहा हूं, शैल बी इनवैलिड और डीम टू बी इनवैलिड मेयरली बाय रीजन ऑफ, यानी कि कोई भी असेसमेंट या नोटिस जारी किया हुआ इनवैलिड नहीं होगा। आपको लग रहा है कि ये प्रोविजन डिपार्टमेंट के फेवर में है, लेकिन मैं इस प्रोविजन को पलटी दे रहा हूं। आप इसको ठीक से समझने की कोशिश करो। तभी मैंने कहा था मेरी गाड़ी फास्ट नहीं चलेगी सुपरसोनिक स्पीड से, वो डंपिंग टंपिंग चलेगी। और जहाँ पे भी मैं सेमिनार लेता हूँ ना, वहाँ पे लंच की बजाय सीधा डिनर मिलता है। मिलता यही वाला है जो बना हुआ है मिलेगा यही वाला तो नो असेसमेंट और नोटिस शैल बी इनवैलिड और डीम टू बी इनवैलिड मेयरली बाय रीजन ऑफ। आगे क्या कहता है ये सबसेक्शन 1? एनी मिस्टेक, अगर उस नोटिस में या असेसमेंट में कोई मिस्टेक है, डिफेक्ट है, ओमिशन है, इफ सच असेसमेंट इज इन सब्सटेंस इज इन कंफॉर्मिटी विद द लॉ, यानी कि अगर वो असेसमेंट या नोटिस सब्सटेंशियली ठीक है तो किसी छोटी मोटी गलती की वजह से वो इनवैलिड नहीं होगा। ये सबसेक्शन ये कहता है। अब इस सारे सबसेक्शन के अंदर अगर 50 शब्द लिखे हुए हैं, 50 वर्ड्स, वो सारे डिपार्टमेंट के फेवर में है। आई एग्री विद दैट। सिर्फ एक शब्द जिसको कि मैंने हाईलाइट किया हुआ है, सब्सटेंस, वो मेरे फेवर में है। यानी कि वो नोटिस अगर सब्सटेंशियली गलत है तो वो मेरे फेवर में है, और अगर माइनरली छोटी मोटी कोई टेक्निकल एरर है तो वो फिर एसएससी के फेवर में है। अब मैं ये बताता हूँ कि सब्सटेंशियल एरर क्या होती हैं। अगर DIN नहीं है तो सेंटर के केस में, स्टेट वालों ने अभी लागू नहीं किया है, अगर पीरियड गलत लिखा हुआ है तो सब्सटेंस है, डिन सब्सटेंस है, पीरियड सब्सटेंस है, एसएससी का टिन गलत लिखा है तो सब्सटेंस है, फिक्सेशन की डेट अगर नहीं दी है तो सब्सटेंस है, सिग्नेचर अगर नहीं दिए हैं तो सब्सटेंस है। यानी कि कोई भी मिस्टेक ऐसी नहीं होती है जो माइनर होती है। जितनी भी मिस्टेक होती हैं सब सब्सटेंस होती हैं। कोर्ट से सो, मैं नहीं कह रहा, कोर्ट कहती है। कोर्ट में जो वो मुंशी होते हैं ना, उन्हें भी इतनी बात का पता होता है कि ये जो डिसीजन है ये किस फेवर में गया है। तो मैं ज़्यादातर कोर्ट के बाहर खड़ा होकर यही सुनता रहता हूँ कि कोई भी गलती अगर नोटिस के अंदर होती है तो वो सब्सटेंस होती है। आप मुझे एक कोई माइनर मिस्टेक बता दो और मैं आपको 100 सब्सटेंशियल मिस्टेक्स बता देता हूँ। तो आपने किसी भी नोटिस के अंदर टॉप टू बॉटम यही देखना है कि कोई सब्सटेंशियल एरर तो नहीं है। तो फिर आप कहेंगे कि सर नॉर्मली सब्सटेंशियल एरर होती नहीं है। अब मैं ऐसी एक एरर बता देता हूं जो कि हर नोटिस के अंदर होती है, और अभी मैंने आपको बताई थी, अभी मुझे रिपीट करना पड़ेगा उसको। रीजन्स टू बिलीव इन द नोटिसेस नहीं होते हैं। स्पीकिंग ऑर्डर DRC 07 नहीं होते हैं। स्पीकिंग से मतलब ये होता है, सबसे पहले प्रॉपर ऑफिसर को ये लिखना पड़ेगा कि उसने जुरिस्डिक्शन कैसे अज्यूम करी इस ऑर्डर को करने से पहले ही। फिर उसको ये लिखना पड़ेगा कि मुझे ये पावर्स डेलीगेट कमिश्नर ने कौन से नोटिस के थ्रू करी हैं। फिर उसको ये लिखना पड़ेगा कि मैंने क्या क्या एडवर्स फाइंडिंग्स ली, और फिर क्या मैंने नेचुरल जस्टिस निभाते हुए एसएससी को अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ बीइंग हर्ड देते हुए इस डिसीजन को पास किया है, एंड वेदर आई हैव सफिशिएंट RUD रिलाइड अपॉन डॉक्यूमेंट्स। आज तक हमें कोई ऐसा ऑर्डर नहीं मिला है जो स्पीकिंग होता हो जिसके अंदर ये सब्सटेंस मिस्टेक नहीं होती हो। हर डिसीजन हर्डली बनाया जाता है, और उसकी जितनी भी ये लेग्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, इन लेग्स में से 2 टूटी होती हैं। दैट्स द रीजन वी क्रिएट दोज लेग्स against the department and file appeals or the writ petitions, and we come out with flying colors. Either the matter gets set aside or the orders are quashed. ये सिर्फ इसमें से निकल के आएगा 160(1) में से। अब 160(2) देखो, वो हमारे फेवर में है। The service of any notice, order or communication shall not be called in question if the notice, order or communication as the case may be has already been acted upon by the person। यानी कि हम प्रोफेशनल ने अगर किसी नोटिस को पहले से ही रिप्लाई कर दिया, जैसे कि एडजॉर्नमेंट फाइल कर दी या उसकी रिप्लाई फाइल कर दी, तो हम गए काम से। अब आपको नोटिस की रिप्लाई कैसे करनी है वो मैं आपको बताने जा रहा हूं। टू होम इट इज इशूड, और वेरी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है यहाँ पे, और के बाद पढ़ो, वेयर सच सर्विस हैज नॉट बीन कॉल्ड इन क्वेश्चन। उसके बाद फिर एक और है, इन अर्लियर प्रोसीडिंग्स कमेंस्ड, कंटिन्यूड और फाइनलाइज परसुएंट टू सच नोटिस, ऑर्डर और कम्युनिकेशन। यानी कि हमें क्या करना है, जब कभी कोई नोटिस आता है तो उसको बहुत सुंदर सा ऐसा रिप्लाई बनाना है कि असेसिंग ऑफिसर को ये लगे कि बहुत सुंदर रिप्लाई बन के आ गया, कंप्लायंस कर दी एसएससी ने। और लास्ट में आपको एक पैराग्राफ लिखना है, अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ बीइंग हर्ड, और उसमें यह लिखना है कि मुझे अगर ऊपर वाले डिटेल से आप सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हो तो मुझे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी और दे देना, चाहे वीडियो के थ्रू और चाहे पर्सनली, एंड इन द मीन टाइम कैन आई टेक द लिबर्टी टू रेज सर्टेन इश्यूज बोलेंगे कि मुझे नोटिस नहीं मिला या मुझे ये नोटिस फलानी डेट को मिला। एक एग्जांपल से समझाता हूँ आपको। मान लो ADT 01 फॉर्म पोर्टल के ऊपर आ गया और आपने देख भी लिया, फिर अटेंशन एस्केप होगी, क्योंकि आप तो भूल भलैया खेलते रहते हो ना एसएससी से। एसएससी को तो जून ही रेंगती है जब ADT 01 फॉर्म आता है, या कोई भी ASMT 10 आता है, वो तो हमें जून रेंगती है, हमें काम करना होता है। तो कुल मिला के हम 15 डेज में उसकी कंप्लायंस नहीं कर सकते। तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में क्या वो नोटिस जिस वक्त वो पोर्टल पे आ गया, वेदर इट वुड बी डीम्ड टू हैव बीन रिसीव्ड, इस बात में मैं 1-2 स्लाइड के बाद चर्चा करूंगा। लेकिन यहां मैं सबसेक्शन 2 में ये बोल रहा हूं कि अगर किसी भी प्रकार के ऑब्जेक्शंस की जिनकी मैं बात कर रहा हूं, वो आपको 160(2) का सहारा लेके और लास्ट पैराग्राफ के अंदर छुपा के लिखने हैं। उस पैराग्राफ के अंदर जहां अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ बीइंग हर्ड हम मांग रहे हैं, यानी कि कोशिश करें कि ऑफिसर्स की अटेंशन उस पैराग्राफ पे ना जाए और आपके ऑब्जेक्शंस छुप के उस नोटिस में चले जाएं और उन ऑब्जेक्शंस को रिमूव किए बिना आपकी प्रोसीडिंग्स जब आगे बढ़ेंगी तब आप सही समय पर चोट मारना और ये कहना कि सर वो सितंबर में जो मैंने एक लेटर लिखा था, आई रेज सर्टेन इश्यूज विच आर पेंडिंग टिल डेट, तो अब गाड़ी एक शहर से दूसरे शहर में जा चुकी है और तब आप ये कह रहे हो कि अरे यार वो पर्स मेरा पिछले शहर में रह गया। तो यानी कि होल सब्जेक्ट से आपको प्ले करना है जीएसटी से। आपको एक खाली सबसेक्शन या सेक्शन पढ़ के डिसीजन नहीं लेना है। जैसे पीछे क्वेश्चंस आ रहे थे कि भाई हमने शिपिंग लाइन को टैक्स भरा और हमें क्रेडिट नहीं मिल रहा है। अरे आप लो ना, कहाँ लिखा हुआ है नहीं मिल रहा? आप स्पीकर की पूरी बात क्यों सुनते हो? अपने मतलब वाली सुनो खाली। ठीक है सर, आपने लिखा हुआ है आपके ओपिनियन से नहीं मिलता, हमारे ओपिनियन से मिलता है, हमारे तो 2A में 2B में आ रहा है वो। ठीक है, अब देखो एक स्पीकर जो मेरे से बहुत लर्निड हैं वो बोल रहे हैं नहीं मिलेगा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ मिलेगा। ठीक है, जो स्पीकर आपको अच्छा लगे उसके लिए तालियां बजाओ। ठीक है, जो अच्छा नहीं लगे अपना चुपके से लंच करने निकल जाओ। सेक्शन 169 गजब की बात बताता हूं आपको। यहां लगेगा कि गाड़ी कभी खड्डे में कभी जंपिंग टंपिंग कर रही है, बट सेक्शन 169, अब देखो सेक्शन 65 के साथ हम इतने सारे सेक्शन क्यों पढ़ेंगे? इतनी फीस थोड़ी देता है क्लाइंट। लेकिन ये सारी आपके लिए प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं कि आप 169 के अंदर पढ़ो, एनी डिसीजन, ऑर्डर, समन, नोटिस शैल बी सर्व्ड। ये जो वर्ड सर्व्ड लिखा है जरा इसको ध्यान में रखो। ये सेक्शन 169 सर्विस ऑफ नोटिस की बात करता है और इसमें ये क्या लिखता है कि बाय गिविंग इट डायरेक्टली टू द असेसी और रजिस्टर्ड पोस्ट और ईमेल और कॉमन पोर्टल और न्यूज़पेपर और अफिक्सेशन। अब डिपार्टमेंट आपको ईमेल भेज के या पोर्टल पे देके और नमस्ते कर लेता है कि हमने तो नोटिस भेज दिया एंड इट इज डीम्ड टू हैव बीन रिसीव्ड। इंटरनेशनली इंक्लूडिंग इंडिया there is no law under any kind of statute where there are deeming provisions as far as service of notice is concerned. 1908 में CPC आया था, तब से लेके आज तक ये लॉ है कि notice would be served as if it is a summon, and summons are normally issued to the person विद एविडेंस कि यही है राधेश्याम जी, इनका आधार कार्ड बोलता है और इनके सिग्नेचर भी टैलीड है, तब जाके वो सर्विस मानी जाएगी। हमारा जो ये सेक्शन 169 बना है इसके अंदर और करके इतना कन्फ्यूजन कर दिया है कि लोग सोचते हैं कि अगर पोर्टल पे आ गया तो आ गया, मेल पे आ गया तो आ गया। अब जो ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है वो तो मेल रोज खोलते हैं, पोर्टल भी हो सकता है रोज विजिट करते हैं, लेकिन जो सो कॉल्ड राधेश्याम जी टाइप बंदे होते हैं अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड, ठीक है, किसी का पर्सनल राधेश्याम नाम तो नहीं है, राधेश्याम से मतलब मेरा वही ईश्वर वाले राधे और श्याम से है, भगवान से। तो वो अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड लोग तो ना तो खुद कभी पोर्टल खोलते हैं, मेल आईडी का उनको पता ही नहीं होता है, और हम क्यों खोलें उनकी? वाई वी शुड? हमें वो पोर्टल देखने के पैसे देता है, हम तो जब उसका एक्सपायरी हो जाएगा तब खोल के देखेंगे ताकि प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी बने। ठीक है जी। तो कुल मिला के यहाँ पे जिस्ट ये निकालना है कि ये जितने भी और लिखे हैं इन सब के अंदर आपको एक वर्ड पढ़ना है, सर्व्ड। अब सर्विस ऑफ नोटिस कब होती है? यानी कि अफिक्सेशन की तो हम बात नहीं करते हैं, न्यूज़पेपर की भी बात नहीं करते हैं। कॉमन पोर्टल मैंने जिस दिन विजिट किया, अगर मान लो डिपार्टमेंट ने आज नोटिस अपलोड किया, मैंने 15 दिन बाद पढ़ा, तो 15 दिन बाद वो सर्व हुआ। और अगर मैं पढ़ के भी ना पढ़ूं तो कभी भी सर्व नहीं हुआ। दिस इज ए फैक्ट, आई एम नॉट जोकिंग, दिस इज ए फैक्ट। आई विल सपोर्ट माई कंटेंशन विद हाई कोर्ट्स। देन ईमेल पे नोटिस उस दिन सर्व होता है जिस दिन मैंने मेल पढ़ी, और मैं पढ़ के भी ना पढ़ूं तो नहीं हुआ सर्व। यानी कि लॉ मेकर्स ने ये जो लिम्स बताए हैं 6, ये लिम्स ऑफिसर्स को इसलिए बताए हैं कि इन लिम्स को यूज करो नोटिस सर्व करने के लिए, ना कि डीम्ड टू बी सर्व्ड के लिए। सबसेक्शन 2, सबसेक्शन 3 डीमिंग फिक्शन क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करता है। विराल जी पढ़ रही हैं सबसेक्शन 2 और सबसेक्शन 3। Viral ji is your next speaker, who is coming from Chennai, and she would be talking on classification. She is one of the only one speaker across India whom I can consider it to be one of the best ever. I have heard her several times. सबसेक्शन 2 और सबसेक्शन 3 की बात मैं यहाँ नहीं करूँगा आपको कंफ्यूज करने के लिए। उनकी इंटरप्रिटेशन करने के बावजूद ही मेरी कंटेंशन है कि जिस दिन नोटिस असेसी को मिला और आपने उसकी रिप्लाई करके एक्नॉलेज कर दिया कि आई हैव रिसीव्ड दिस नोटिस, द पर्पज ऑफ दिस 169 इज दैट, एंड डिपार्टमेंट हैज बीन गिवन 6 ऑप्शंस टू सर्व द नोटिस। हैड इट बीन करेक्ट दैट एनी ऑफ द मेथड कैन बी यूज्ड, तो अगर महाराष्ट्र में 10,000 लोगों का ऑडिट करना है तो क्या ADT 01 न्यूज़पेपर में दिए जा सकते हैं? एंड यू विल कम टू नो दैट कि हाँ जी नोटिस सर्व हो गया। और लिखा है, देखो ना, कॉमन पोर्टल और न्यूज़पेपर, तो 10,000 लिफाफे कौन बनाएगा? एक अखबार में सबके टिन नंबर दे दिया कि इन सब लोगों को हाजिर किया जाए फलानी डेट को। दैट्स द रीजन ऑल दीज ऑप्शंस आर मेंट टू फैसिलिटेट सर्विस ऑफ नोटिस, एंड सर्विस वुड बी डीम्ड टू at a time when you acknowledge the receipt of that notice. Deeming fiction कुछ नहीं है। अभी मुझे आसपास घूम रहे, लगता है पर्ची लेके आने वाले हैं। सर ऑडियंस से पूछो ना। हाँ, तो ये दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का डिसीजन है। सर 1-2 स्लाइड और बची हुई हैं बस, ज़्यादा नहीं है। गौतम जी वो लाल किला रजिस्ट्री करवा लेना मेरे से। ये दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का डिसीजन आप पढ़ लेना, इसमें वो बातें लिखी हुई हैं जो मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ सर्विस ऑफ नोटिस से रिलेटेड। सेक्शन 71 मैंडेट्स दैट एनी ऑफिसर ऑथराइज्ड बाय द PO नोट बिलो द रैंक ऑफ जॉइंट कमिश्नर shall have access to any place of business for the purposes of carrying out any audit। यानी कि जितने भी अधिकारी आपके यहाँ चल के आएंगे ऑडिट करने के लिए, उनसे पूछना जेसी साहब की पावर लेके आए हो? कहता कि नहीं 65 में तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं लिखा हुआ है। कहते सर एक वो वीरेंद्र चौहान आता है ना, वो 65 पढ़ता ही नहीं है, वो तो 65 के अलावा ही सारे सेक्शन पढ़ता है। 71 के अंदर ये लिखा हुआ है कि जो टीम आपके यहाँ आएगी वो टीम जेसी की परमिशन लेके आएगी कि हम उस परमिसेस की एक्सेस करना चाहते हैं। अगर वो ए परमिसेस की एक्सेस के लिए परमिशन लेके आए तो बी और सी में नहीं जा सकते हो। मतलब इट्स नॉट ए सर्च, इट्स जस्ट ए फेट अकम्पली। फेट अकम्पली का मतलब होता है कि सिर्फ आपकी रिटर्न्स, बैलेंस शीट, ट्रायल बैलेंस, आपके सॉफ्ट जितने भी डाटा होते हैं वो, आप कहीं भी एनक्रोचमेंट वो नहीं कर सकते। तो इस 71 का आपको फायदा उठाना है। नॉर्मली इस 71 का वायलेशन ऑडिट टीम करके चलती है। उनको ये मालूम ही नहीं होता है कि हमें जेसी की परमिशन एक्सेस के लिए अलग से लेके जानी है। साफ लिखा हुआ है सेक्शन के अंदर कि इट मैंडेट्स दैट एनी ऑफिसर ऑथराइज्ड बाय द PO नॉट बिलो द रैंक ऑफ जेसी शैल हैव एक्सेस टू एनी प्लेस ऑफ बिजनेस फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ कैरिंग आउट एनी ऑडिट। ठीक है जी। देन सेक्शन 71 सबसेक्शन 2 सेज mandates that the taxpayer shall provide requisite documents to the audit party within a period of 15 days। यानी कि ऑडिट टीम क्या करती है, ऑडिट टीम पहले ADT 01 आपको नोटिस देगी, आपके परमिसेस पे आ जाएगी और पहले ही दिन एक फर्रा देंगी आपको लंबा 20-30 पॉइंट का और बोलेंगी कल ये पेपर दे दो या मैक्सिमम 7 डेज के अंदर दे दो, या वो पहले से ADT 01 के साथ अनेक्शर लगा के बेचते हैं। तो आपको ये वाला सेक्शन भी उनको पढ़ाना है 71(1)(2) का कि ADT 01 के लिए पहले तो क्लियर 15 डेज चाहिए और फिर जो उन्होंने क्वेश्चनेयर दिया है उसके लिए फिर 15 डेज चाहिए, ताकि आप अपना घर संभाल सको। और घर को संभालने के लिए क्या करना वो मैं आगे बता रहा हूं। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मेंटेनेंस ऑफ बुक्स, ये मेरा लास्ट पॉइंट है। ये लोग आके बैठ जाते हैं ना, इसका मतलब ये होता है कि भाई निकल ले, बहुत बोल रही है तू। आपको मोमेंटो भी दे दिया अब तो, फिर भी बोले चला जा रहा है। इन केस यू आर मेंटेनिंग बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट इन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्म, ज़्यादातर हम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्म में ही मेंटेन करते हैं, टैली में, ERP में वगैरह वगैरह। एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे सामने, इसको कैसे हैंडल करना है। इन केस यू आर मेंटेनिंग बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट इन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्म, वेदर रूल 56(8), 56(15) and 57 have been complied with, if yes give details। अब ये 3 जो रूल्स हैं ये किसी भी दूसरे स्टैट्यूट में नहीं है, कंपनी लॉ में या इनकम टैक्स में, सिर्फ ये GST में है। इनको टैकल करना आपको सीखना है अपनी IT टीम के साथ, अदरवाइज nobody, almost nobody in the state of Maharashtra is maintaining electronic books of accounts, and all the books of accounts are liable to be rejected by the department, और डिपार्टमेंट इस रूल का शेल्टर लेके क्वेश्चनर में डाल के आपके पास आएगा। अब ये जो 56(8) है ये क्या बात करता है कि कोई भी एंट्री आप डिलीट नहीं कर सकते, ओवरराइट नहीं कर सकते, उसका एक लॉग आपका सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोवाइड करेगा कि पहले ये अमाउंट 10,000 था, अब 15,000 कर दिया, ये एंटी डेट कर दिया आपने, 15 दिन पहले कोई एंट्री डाल दी। जितनी भी एडजस्टमेंट बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स में आती हैं वो सबकी लॉग बुक बन के उस सॉफ्टवेयर में होनी चाहिए। ये चैलेंज हमारे सामने ऑडिट का सबसे बड़ा है, और आपको अपने SSC को ये कहना है कि मेरी जानकार एक IT फॉर्म है, उनसे अगर आप सॉफ्टवेयर बनवाते हो तो फिर ये पॉसिबल है, प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी। ठीक है, अगर आपको महाराष्ट्र में ना मिले तो दिल्ली में मेरे जानकारी में एक बंदा है वो कर देगा मेरे लिए प्रोफेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी। देन सेक्शन 56 क्या 56(15) क्या कहता है कि दैट द बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट शुड बी ऑथेंटिकेटेड बाय मींस ऑफ डिजिटल सिग्नेचर। अब बताओ टैली में सिग्नेचर कैसे करोगे, ERP में सिग्नेचर कैसे करोगे? तो इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एक्ट 2000 डिजिटल सिग्नेचर की बात करता है। वो क्या कहता है कि अगर आपकी बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट सब्जेक्ट टू OTP हैं बाय एन ऑथराइज्ड पर्सन हु इज ऑन द कॉमन पोर्टल, और उसी के एक्सेस के बिना आपका सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं चलता है, इट मीन्स ही इज responsible for maintaining that data and logbook, then those books would be considered as if they are digitally signed। ये बात आपको सीखनी है, और ये चीज़ आपको एक बंदे को ऑथराइज करना है, और उसके OTP के बिना आपका सॉफ्टवेयर खुलेगा नहीं। और कोई दूसरा बंदा वाइटल डाटा चेंज अगर करेगा तो उसका लॉग बुक में इंफॉर्मेशन आ जाएगी, और अगर मास्टर्स चेंज करता है या किसी लेवल की एंट्रियां जो कि उसको पावर नहीं है वो चेंज करता है तो सब्जेक्ट टू OTP होंगी। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स मान लो अपनी फीस जमा कराते हैं, एनुअल फीस, और इंस्टीट्यूट हमें उनकी सबकी रिसिप्ट जारी करता है, तो उस रिसिप्ट के नीचे लिखा होता है सिंस दिस इज अ कंप्यूटर जनरेटेड डॉक्यूमेंट इट डज नॉट रिक्वायर डिजिटल सिग्नेचर। वो वही डिजिटल सिग्नेचर होते हैं जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। तो इस पैटर्न से आपको अब अपने ERP और टैली बनाने हैं, और ये सब कंपनियां फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड कर रही हैं, लेकिन वी और द SSC आर पुटिंग एम्बार्गो कि हमें ये फैसिलिटी नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि उनको एडजस्टमेंट करनी है। तो ये चीज़ आपको इन्वोक करनी है अपने क्लाइंट्स के यहाँ पे, और प्रॉपर बैकअप होना चाहिए। वो प्रॉपर बैकअप कहाँ पे है ये आपको बताना पड़ेगा, क्लाउड पे है या किसी सर्वर पे है। और इसके साथ साथ जब कभी वो हार्ड कॉपी मांगे तो आपको देनी पड़ेगी। और लास्ट में सेक्शन 57 का सबसेक्शन 3 ये कहता है कि आपको अपने सारी अकाउंटिंग के पासवर्ड्स अथॉरिटीज़ को प्रोवाइड करने हैं। तो हमें अपने एसएससीज को ADT 01 आने के बाद ये प्रिपरेशन करानी है कि रूल 56 और 57 की अगर बात चली तो हम फ्लॉप हो जाएंगे, इसलिए पहले से तैयारी कर लो। और अगर अभी तक ADT 01 नहीं आए हैं तो अपने एसएससी को एक ब्लैक एंड वाइट में मेल डाल दो कि ये लॉ कहता है, ये कर लो। तो कल को ADT वाले जब आएंगे और वो ऑब्जेक्शन लगाएंगे कि ये चीज़ आपके सॉफ्टवेयर में नहीं है, तो यू एज प्रोफेशनल वुड बी प्रोटेक्टेड कि वी हैव इंटीमेटेड यू इन एडवांस। एक ये CBIC ऑडिट मैनुअल है, ये बात लास्ट में ये करती है कि अगर हम ADT 01 का रिप्लाई ना दे तो, ये भी तो आपका क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए ना। मुझे पता है ना कोई पूछेगा कि जी हम ADT 01 का रिप्लाई ना दें तो 122 में पेनल्टी है, नहीं है। पेनल्टी के पूरे प्रोविजंस में कहीं पेनल्टी है, नहीं है। CBIC का मैनुअल कहता है कि ऑफिसर को एक रिमाइंडर देना पड़ेगा, और मैं रिमाइंडर पे भी अगर नहीं आऊँ तो उसको एक अनदर लेटर देना पड़ेगा, और मैं अगर अनदर लेटर पे भी रिस्पॉन्ड ना करूँ तो वो ऑडिट टीम उस पर्टिकुलर केस को ऑडिट कमिश्नरेट के पास प्रॉपर एक्शन के लिए ट्रांसफ़र कर देंगे, और फिर आपके पास सीधा 74 का एक्शन होगा या 67 का एक्शन होगा सर्च का, विच वुड बी मच बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर यू। फिर हंसते हो यार। मैंने स्टार्टिंग में ही कहा था मैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की बात करूंगा। तो ये मेरा एक मेन कंटेंशन था ऑडिट के बारे में, और सेम एप्लीकेबल है आपके असेसमेंट के बारे में। बाकी नीचे कुछ स्लाइड्स थोड़ी सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी हैं, वो आप स्वयं पढ़ सकते हो। अब मैं आपके डिनर के बीच में नहीं आ रहा हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. We will only take 2 questions. Anyone, I know you might be having a lot of questions. We'll take only 2, and then you can connect offline with the sir, at the time of lunch. Anyone? All are answered. Yes, please.
देख लो सर, सबसे कम क्वेश्चन है, इसका मतलब या तो कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आया है। Yes, your good name.
Sir, my name is Nirmal Jain. In table regarding time barring limitation, for financial year 17-18, time limit to pass order is 5th February. So 3 months means it is to be issued.
73 ऑलरेडी टाइम बार हो चुका है।
टाइम बार हो चुका है।
विमल जी का क्वेश्चन ये है कि 73 का एक्शन मैंने लिखा फरवरी 23 के अंदर ख़त्म हो जाएगा, तो 3 महीने पहले नोटिस देना होता है। अभी दिसंबर चल रहा है, तो 73 का कोई भी एक्शन 17-18 का अब नहीं हो सकता। एम आई राइट सर? एक ही क्वेश्चन है सर गौतम जी।
नहीं सर, एक्सक्यूज मी।
यस सर।
सर, इन केस ऑफ DRC 07, this mode of service of notice will apply. Can we take defense?
बैठ जाइए सर। देखो, कई बार DRC 07 अगर नोटिस हमारे पास आता है, यानी कि असेसमेंट ऑर्डर उसको हम कह सकते हैं, एडजुडिकेशन ऑर्डर उसको हम कह सकते हैं, और हमें एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम तक अपील फाइल करनी है और वो निकल गया टाइम, तो नॉर्मली हम हताश हो जाते हैं। आपको हताश होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप वो डेट बोलो कि मेरे को ये नोटिस मेल के द्वारा इस डेट को मैंने पढ़ा है, वो डेट मानी जाएगी सर्विस की। ठीक है जी। और जो मैंने दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का डिसीजन आपको दिया है, उसके अंदर ये मेंशन्ड है कि डीमिंग फिक्शन नहीं है लॉ के अंदर कि जिस दिन मेल शूट कर दी उस दिन नोटिस डीम टू हैव बीन रिसीव्ड। जिस दिन उसने मेल पढ़ी उस दिन वो नोटिस डीम टू हैव बीन रिसीव्ड माना जाएगा।
थैंक यू सर।
ठीक है। और नहीं भी है तो आप जोर लगा के लड़ो, मैं दिल्ली से एक बार फिर आ जाऊंगा। थैंक यू।
So now I request our coordinator CA Sanjay sir to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks for the session.
First of all, I would like to thank WIRC and the entire team for giving this the opportunity to me, for giving a hearty vote of thanks to the learned speaker, CA Virender Chauhan. Friends, you will agree that the topic given to him, scrutiny of returns and audit by the GST department, he has covered various sections of the Act for audit and assessment. He covered in simple and lucid manner various sections of section 7, 8, and various other 10 important sections where he has guided us to go through. Also covered section 65, all important 10 sections. He also kept the participants alive, and he has given us the professional opportunities for this assessment procedure to consider points such as jurisdiction, then a reply to notice received, notice by matter barred by limitations, procedural errors, important judgments by Supreme Court also has been covered by him. He has also guided us for the burden of proof on not on behalf of as an SSCR but on behalf of department also. Also given an importance of the substance for the notice what to be served. And he has also guided us for there is no sort of deeming provisions for serving of notices where he has highlighted, and many other important sections he has covered in that. And he has also guided us with the digital records maintenance, CBIC audit manual reference. And friends, with this, I request all of you to propose a hearty vote of thanks with a loud applause to speaker. Thank you, sir.
कमाल कर दिया सर आपने तो पूरा ही लॉ रिपीट कर दिया थैंक यू
So the lunch break will be for 45 minutes. We will sharp start at 3:15 our next section. So 3:15 we will start our next session. Thank you.
So welcome back. I hope you had a very delicious lunch. Am I right? So it is difficult to awake all of you after such a delicious lunch. So I am trying my best to awake all of you. I request our Central Council member Priti Savla ma'am and the speaker of the session Viral ma'am and the coordinator Bharat Jain to come on the dais, please. So we will wait for another 5 minutes. We are waiting for more audience also. So dignitaries on the dais, our Central Council member Priti Savla ma'am and the speaker of the session Viral ma'am and the coordinator Bharat Jain and our youngest regional council member Ankit Rathi and Gautam Lat and our dynamic chairman of WIRC Murtuza Kachwala. So friends, I want to talk you something that when we are discussing about this program, Gautam bhai talked me that whether we will get a 400 audience or not, because I belong from the same area. So I said we will get more than 500, and I assured chairman sir also that we will get more than 500. And today we have more than 550 registration. Let's have a big round of applause for each one of you, because I am more confident from the side of you that you will come over here and participate in such a big conference. Friends, when we are discussing about the opportunity, in this year, we at WIRC empowering our members from the knowledge sharing and with the various opportunities available in our profession. ESG, as Priti Savla madam is here, she will talk about ESG also. So in ESG also, we are developing sustainability standard as discussed by Murtuza bhai also. And apart from that, when we are talking about GST, we all seen that department is imparting various technology and providing us auto-populated data in our returns. So at the same time, we also should try to inculcate with the technology, because change is inevitable and we have to adopt the technology in our day-to-day practice. With these, I like to invite Central Council member Priti Savla ma'am to share his thoughts with all of you.
Thank you, Saurabh, for starting this session. And after lunch, the session is very difficult. Everyone will agree that after delicious lunch, it is very difficult. But the classification will taken by Viral Madam will keep us awake, right? Awake, arise, and rise to the level which is not achieved so far. So welcome Viral Madam on behalf of WIRC and GST committee, the national program which is organized. So my compliments to team WIRC, chairman and all the regional council members for organizing this wonderful program under the guidance of Rajendra Kumarji and Umesh Sharma, chairman and vice chairman respectively, and our co-opted members of GST committee are also there as a speaker, and other members. The next we have the panel discussion, and the panelists, I have seen them over here. They are also already there, Mr. Krishnan, Mr. Jayesh Gogri, and other Amitabh Khemka ji are also here. So friends, as Saurabh has told, I'll speak about ESG. I have not been told to speak, but since he has already told that I will speak about ESG, let me take 2 minutes out of the session and speak about my committees. I have been given charge as a vice chair of Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, Corporate Laws and Corporate Governance Committee, and Women Members Empowerment Committee. Yesterday we had the council meeting, and one of the very earmarking thing we have done is opening up our practices frontiers abroad. So we have opened up the reciprocity agreement with US and Canada, and members are now open to practice over there for accountancy, bookkeeping, and those areas, management, consultancy services. And yesterday we had the council meeting, and we have taken decision in yesterday's council meeting. As regards to Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, next 5 years are all about sustainability, friends. At present, from 1/4/23, BRSR, that is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting, is mandatory for top 1,000 listed companies on the basis of their market cap. But as in the Glasgow COP26 conference at Glasgow, our Honorable Prime Minister already announced that by 2070, India wants to be carbon neutral, and by 2030, certain measures that Panchamrut as regards to environment, social and governance, he has already announced, and entire things from the top is taking shape in this phase only as regards to ESG and sustainability. Over a period of time, this may be applicable to other companies, other listed companies, and others also. As in 2017, 1st July 2017, GST has become applicable, and the 5 years were GST. No doubt it is a ongoing area, but the 5 years were very important because GST has come. So this now next 5 years are in that relation, I can say, for sustainability and ESG. We have certificate course on BRSR, so you can go through that. It is online only, or you can visit the website. And as regards to SDGs, that is 17 SDGs, sustainability development goals, which are defined by UN. We are doing a lot of efforts. Again, a new concept is about social stock exchange. So listing of NGOs and charitable trust on stock exchange. So new stock exchange has already been formed under BSE and NSE, that is Bombay Stock Exchange, and National Stock Exchange, that is called Social Stock Exchange. So these NGOs and charitable trust with certain criterias will be eligible to get listed, and they will issue the bonds, that is zero coupon, zero discount bonds that will be traded on the stock exchange. They'll be able to issue the equities, and all these things will take place. More transparency at present, even if we give certain donation to some education society or any charitable trust, we don't know how our funds have been actually utilized. So these things will bring more transparency. We have formed one SRO, that is self-regulatory organization, that is 100% subsidiary of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. It is Institute of Social Auditors of India, and this will regulate the social audits. So the NGOs which will be listed on social stock exchange, the audit of these NGOs will be done by social auditors. This will be totally non-financial audits. So all, whether, for example, if it is an education institute and they will educate 1,000 children per year, so actually how much funds they have received and how much baseline and top line they have actually achieved. Actually they have whether educated 1,000 students. So the SEBI is the regulatory authority, and they have put entire focus and faith on Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and we have developed this 16 social audit standards and social audit framework, and they are already been out. You can visit the website of the institute, you will find it, and you can give the exam which will be taken by NISM to be qualified as a social auditor. So these are certain initiative. In the shortest possible time, we have taken up these measures, and I am very happy that to be part of this Institute of Social Auditors of India also, and as a technical inputs I have given for social audit standards, which are the new things in the India. At a world, we have one of the first institute having a separate sustainability board, and we are happy for that. Another initiative, since last 9 years at ICAI at a regional level, I used to get lot of calls from the students and the members that my work is not getting done, or sometimes institute to phone ही नहीं उठा रही है, या इंस्टीट्यूट में किसको फ़ोन करना है. And I can understand the pain of our members and students. It is your own institute, and why you have to actually connect with any RCM or CCM to get the work done. And as a part of that initiative, the very first thing when I entered as a Central Council member, I thought that we should have a call, connectivity with the institute for members and students, and accordingly we have started this, and we have started ICAI call Sahayata. You can take down the number 9975 9975. This is ICAI call Sahayata number. You dial from your registered mobile number with the institute, and you will have a fantastic experience. Friends, it has taken 9 to 10 months to bring out this national call center. We had formed a group. I am the joint convener of this group, and we had brought 1,100 FAQs for this, so that normal queries of students and members, how to fill Form 9 or how to fill Form 2 for becoming the member, GMCS or ITT, or firm retirement or new name, how to get new name of the firm, how to use SSP portal, all these queries will be answered by this call Sahayata. We have 1,100 FAQs for this call center, which are the regular queries of the members what we used to receive. So please connect if you find any difficulty. We had actually had a beta launch of this call center in our World Congress last day by the hands of our Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, and this is at a testing level. If you find any difficulty, please feel free to connect. We had got good support from our regional council members also for this call center, building up FAQs. And this is how we are working at the Institute 24/7. Feel free to connect any of the council members for your queries and any support required, or any, if you have anything to suggest, please feel free so that we can take these matters as a policy also. Institute is all yours. You all are brand ambassadors of the Institute, and I am very happy that all of you have gathered in large numbers. I have seen it is not from Kandivali, but the members have come from Mulund, Ghatkopar, and South Bombay also to attend this wonderful 2-day seminar. I wish you all the best, and once again my compliments to WIRC and GST committee. Thank you very much.
Friends, I was the coordinator for FAQ formation, so I can say this is really a big help to all the members and students. Let's appreciate with the big round of applause to Priti ma'am for such a big help. Now I request Priti Savla ma'am to present memento to our speaker of the session. Bouquet and memento, please. Now I request coordinator Bharat Jain to introduce faculty of the session, Viral ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thankful to the WIRC and Mr. Saurabh Ajmera to giving me this opportunity to introduce our faculty of this session, Viral Khandhar, for the classification concepts in the GST. Her first professional instinct was as a regional credit manager at the ICAI Bank, but her interest in the accounting, legal research, taxes and consulting. So she had left the job from the ICAI Bank and joined as an indirect tax manager at the Sanjeev Chauhan Associates, and now she is a partner at Sanjeev Chauhan Associates. So she is serving various private clients for the basics of the GST and implementation of the GST in various corporates and organizations. Now, she has hand-holding experience in implementing GST, and she now addresses certain core areas of indirect taxes at the institute, as well as various study circles, with the prospect of enhancing her own skills and skill sets of relevant and holistic knowledge of the subject. She now assists in consulting and litigation of the currently firm at Sanjeev Chauhan Associates. Her topic is classification concepts in the GST, like HSN code, applicable rates. She is also licensed with the government departments for the classification of GST, HSN code and rates. So now I am welcome to the CA Viral Khandhar with the big round of applause to taking this session for classification concepts in the GST. Over to you, ma'am. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. To the Central Council members, to the Regional Council members, and the GST and Indirect Taxes Committee of ICAI, I welcome you all for this discussion on classification in GST. So I'll try my best to keep it as interactive as possible, given the fact that it is post-lunch. And not much time is there. I have around 45 minutes to 1 hour to discuss and deliberate on classification. So this aim of classification session today is not to discuss any cases or anything. Here we are going to be discussing on how do you go about doing classification and what is the need for classification in GST. So I'm sure all of you all would have expected, at least when reading who's a speaker, you would have expected a male person standing here, given my name. But so that is one of the first issues of classification, I think, which we are facing right now, right? So yeah, I'm very used to this problem, and especially in Bombay, where people really relate to the names, right? In Chennai, they don't know Viral means it's usually from a particular community. So yeah, how many of you have advised your clients on the tax rates? Any advice given to clients what tax rate they should follow? Or any exemption which is applicable to them? Anyone advise their clients? No one. Right? You would have, I'm sure, definitely, at least if not today, in 2017, definitely you would have advised clients as to now, when the new regime is coming in, how you're supposed to tax a transaction. And for those who said, yes, they have given the advice, have you given the advice over a phone call, over WhatsApp? Just one text message, ye particular product ka kya rate hoega? That is how they ask. And how many of you have actually advised and gone ahead and encouraged such clients to ask you such questions? You can be open, no problem. There's nothing wrong which you've done. So I've seen so many cases where, just on a WhatsApp group, एक मैसेज आ जाता है कि इसका HSN कोड क्या रहेगा, इसका SAC कोड क्या रहेगा. I mean, ये जो क्वेश्चन है, ये पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक मैं अभी इधर छोड़ देती हूँ. एट द एंड ऑफ द सेशन आपको पता चलेगा कि आपने कितनी बड़ी गलती की है, इफ़ एट ऑल यू हैव रिप्लाइड ओवर व्हाट्सएप और ओवर अ फोन कॉल. ओके, so this thing is, if there is classification, what is the implication of your advice, of you not going through the required information or the required tools available in classification? आपने कितनी बड़ी गलती की होगी अगर आपने इसको कुछ भी देखे बिना आपने अगर एक रेट ऑफ टैक्स एडवाइस किया होगा या एक सिंपल SAC कोड या HSN कोड भी एडवाइस किया होगा. आपको पता चलेगा एट द एंड ऑफ दिस सेशन, राइट? सो नाउ क्लासिफिकेशन वेरी आई थिंक किसी को शायद पता भी नहीं है कि एक क्लासिफिकेशन करते क्या है और इसकी इम्प्लीकेशंस क्या है. हमने सिर्फ बहुत सारे न्यूज़ आर्टिकल्स देखे होंगे कि पराठा और रोटी का क्या है, कुछ कन्फ्यूजन है उसमें, पराठा रोटी है, रोटी पराठा नहीं है. ऑल दोज काइंड ऑफ इश्यूज हैव बिन देयर. इट वाज अ वेरी लॉट ऑफ डिस्कशन हैपन, स्पेशली दैट साउथ इंडियन का एक फेमस पराठा बोलते हैं उसको मलाबार पराठा करके, तो उसका डिस्प्यूट चल रहा था. So like this, you would have seen many such news clippings on how classification disputes have been, taking the attention of all the media. पापड़ और फ्रायम्स का confusion था कि पापड़ फ्रायम है क्या है, how is it supposed to be considered as a snack या उसका कोई अलग HSN कोड भी रहेगा करके, और फिर HSN कोड का है तो फिर टैक्स रेट क्या आएगा उसका, फिर कार सीट्स का था. तो इतने सारे आई थिंक ये जो बहुत इश्यूज थे बिकॉज ऑफ डिफरेंट टैक्स रेट्स. सो एवरी वन यू कैन सी पीपल सेइंग दैट जुलाई में तो बोला था कि 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स होने वाला है, बट जब नोटिफिकेशंस आया तब वी हैविंग एटलीस्ट 6 डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ टैक्स रेट्स, और अभी तो बढ़ा दिया गया है. जुलाई 2022 में एक और टैक्स रेट इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया गया है. तो डू यू थिंक दिस इज राइट बाय हैविंग सो मेनी टाइप्स ऑफ टैक्स रेट्स? But do you think, yes, it is, we have difficulties in implementation जब इतने सारे tax rates रहते हैं तब, but अगर एक ही tax rate रहा, is it possible for a country of the size of India that एक ही tax rate रहेगा? तो चाहे फिर आप हवाई चप्पल खरीदो या फिर Mercedes Benz लो, आपको सिर्फ एक ही tax pay करना पड़ेगा. Is it fair? No, right? So this is the whole reason, and people sit and compare with other countries, like Singapore में तो एक ही tax rate है. In other small countries, but Singapore की size तो has the size of one state in India. It's just one small part of India. Okay, look at the size, look at the magnitude of our society, of our population. It is not at all possible to have one single tax rate. So yes, another professional opportunity for us, because there are multiple tax rates. So because of that, there's going to be a lot of disputes on classification. How many of you have signed initially 99C without discussing on classification? सबने? हम तो बस 2A, 2B, 3B, GSTR 1, financial statements, उनके turnover reconcile कर दे, ITC reconcile हो जाए, बस है. But have you ever thought कि ये जो SAC कोड जो tax rate client follow कर रहा है वो सही है या नहीं? अगर वो ही नहीं सही है तो फिर ITC लिया नहीं लिया, क्या turnover है, क्या tax pay किया, does not matter at all because everything is wrong that means. तो basically आपने 990 जो certify किया होगा वो गलत किया होगा. If at all SAC कोड या HSN कोड गलत निकलता है तो. Say for example, a simple case I'll tell you. A person is running a restaurant. What is the tax rate for restaurants? Again, depending upon whether it is a part of the declared tariff, all those ifs and buts are there. What if that restaurant is also selling certain food items, say mixtures? I mean, Gujaratis love fafda, farsan items, right? Even I'm also one of them. So when these items are being sold as part of the restaurant, उसका HSN कोड क्या रहेगा? First of all, मेरा question ये है कि वो supply of goods है या supply of service? Selling of food items, you go there, you tell इतने grams के इतने kgs का pack करके दो, तो ये goods हुआ, service हुआ. Sure? How is it goods? आपने schedule 2 देखा है? उसमें जो activities deemed to be certain activities and transactions deemed to be treated as a supply of goods or service. उसमें तो बोला गया कि services of food and beverage in any form whatsoever for human consumption. Served in a hotel कहाँ लिखा है उसमें? They are not referring to hotel. SAC entry में क्या लिखा था? Eating joint, mess, canteen by whatever name called. तो ये गुड्स हुआ, सर्विस हुआ. आज तक मैंने आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू फाइंड द करेक्ट आंसर. मेरा रोज आंसर बदलता है इसका. एंड आई एम नॉट एबल टू एडवाइज माई क्लाइंट कि इसका क्या HSN कोड या SAC कोड करना चाहिए. बिकॉज इसमें डायरेक्ट इम्प्लीकेशन किस पे आता है? ITC पे, राइट? बिकॉज जब 5% इज विदाउट ITC फॉर रेस्टोरेंट्स, तो ही कैन नॉट टेक ITC ऑफ एनीथिंग. सो लाइक दीज डिस्प्यूट्स देयर आर मेनी. And it is not only for services. If you look at even goods, यही issue उसमें भी है. So I'll be covering the need for classification. Why? We all know that because of multiple tax rates, there is going to be confusion, and this classification, मैं बोलूँगी कि department की तरफ से और assessees और taxpayers की तरफ से, दोनों की तरफ से ये topic पूरा का पूरा ignore हुआ है. I took a session yesterday for department officers in Chennai yesterday. उनको नहीं पता कि ये सब टूल्स है, ये सब करना है, ये सब देखना पड़ता है. They are not aware कि classification itself is such a big area for them for revenue collection. And I was telling them, आपको नहीं पता तो assessee को भी नहीं पता है. I have not seen any client discussing on classification कि इसका HSN कोड क्या होना चाहिए, what is my business model, कुछ restructuring कर सकते हैं क्या कि अगर tax rate का कुछ we can take advantage of any of the tax rates. None of us are even well equipped to advise our clients on these particular aspects. So what are the tools available for classification? We will be discussing. So tomorrow when you get an issue on classification, the aim of my session would be कि आप at least mentally you go through whatever we are discussing today, and then you will advise your client on classification. Till date, I have not given any advice on classification for free of cost. No advice at all, nothing on WhatsApp, nothing on phone. I will tell the client, you either come to my office or I'll come to your office. I will want to see what is the product which you're dealing with. And till now, whatever I have handled, I have also gone to the factory to check what is the manufacturing process. और जो information उन्होंने मैंने को पहले दी थी, and what I actually went and saw over there, बहुत फर्क था उसमें. I do not want to have his version of the product. I want to see what is actually being undertaken, what is actually being manufactured or produced. Only then I will be in a better position to understand. Have you ever thought of discussing what is the product? Have you ever seen what your client is dealing with? Data आ गया, हमने return file कर दिया, बस हो गया. we'll meet in next income tax जब due date आएगा तब हम मिलेंगे. That is how it is. That is I would say the sad state of affairs which we are in. And now when GST is coming in and with these tax rates, I'm telling you classification is a very, very important topic, and all department officers are going to be behind these particular issues of classification. Right? I'll take another example. हमने तो services का discuss किया था. What about goods? Goods में ही सबसे ज़्यादा difficulty होती है to decide on the classification. Now I have before you heading 2201. ये HSN code है. Discussing on water. Entry reads as water including natural or artificial mineral waters and aerated waters not containing added sugar or other sweetening matter. Ye entry is prescribing the HSN codes for water. Now what if your client is a supplier of water? Have you checked how is he supplying the water? Is it by a tanker? Is it by in packaged drinking water? Or is it in retail bottles? Or if at all it happens to be a government department, say a water board, जो municipal board रहेगा, when they are supplying water through tankers, so how will you tax that? Is it a supply of goods or supply of service? Again, the dispute is arising. And if you see under 2201, there are 4 types of tax rates under one single HSN code. Aerated water ho, purified hai ya nahi, treated sewage water hai ya nahi, all this is going to have an impact on the HSN code. There is no straight answer to this. Any question on classification cannot be answered in one single shot itself. It does not mean that you are not understanding or you do not know the subject. If you know the subject, you will definitely not give the answer immediately. And those people who are advising tax rates immediately, they do not know the subject. Right? So you have even nil rate over here. You are having 5%, 12%, as well as 18%. So be drinking water cans, which is of 20 liter bottle, then it is 12%. Otherwise, it is going to be at 18%. So like this, there are so many HSN codes. Under one HSN code, multiple tax rates are there. We've seen the case of fizzy drinks, aerated waters. इसके 2202 के अंदर आती है. Now, if your client is launching a new drink, okay, maybe say next summer season is coming, he's wanting to launch a drink which is basically water, उसमें soda add कर देते हैं, little bit of aeration, and some flavor is added. Or say 4 or 5 flavors he is launching, mango, lychee, also lemon and so on. अभी वो आपको फ़ोन करके पूछता है कि इसका HSN कोड क्या रहेगा, मेरे को क्या टैक्स रेट डालना है इसके लिए. अगर आप 2202 का हेडिंग देखेंगे, उसमें भी 4 रेट ऑफ टैक्स है. उसमें और इम्प्लीकेशन क्या है कि देयर आर सर्टेन टैक्सेस विच आर हैविंग सेस ऑल्सो अटैच्ड विद इट. तो रेट वेरीज राइट फ्रॉम 12% to 40%. इतना कन्फ्यूजन था बिकॉज ऑफ दीज डिफरेंट एडवांस रूलिंग्स विच वर फाइल्ड. तो अब तो CBIC ने आके क्लैरिफिकेशन इशू कर दिया कि जो भी एरेटेड ड्रिंक्स ऐसे बेची जाती है विच इज़ हैविंग स्वीटनेस एंड विच इज़ हैविंग फ्लेवर, एरेशन, predominantly made out of water, is to be taxed at 28% plus 12% cess of 40, so making it 40%. So this kind of disputes are there, in which none of us have even actually put our minds to understand and try to understand what is the product which is being launched by your client itself. Take another example you're having under 9503. Tricycles, scooters, pedal cars, and similar toys. So basically this 9503 is dealing with toy related items. उसमें अभी toys के लिए भी अलग रेट है. अभी electronic toys है तो अलग रेट है, non-electronic toys है तो अलग रेट है. So you are having 18% as well as 12% in this case. So like this, like I'm saying, so many cases are there. Within the same heading itself, there are many different types of tax rates. Take another example of a service. Say, what about your client? Whether he's trying to launch a new service, वो अभी गाड़ीज देने वाला है on rental basis. So जैसे requirement आती है वो rent पे दे देगा. He does not want a drivers का managing, drivers को देना and all that. He does not want to manage all that thing. He said मेरे पास गाड़ी है, मैं self drive cars दे देता हूँ rent पे. So point A to point B, they can book over my app. They can go to my website and book. What will be the tax rate for this service? If you look at this, there is heading 9966 and 9973. both these headings are discussing about rental services. The only differentiating factor between both these entries are whether it is with operator or without operator. If it is with operator, then you can have a tax rate of 18%. Again, depending upon the cost of fuel being included and all that. So maximum 18% can go. But if you're going to give without driver under 9973, the rate of tax is same rate as applicable for like goods. How much is the GST for cars? 28%. So a service is being taxed at 28%. So what we thought, services are always at 18%. So these disputes are there, and you will have to now go through the business model, go through the rental agreement. For all you know, you can advise your client, drivers ko manage kar lenge, at least 10% tax to bachega, right? From 28%, you can come down to 18% because you're giving transport services with operator. All confused? How will you manage now? How are you going to see? Are you trying to think in hindsight, आपने कुछ गलत advice दिया है client को इसके बारे में? Maybe you should have taken this extra. अभी ये सब issues है. We know there are classifications issues. So now, how do we proceed further? अभी, how do I set right whatever I have done? For that, we are going to discuss on the tools of classification which is available. Right? So the tax rate notification which we will be referring to is notification 1/2017, which is dealing with the tax rates applicable for goods. 2/2017 notification is dealing with tax rates applicable, exemptions applicable for goods. So 1 and 2 is for goods, 11 and 12 is for services. So 11 is dealing with tax rates for services, and 12 is discussing on exemptions for services. So when you have 4 different notifications, आपका पहला step of classification बनता है कि आपको ये decide करना है कि ये service or this particular supply is goods or is it service. That first step अगर आप कर सकते हैं, then you will be able to understand कि आपको कौन सी notification देखनी है. आपको 1 और 2/2017 देखना है या 11 और 12/2017. Because otherwise you are only going to be running from pillar to post, but you will not come to a proper conclusion. And if you look at the notifications 1 and 2/2017, it runs into pages. There are so many entries, so many schedules given with different types of tax rates, with different descriptions, and it becomes a very Herculean task to find out what is the HSN code. And sometimes even the client does not cooperate because they'll be like, बहुत सारे सवाल पूछते हैं ये लोग for asking just one simple tax rate. Even they are not understanding कि क्या implications होता है इसका. So what if you are following the wrong tax rate? What is the implication? आपको 18% चार्ज करना था, आपने 12% चार्ज करके क्लोज कर दिया. So what will happen tomorrow when the department comes in? The differential 6% which you have to pay, who's going to bear the cost? Do you think the client's client is going to oblige and give the balance 6% to them? Definitely not. उनका margin भी 6% नहीं रहेगा for all you know. So this can even lead to businesses being closed down because of following the wrong tax rate. And what if you're doing the vice versa? 12% pay करना था. Sorry, you had to pay 18%. I mean, you have to pay 12%, but you had paid 18%. आपको refund मिलेगा? Why? Principles of unjust enrichment आ जाती है, saying that you have not borne the incidence of tax, तो आपको refund नहीं मिलेगा. और वैसे भी आपने जो भी टैक्स के नाम पे कलेक्ट किया है वो तो आपको वैसे भी गवर्नमेंट को देना ही है. फिर आपको 18% कलेक्ट किए हैं या 28% डज नॉट मैटर. सो वॉट एवर इज इन द नेम ऑफ टैक्स हैज़ बिन कलेक्टेड. अब यही सिचुएशन पे अगर एक एग्जेम्पशन था, आपको नहीं पता था कि दैट पर्टिकुलर सप्लाई वॉज एग्जेम्प्टेड, आपने क्लाइंट को बोला कि लेट्स नॉट गेट इन टू दिस कन्फ्यूजन, जो भी टैक्स रेट है आप पे कर दीजिए, वैसे भी आपको कलेक्ट करके ही तो पे करना है, यू माइट एज वेल कलेक्ट एंड पे द टैक्स. एग्जेम्पशन सब लेंगे तो बहुत पक्का नोटिस आएगी, पक्का दे विल कम फॉर ऑडिट. व्हाट विल हैपन इन सच अ सिनेरियो देन? सीधा आईटीसी पे हाथ रखेंगे डिपार्टमेंट वाले. आपको जो आपने टैक्स के नाम पे कलेक्ट किया वो तो हमको मिल गया है, बट व्हेन एन आइटम इज एग्जेम्प्टेड हाउ कैन यू फॉलो एंड कलेक्ट टैक्स ऑन दैट? सेक्शन 11 का एक्सप्लेनेशन आ जाता है दैट व्हेन एन एक्सेम्पशन इज बीन प्रोवाइडेड इन द लॉ इट हैज़ टू बी एब्सोल्युटली फॉलोड. So straight away implication on ITC, a notice will come, reverse ITC, that's all. So these kind of issues are there and this implications is there. Another notion which I saw in many of my clients when they are actually distributors of certain FMCG companies. तो ये distributor आके बोलता है कि whatever is the HSN code, मैं तो कुछ नहीं कर रहा हूँ, I'm just taking and I'm selling it, that's all, I'm just a trader. तो जो HSN code FMCG company ने use किया है, I'm just going to use the same thing. मेरे client को 20 lakhs का demand आया है because of misclassification. And who's going to bear this? He will come and tell us, आपने क्यों नहीं देखा था ये? But I am not, you did not ask me about this HSN code. You should have come to me and checked with me whether जो भी HSN codes are you following in the GST regime is correct or not. You would just send me data. I don't even know what kind of product it is. I have been just doing whatever data you have been submitting, assuming that you have done all the required checks and balances. So now this 20 lakhs demand has come. Thankfully, the distributor supported him by saying that the issue has come to us also, and that is why the issue has come to you. So in classification, the whole chain gets affected, right from the manufacturer to the end consumer. Each and every person will have the impact of the wrong classification. ये issue erstwhile indirect tax regime में नहीं था. जब central excise था, we know that factory gate तक जो भी applicability duty का रहता है, that is there. After that, there's no implication of having any excise duty to be liable to be paid. But in GST, because of this one nation, one tax wala concept, the whole chain is going to be impacted. And not all distributors or all your suppliers are going to be supporting your client to pay the differential tax. So this is how the implication of classification and go. Please advise your clients that just because the big players in the market are following this HSN code, it does not mean that you also can follow it. They will have enough budget to appoint a very senior counsel to fight their case. But what about these people? They're not going to wait. Straight away section 79 ka recovery aa jayega unko. So that is how you have to tell them either you discuss it with your FMCG company, you take a legal written opinion from yourself. You please advise your clients to take a written opinion, tell them to submit it to the FMCG company and make a disclosure of that. So tomorrow when there's any liability, they can definitely take a reimbursement from their particular suppliers. So when you're coming to the tax rate notification 1/2017, a very great thing which has happened in GST is by way of this explanation and notification 1/2017. इसमें बोला गया है कि whatever are the section notes, chapter notes, explanatory notes, and whatever the wordings of tariff item, HSN code का मतलब क्या होता है, to understand all that, आपको first schedule to Customs Tariff Act refer करनी पड़ेगी. A very great change. Can anyone tell why? Why have they brought in first schedule to Customs Tariff Act into the GST law, and why is it so good? Sorry? This is because the first schedule to Customs Tariff Act is in line with the HSN coding system. तो ये HSN codes जो हम देखते हैं, it is not something like India has made these particular codes. India has not formulated any of these codes. India is a contracting party to the World Customs Organization's Convention on the HSN coding system. So when India is contracting party to the WCO's convention, this publication which is made by the WCO is being followed for levying taxes in our country in India, import duties and now under GST. So with this, India is now at par with all the other countries. Nearly 200 countries are following this HSN coding system. तो आप इधर बॉम्बे में बैठ के, you will be able to decide कि वो US वाले client को क्या HSN code follow करना चाहिए. Another great professional opportunity for us. Because what they are having the HSN code will be same in the US, in India, in China, in Australia, in the South Asian countries. Everywhere it's the same. It's the language of international trade. Now this HSN coding system जो WCO ने बनाया था, they've allotted one code for each and every product under the sun. ऐसा कोई भी product नहीं रहेगा जिसका HSN code नहीं है. Unless it is some new discovery, new invention कुछ रहेगा, तो उसका तो maybe आज नहीं है, कल definitely there will be an HSN code. Say for example mobile phones. किसी ने सोचा था कि ऐसा कोई instrument भी रहेगा. तो this HSN कोडिंग सिस्टम इतने सालों से हैं, it never had a code for mobile phones. Today in 2022 January उन्होंने HSN कोड एक अलॉट किया है for mobile phones. iPads, tablets जो हम बोलते हैं, उसका भी HSN कोड नहीं था. Today there is an HSN code for that. For the vaccine, पहले HSN कोड नहीं था, आज है. So like this, depending upon technological advances, HSN code is being allotted. So ये WCO क्या करती है? Every 5 years, they bring out an updated version of the HSN coding system. और जैसे ये लोग revise करते हैं, India is also changing its Customs Tariff Act. You have seen in the budget in 2022, so many changes in HSN codes have been notified because they want to align it with the HSN coding system of the WCO. And when I'm talking about 200 countries following this HSN coding system, I'm talking nearly about 99% of trade which is happening across the globe. So this is a very, very scientific, very, very comprehensive coding system which India is now also following in GST. So now India is also at par with all the other countries. So this is a very great thing where they brought about this particular small entry through which the Customs Tariff Act is coming into the GST law. So another advantage is, पुराने जो भी cases थे classification के, from the central excise regime as well as in the customs which is there, sub cases today is also applicable in the GST law. तो अगर आपका कोई भी client का कुछ issue है और आपके favor में कोई भी classification dispute था जिसका decision Supreme Court ने नहीं तो High Court ने लिया है, then definitely you can rely upon those cases to advise your client on what is the correct HSN code to be used. That decision will help you a lot, and you have to go through the way they have analyzed and come to the conclusion. That will also give you a lot of learnings कि आपको कैसे पढ़ना है पूरा HSN coding system. तो हम बच गए because first schedule to Customs Tariff Act is coming into GST. जो भी था पहले की understanding वो आज भी है. People who have been practicing under the VAT, that is the VAT laws of the different states, उनको तो शायद थोड़ी डिफ़िकल्टी पड़ेगी बिकॉज वैट रेट्स में तो हर एक वैट लॉ के शेड्यूल्स थे फॉर अलग अलग टाइप्स ऑफ टैक्स रेट्स, बट व्हेन इट्स कमिंग टू सेंट्रल एक्साइज एंड सर्विस टैक्स एंड कस्टम्स, ये सब एप्लीकेबल GST में भी हो जाता है. सो नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू एन इंट्रोडक्शन टू द फर्स्ट शेड्यूल टू कस्टम्स टैरिफ एक्ट. हैज़ एनीवन सीन द फर्स्ट शेड्यूल टू कस्टम्स टैरिफ एक्ट? यस. इट इज़ नियरली 1000 to 1500 पेजेस. कोई भी पब्लिकेशन ले लो, आपको 2 वॉल्यूम्स के नीचे मिलेगा ही नहीं. मिनिमम 2 वॉल्यूम्स ऑफ बुक्स इज गोइंग टू बी देयर. और अभी आपको बाय टुमारो क्लाइंट आज फ़ोन करेगा, मेरे को कल तक HSN कोड बोल देना. हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू सी दिस 1000 पेजेस? हर एक, और आपको फॉर एग्जांपल पेप्सी ले लो या कोको कोला ले लो, आपको HSN कोड में पेप्सी कोला कुछ नहीं लिखा होगा. वो जनरली आप 5-star होटल्स में जाते हैं ना, दे डिस्क्राइब certain very basic items, एकदम deep, एकदम English में एकदम, but ultimately it's actually supposed to be idli or dosa only, right? वो एकदम they give it out in such a fancy way. Same is the HSN coding system. आपको soft drinks करके भी entry नहीं मिलेगी, आपको aerated waters वैसी एंट्री आएगी. तो आपको अभी you have to find out कि कौन सी HSN कोड में शायद ये प्रोडक्ट क्लासीफाई हो सकता है. तो इतने 5000 HSN कोड्स में से आपको एटलीस्ट 2 निकालने पड़ेंगे, वो भी कल तक, टू टेल योर क्लाइंट व्हाट इज सपोज टू बी द टैक्स रेट फॉर टू बी एप्लीकेबल. सो टू सिंप्लीफाई दिस प्रोसेस ऑफ गोइंग थ्रू सो मेनी पेजेस, we need to understand what is the first schedule to customs tariff act, उसका structure basically क्या है. So for that we have seen that it is divided into sections, chapters, headings, subheadings, tariff items. Okay, that is nothing but the basic design of having this HSN coding system. You have broad groupings at a section level. Under sections, you'll have chapters. Under chapters, headings. Under headings, subheadings, and tariff item. Those who all would like to know, you should definitely note down this hierarchy because this will give you an understanding कि मेरे को sections देखना है, chapters देखना है. How do I navigate this 1500 pages? ये आपको बहुत हेल्प करेगा टू अंडरस्टैंड कौन सा वेयर एग्जैक्टली आई नीड टू टारगेट टू फाइंड आउट द HSN कोड. एंड टू ऐड टू द कन्फ्यूजन, यू हैव 21 sections, 98 chapters, 1200 headings, 5200 subheadings. And subheadings means at a 6-digit level. हमको 8 digits फाइंड आउट करना है टू फाइंड आउट व्हाट इज द करेक्ट टैक्स रेट, बिकॉज हर एक टैक्स एक ही हेडिंग के अंदर गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत सारे टैक्सेस नोटिफाई किए, जैसे वी सीन फॉर वाटर एंड फॉर एरेटेड वाटर्स ऑल्सो. सो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट आपको कंपल्सरली आपको 8 डिजिट HSN कोड फाइंड आउट करना ही पड़ेगा. ओनली देन यू विल बी एबल टू सी कि 8 डिजिट के लिए भी HSN कोड दिया गया है या नहीं. So just to give you a brief overview, sections means like section 1 dealing with live animals, horses, dogs, सबका भी HSN code है, right? Section 2 dealing with vegetable products, section 7 plastics and articles and so on, और section 21 देखेंगे तो works of art, collectors, pieces and antiques. तो ऐसे 21 broad groupings दिए गए हैं. And it is being arranged in an increasing order of manufacturing process required. जो complex रहता है, it's towards the end of the HSN coding system, and what is more naturally available, that is at the beginning. So live animals, fruits, products, vegetables, and so on and so forth. This is the arrangement of the sections. Under these sections, now say for example, if I'm taking section 2, vegetable products, then in that I have chapter 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. तो ऐसे एक hierarchy बनी है, where different chapters are being dedicated to different types of vegetable products. So you have live trees, you'll have edible vegetables, fruits, nuts, and so on. So now this is going to help you easily कि मेरे को कहाँ पे जाके देखना पड़ेगा कि what will be the tax rate applicable और HSN code क्या है. Now if when I open chapter 10, which is discussing on cereals, for that each type of cereal is having a different HSN code. Wheat का अलग है, rice का अलग है, oats का, maize का, and all those things. फिर राइस के अंदर जाके देखूंगी तो इट इज़ बीइंग सर्टेन एडिशनल डिजिट्स आर बीइंग एडेड और डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ राइस का भी HSN कोड है. सो इफ हियर यू कैन सी देयर इज अप टू 6 डिजिट कोड इज अवेलेबल. जो WCO का HSN कोडिंग सिस्टम है उन्होंने भी सिर्फ 6 कोड्स का ही बनाया है, बट इट इज़ लेफ्ट टू ऑल द कंट्रीज. आपकी जो रिक्वायरमेंट कैसी है फॉर ईच पर्टिकुलर कंट्री के हिसाब से यू कैन ऐड फर्दर 2 डिजिट्स. तो इंडिया ने 8 डिजिट कोड बनाया है, 8 डिजिट्स. अभी जो बासमती राइस है इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू बी अवेलेबल अक्रॉस द ग्लोब. दिस इज समथिंग विच इज़ देयर ओनली इन आवर कंट्री. तो उन्होंने जो रिक्वायरमेंट देखी कि वी शुड हैव अ सेपरेट HSN कोड फॉर बासमती राइस. उसके लिए दे हैव मेड एडिशनल 2 डिजिट्स हैज़ बिन एडेड फॉर बासमती राइस, एंड दैट इज़ हाउ दे विल कीप अ ट्रैक ऑफ कितना बेसिकली ट्रेड स्टैटिस्टिक्स चाहिए उनको टू हाउ मच इज एक्सपोर्टेड, इम्पोर्टेड एंड सो ऑन, ताकि उसके हिसाब से दे कैन कीप चेंजिंग देयर पॉलिसीज. So that is how 8 digits have been made in India. How many digits is there in US? Can anyone guess? US has 6 digits. US has 10 digits. They want as much as information possible of what is the trade happening in their country so that they will know कि कौन सी policy कब change करनी है. 10 digits. What about Germany, France? 11 digits. China also is 10, but Germany and France are following 11 digits of classification. So, sorry? इसके लिए मैं आज इधर हूँ सर. So you have 8 digits at least for a classification in the case of Customs Tariff Act. So now when I'm looking at the HSN code, say of roses, I'm looking at 06031100. So that is the 8-digit code for roses. इसके अंदर इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? If I open that Customs Tariff Act, उसमें if I look at the 6th chapter, 3rd heading, 11 sub-heading, तो मेरे को roses का classification मिल जाएगा. That is what is the meaning behind this HSN code. It's not some random digits which are being combined together and it has been put. आप इधर देखेंगे तो section जो हमारा first step of hierarchy था, वो इसमें नहीं है. Sections is given only ताकि आपको 1500 pages जब देखना होता है तो it's easier for you to do तो आपको पता चलेगा कि कौन सा टॉपिक जाके देखना पड़ेगा आपको. So sections is not having any implications in the GST code, I mean in the HSN code. It starts only from the chapter and right up to tariff item. So when I'm saying tariff item, it means an 8-digit code. So how do you find this tariff codes? How do you find out कि ठीक है मैंने फर्स्ट शील्ड टू कस्टम्स टैरिफ एक्ट भी ले ली, आई हैव फाउंड दिस थिंग्स. अभी मेरे को क्या हुआ है कि आई हैव फाउंड मोर देन 2 कोड्स. डेफिनेटली ऐसे होएगा कि देयर विल बी मोर देन 2 कोड्स वेयर योर प्रोडक्ट कैन बी क्लासिफाइड. तो अभी ये कन्फ्यूजन कैसे सॉर्ट आउट करेंगे? फॉर दैट यू नीड दिस टूल्स ऑफ क्लासिफिकेशन. सो यू हैव सेक्शन नोट्स, चैप्टर नोट्स, सप्लीमेंट्री नोट्स, HSN explanatory notes, general rules of interpretation, and any judicial precedents or the judicial theories which is being formulated by our courts. So these 6 tools, I will say these are the weapons of classification. आपके हाथ में ये बहुत काम आएगा when you are going to do classification, because आपको to find out sort of the confusion between 2 HSN codes, these section notes, chapter notes is going to tell you a lot of information about what these different terms mean in that particular HSN coding system. So what is section notes? Like we said, 21 sections है. तो आप जब custom tariff act खोलेंगे, तो at the beginning of every section, just before the section is going to begin, you are going to have something called as section notes. It is like a disclaimer कि ये particular section में अगर ये terminology use किया गया है, it means this. Aerated waters का मतलब ये है. What is beverage? इसका मतलब ये है. कितना पानी होना चाहिए, कितना aeration होना चाहिए, सब उसमें mention किया गया आता है. So you have to now take that information, collect it from your client, कि ये सब information दो ताकि मैं HSN code find out कर सकूँ. So this is how you have to do this exercise of classification. Section notes very very important. आप जो first schedule customs tariff act खरीदेंगे, उसके अंदर ही आपको section notes भी मिल जाएंगे. Similarly, chapter notes है. So at the beginning of every chapter, we had seen chapter dealings with serials and all that, right? So in that, at the beginning of the chapter, I'll have certain chapter notes. Again, another a small disclaimer is being given over there. कि what does rice mean? Basmati rice का मतलब क्या है? What is rice in the husk? What is brown rice? What is paddy? वो सब explanations दिए गए होंगे. So that information is legally applicable, and you definitely have to read the section notes and chapter notes. It is not optional. वो read करके अगर आपके HSN code के लिए एक कोई भी chapter note या section note है, you definitely have to read that. And only then you will be able to come to a conclusion कि दोनों में से एक कौन सा applicable HSN code रहेगा. Then you have something called as supplementary notes. This is left to each and every country. अभी country की जैसी requirement है, उनको कुछ additional notes डालने हैं. They will put. In chapter 21, it's dealing with the all the residual items, food related residual items. उसमें एक supplementary note दिया गया है, because confusion था central excise में कि भुजिया, mixture, छबीना, all these snacks, फरसान items का classification क्या होएगा? ये तो HSN code में तो नहीं मिलेगा, WCO तो नहीं दिए होंगे. So for that, because of a residual entry being available, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने एक नोट डाल दिया कि जब मिक्सचर्स, भुजियाज, ऐसे कोई भी स्नैक्स हो, देन इट विल गेट क्लासिफाइड अंडर दिस पर्टिकुलर HSN कोड विच इज़ 2106. तो तब एक सप्लीमेंट्री नोट की हेल्प से दे हैव क्लैरिफाइड एंड सेटल्ड द डिस्प्यूट्स. देन यू हैव HSN एक्सप्लेनेटरी नोट्स. तो आपने तो फर्स्ट शेड्यूल कस्टम्स टैरिफ एक्ट खरीद लिया था, एनी पब्लिकेशन फ्रॉम इंडिया इटसेल्फ. देन व्हाट इज दिस HSN एक्सप्लेनेटरी नोट्स? Now this HSN explanatory notes is formulated by the WCO. तो जब उन्होंने HSN coding system निकाला था, तब उन्होंने एक detailed commentary भी निकाली थी, which is known as the HSN explanatory notes. Now this HSN explanatory notes will tell you what does the different terminologies mean. An excellent publication or excellent commentary on the HSN coding system. अगर आपको लगता है कि आपका your profession demands that you have to advise clients on classification, this is a very, very good investment for you. You can buy these books from the WCO's website itself. It will get delivered to your office. These 5 volumes is also being relied upon by the advanced ruling authorities, also by the courts when they want to do classification. और judicial decisions भी है, जहाँ बोलते हैं कि जो HSN explanatory notes में जो भी दिया गया है, that is also legally valid and we can rely upon to do classification. So this 5 extensive volumes is available. Right now we are in the 2022 version, like I told you. So whenever the coding system is being revised, this commentary is also being revised, these explanatory notes. So you can take the example of a textbook and a guide. जो textbook है आपकी HSN coding system है by WCO, और इसकी जो guide है is the explanatory notes. You can buy these are quite expensive, so if you feel the need, you can definitely buy these 5 volumes of books from the WCO's website. The next tool is on the general rules of interpretation. तो 90% of your classification, जब आप commentary पढ़ेंगे, section notes पढ़ेंगे, chapter notes पढ़ेंगे, supplementary notes पढ़ेंगे, you will be able to find out an HSN code. At least आप confusion sort out clear कर सकते हैं, filter out कर सकते हैं. By any chance, अगर वो आपको help नहीं करती है, then your next step of classification is to go to the general rules of interpretation. There are 6 rules with certain sub-rules also. These 6 rules again act like a funnel, एक filter जैसे लगता है, where you keep testing each and every one rule to your confusion, and you will be able to sort out and come to a conclusion. These 6 rules again आपको GST law में कहीं नहीं मिलेगा. If you buy the first shield to Customs Tariff Act, उसमें ये रहेगा. These 6 rules of interpretation is part of the Indian Customs Tariff also, and it is actually being made by the WCO. So they are going to tell you how you can filter out and come to the correct conclusion. So like I said, 90% आपको section notes, chapter notes से हो जाएगा. But अगर confusion रहा, तो what rule 1 is telling is, again, go by section notes, chapter notes, and you finish it. If you're not able to do by that, your confusion is not clearing, तो आप rule 2 apply कीजिए. Rule 2 is telling कि जब आप कोई भी terminology use कर रहे हो in a particular HSN entry, it does not mean it has to be in a completed form. अभी जब आप HSN code for motor car का ढूंढ रहे हैं, it does not mean that motor car means एकदम ready to drive वाली motor car. अगर वो motor car is without wheels, without seat, without steering, still वो motor car ही रहेगी. But the essential character आपको establish करना है. तो it's not possible to have each and every type of a product के लिए HSN code. इसके लिए through these rules, they are expanding the scope of all the terms. So when I'm saying motor car, it does not mean a completed motor car. So when I'm saying even a shirt, if your client is manufacturing shirt, for some reason collar नहीं लगा रहे हैं, they're going to give it as a outside job work करवाने के लिए, या sleeves नहीं लगाया है वो the particular shirt का, manufacture कर दिया है as such the shirt, but sleeves नहीं लगाया है, तो उसके लिए you cannot say that it is not a shirt. So when I look at the HSN code for shirt, it means even in an incomplete form of the shirt, it will still get classified as a shirt. So that is how scope is being widened. Then you have different rules, rule 3A being choose the one which is most specifically describing. जब आपका 2 HSN code है, and it is being, you're confused between 2 HSN codes, then you find out which one is more specifically describing your product. That will be where your classification has to be done. So as I say like these, there are different rules, special rules for deciding upon what should be the classification in case of packing materials also. For that, you have to again rely upon these rules. Definitely there will be a case, I have seen that these rules are sometimes in conflict with the GST law, because they'll come in conflict with the composite supply, mixed supply provisions. Say for example, you're selling a set of a shaving machine which is having a comb, some clips, and it is being put up in a leather case और आप बेच रहे हैं as a set. इसका HSN code क्या रहेगा? If you go by these general rules of interpretation, that says you find out which one is giving it the most essential character. तो इस particular set, उसका most essential character is given by the shaving machine, because बाकी सब तो is ancillary products to do this one specific activity. Right? तो अगर general rules के हिसाब से देखेंगे तो आपको HSN code of the shaving machine use करना पड़ेगा. But if you look at the principles of composite supply in GST, then there is a chance that you will have a different HSN code available. In those kind of scenarios, the provisions of the GST law will prevail over the general rules of interpretation. Because if you look at the notification ka wordings, they say this tariff item, sub-heading sab aap dekh sakte ho. You can definitely look at the First Shield to Customs Tariff Act. As far as it helps you to do the classification in GST, as far as it is not in conflict with the GST provisions. So GST provisions will always prevail over this particular, the general rules of interpretation. Next is the judicial precedents, which is their judicial theories which have been formulated. And no discussion, in fact, will be completed without discussing on trade parlance theory. We all have heard about trade parlance theory. But this is not something which is prescribed by WCO. It is not then the First Shield to Customs Tariff Act or GST law में कहीं पे भी नहीं मिलेगा. Because of classification disputes coming in from the central excise era, courts ने finally एक theory decide किया है कि this theory can also help to do classification. That theory, trade parlance theory is telling is, what is the general understanding of the public? आम आदमी क्या सोचती है? That is also will have a bearing on the HSN entry. जब आपको कोई description नहीं दिया गया है. Say for example, ice cream. In fact, this is a landmark case in Connaught Plaza, where Supreme Court had to decide अगर whether the McDonald's का जो launch किया था वो softy serve ice cream, वो ice cream है या dairy product. सुप्रीम कोर्ट को बैठ के ये डिसाइड करना पड़ा कि ये इस पे एक्साइज ड्यूटी लगेगी या नहीं, बिकॉज डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए नील ड्यूटी थी, लेकिन अगर आइसक्रीम रहा तो उस पर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग किए तो there was an implication of central excise duty. So this Connaught Plaza had taken this very aggressive stand of not paying excise duty on that softy serve ice cream which was sold in all these McDonald's chain of restaurants. They decided it is a dairy product. ये ice cream बोल ही नहीं सकते करके they had got some legal opinion from whoever have been their advisors. This case traveled up all the way to the Supreme Court. और तब भी they were saying that this will be still considered as a dairy product. They gave all test certificates. Laboratory से test लेके आए कि ये जो item का जो भी ingredients है, you see the content, it is not having this much milk fat content, इसका कम है, ice cream में तो इतना ही होना चाहिए. Those were the arguments put forth by that particular thing, the assessee into the Supreme Court. Supreme Court ने बोला, nothing doing with these certificates. When a person is walking into a McDonald's chain of restaurant, what it is wanting to buy? Is it come there to buy a dairy product? Or is it looking at it as an ice cream? It is looking at it as an ice cream. Ice cream का कोई definition नहीं है, dairy product का कोई definition नहीं है. So they said, whatever the public decides, that is what is going to be the HSN code. तो McDonald's को बहुत बड़ा effect हुआ था because of this decision, where they had said that they will now be liable to pay excise duty on that particular sale of ice creams. So the court had relied upon trade parlance theory to find out this particular and sort out this confusion. So basically, what the public knows is what will rule, right? Another case, a landmark case, I'm sure all of us would have heard about the parachute oil. If you ever seen a parachute oil ka bottle, which we all use as hair oil, it's actually not our hair oil. Have you ever seen the content of the bottle? They have mentioned an FSSI number on that. They don't say it's a hair oil. They are not even advertising it as a hair oil. Any of the advertisements you see of parachute oil, they will not be telling you that you're using this, the particular person is having good hair or anything like that. It is to be used as a cooking oil only. This case is still pending. Right from Central Excise, this case is still pending, where the assessee is telling that I am not selling this product as a hair oil at all. I don't care if the public is using it as a hair oil, right? मैंने तो बोला थी FSSI license है, you can definitely cook food with it. So the Supreme Court asked one question. Agar you are saying this is supposed to be used only as a cooking oil, why are you selling in 1 rupee packets? Who can cook with 1 rupee packet? Have you seen the small bottles which they are selling? The court said that, yeah, for bachelors who are staying alone and all, if they are, for travel purposes. No, these are the real arguments. I'm not cooking them up. So these are the arguments which they are putting forth and saying that it is still a hair oil, it is supposed to be a cooking oil only. And it is still pending before the Supreme Court on what has to be decided on this particular aspect. Then what about Scrabble? All of us sometime would have played Scrabble. Is it a puzzle? Is it a game? Is it a toy? CA बनने के बाद भी बैठ के डिसाइड करना पड़ता है कि puzzle क्या है, game क्या है, toy क्या है. There are no definitions available in any of the laws. How are you going to decide Scrabble? Again, this is a case in the name of pleasant time days where the Supreme Court had to decide whether it is a toy or a game. Can you think of any two differences between how you differentiate between a toy, a game, and a puzzle? Have you ever thought what can be a difference between a game and a puzzle? No, sir, I can say many people can play. I don't think it has an impact on the number of players. Does everyone agree with me? Sir, every game will have rules. Okay. Sudoku has rules? So what's the difference between a game and a puzzle? If you see a puzzle, the end result is the same for everybody. All have to come to the same answer. Sudoku sabka answer same hona chahiye. That means only you've played the game correctly. But if it's a game, you are free to do, right? Based upon your intelligence, आपको कौन से letters allot होते हैं, आप जो भी चाहिए आपका word बना के maximum points score कर सकते हैं. So in the game of games, you're left to your imagination and the capability of the person, the skill of the person. So that is how game and puzzle was differentiated, and they told that Scrabble is not a puzzle, it is a game. Obviously because game had a higher rate of tax. So like this, there were many disputes. In fact, Supreme Court went to see in the stores कि ये particular game कहाँ पे store किया गया है, whether it is being sold under the puzzle section or under the game section. So all this will definitely have an impact, and that is how you need to take a lot of information on products from your clients on understanding how the product is being marketed. Marketing strategy बहुत impact करती है when it comes to this particular thing. Like in the case of parachute oil itself, how are they marketing it definitely has an impact. And to even further their particular interest, because maybe the stakes were very high, this parachute oil company also launched a separate product called as Parachute Advanced. Just 5 more minutes. Okay. So Parachute Advanced, to differentiate, ये hair oil है और वो cooking oil है, to come out of, to strengthen their case. So like that, you have other aids of classification. You have end-use classification. This is not a very, very safe way of doing end-use classification. आपको very carefully use करना पड़ेगा. जब आपके सब options expire हो चुके हैं, then you come to this end-use classification, which says that where the product is being used, that is where you have to do your classification. जब अभी, for example, if I am a dealer of electrical items, just because I am supplying my electrical items to an automobile manufacturing company, I don't become a dealer of automobile parts, right? So you have to keep a restriction and use it very, very carefully. Unless the particular HSN code does not tell you, until then you will have to use this test as your last option. Expert opinion, sometimes you will not be able to understand what products your clients are dealing with. You can take expert opinions from the people in that particular field. So that will give you a lot of insight of what the product is and what are its uses and benefits, which will have an implication on the HSN coding system. So these are my submissions. When it comes to classification of services, whatever tools we have discussed as of now, nothing is available for classification of services. No rules, no tools, no explanatory notes, section notes, kuch bhi nahi hai. If you look at the notification number 11, which I was telling you, which is giving the tax rates for services, उसमें last में एक explanation दिया गया है, where they are saying that you have to rely upon something called as an annexure. So you will not refer to first schedule to customs tariff act, general rules, कुछ भी नहीं है उसके लिए. For services, you have to refer to something called as an annexure, not the customs tariff act at all. This annexure will tell you what is the scope of each and every SAC code. And all SAC codes begin with 99, because we have seen 98 chapters under the HSN coding system. That is why a separate code is being assigned for classification of services. And this again is not something which is made by India. This is followed by the, it is taken, India has taken a copy of it from the United Nations Central Product Classification, which has assigned these codes for different types of services. So for this classification of services, I think the dispute will come whether an exemption is applicable or not. That is where the most of the disputes will come in the case of classification of services. So I hope now you will be in a better position to know how you should tackle these questions posed by your clients on classification. Please educate them on what is the implications of your wrong advice or the casual approach which they are having towards classification. And yes, whatever little experience I have been specializing in classification, I can tell you that classification is truly an art. It's not something where you need to mug up. It is so challenging and so refreshing every time a query on classification comes. And yes, do not forget to charge and bill your clients for whatever advice you're giving on classification, because look at the amount of work that goes into finding out the HSN code and advising your clients rightly. I thank you so much for a patient listening. I hope you will be in a better position to do classification now.
We'll take 2 questions only. Those who want, please raise your hands.
Actually, if I address these
Subhash
questions,
Mike.
If I address these questions, I think I'll be going against my own words, right?
It's
I think,
academic question
everyone
only,
should
madam.
appreciate that excellent session taken by her. So loud applause. Yeah, you can ask a question.
Any source to get the latest GST rates?
So I would suggest you to not visit the ZBIC website, definitely. You will need to go and subscribe to any of these service providers, maybe like Taxman or Tax Management India. They have very nice way of presenting the amendments which are there in different entries, sir.
Tax Management India is good for GST rates, yeah, for all the litigations case.
Everything. I use both Taxman as well as Tax Management India. It's very good, very comprehensive, and they're very quick in updating also. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. Madam, the GST rate notification for goods, they contain the entries for 4-digit, maybe 6-digit, 8-digit HSN codes. And for some specific products, they have not done a differentiation in that notification, and they have inserted one residual entry of 18%.
Yes. So another big challenge here, sir. Yeah. Thank you for pointing out this serial number 453, which is there, where they say that if जो भी HSN entry सब दिया हुआ है notification 1/2017 में, if at all anything is not applicable, एक residual entry है by the name of serial number 453, which says that any goods which are not classifiable under notification 1/2017, it will be taxed at 18%. So there is no chance you can come and say कि HSN code नहीं है. So yeah, you can proceed with your question, sir.
Yeah, so how do we analyze that HSN? Because in the customs tariff, bifurcation for 6-digit and 8-digit have been given under the same 4-digit entries. So how do we analyze those classification, whether it would be under residual entry or we'll have to go by the custom HSN?
Understood, sir. So like I told you, you'll have to look at 8-digit HSN codes. You have to definitely find out up to 8 digits आपको Customs Tariff Act में क्या HSN code मिलता है. Take that code. Now open 1/2017 or you do a Control F and search कि ये particular HSN code कौन सी schedules में आ रहा है. It doesn't stop over there. वो particular Control F का जो result आएगा उसके against पे आपको क्या description दिया गया है. That will also have to be met. So सिर्फ HSN code find out करने से नहीं होएगा, आपको description of the goods given in 1/2017 भी match करनी पड़ेगी. So if your product is included in that description, then only you can follow that particular HSN code. Otherwise, you can scan the rest of the notification, और अगर आपको और कुछ नहीं मिलता है, then you will have to follow 453.
Great, excellent. I think I request WRC chairman to have one entire day session on classification of GST only and HSN code. Then also this will be never ending. Excellently taken up by Viral, and each and every query she can answer at this point of time because she has thorough knowledge and practical experience into that. And coming from Chennai, thank you very much, Viral, for being here, sharing your knowledge. I request Saurabh to propose a very well-deserved vote of thanks.
Thank you, Preeti ma'am. Really a wonderful session, highly in-depth and great in terms of knowledgeable. So I request to have a big round of applause for Viral ma'am. A big thank you on behalf of WRC and all the participants who joined over here for sparing your valuable time and traveling all the way and join over here. So really big thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Now we'll have a next session with the very interesting panel discussion. And before that, I will try to awake all of you with my 2 lines, which are dedicated to you for your presence, hearing, and active participation. आसमां से ऊंचा कोई नहीं, समुद्र से गहरा कोई नहीं, यूं तो चाहने वाले हैं बहुत, but आपसे प्यारा कोई नहीं. Thank you everyone for joining over here. Thanks a lot.
Good evening, friends. So we are moving towards the panel discussion. Very, very interesting panel discussion, case study based. And we have, each worthy speaker as a panelist. I'll request our panelists to please come on the dais. Around 6:15 to 6:30, we expect this session to get over. The bit delayed, we are as per the schedule. But the slip of CP, you will have to put it when this session ends of panel discussion. So please do not go away. and CP will be considered based on that slip which are found in the box which you submit while going. So that needs to be kept in mind. All the panelists to please come on the dais. A.R. Krishnan sir, Amitabh Khemka sir, Jayesh Gogri sir, Rajat Talati sir, and our coordinate Neeraj and Bhavna also, please join on the stage. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So we are back with the last session on panel discussion on the case study based issues, and you have your booklet which has the detail. So beginning with the introduction of worthy speakers, I'll request our coordinator CA Bhavna to first introduce Amitabh Khemka sir. Bhavna, over to you.
So, good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is excited and thrilled for the next session, because we have such a learned and eminent panelist here. And I would like to first start with the first panelist, Sir Amitabh Khemka, whom we also know as Amitabh of GST. So, Sir is a lead partner at KNAV into indirect taxation. He is a chartered accountant and also cost accountant with over 20 years of experience in the area of indirect tax at KPMG, Vodafone, BMR, and Sthir Advisors. Sir has led industry representation on indirect taxes on behalf of industry forums before the Indian government. He is a member of National Taxation Committee of Confederation of Indian Industry, Indirect Taxation Committee of ASSOCHAM, and Indirect Taxation Committee of IMC Chamber of Commerce. Sir has experience in diverse sectors, which includes banking sector, financial sector, information technology, logistics, infrastructure, manufacturing, media, and entertainment. We welcome you, sir, on board, and it's extreme pleasure to have you introduced you. Thank you.
Request all of you to carry it with the loud round of applause. Our next panelist is a dear friend, Jayesh. It's an honor to introduce Jayesh. Perhaps, almost 20 years back, I first heard him on bank audit. That time the study circles were not there. The concept of study circle was not there. And I heard on bank audit him first time, and if my memory is correct, perhaps his wife was also present in that session. And his journey from Jayesh Gogri and Company to SKP to MZSK to now GST in time has been very, very motivating to all the professionals to specialize into a subject, to choose a subject and then to specialize and then to super specialize is we can learn from Jayesh. He is leading consultant business head for business advisory, taxes, and real estate laws, of course, from GST perspective. He has been, the speaker at various forums. He has been, supportive to the ICAI on digital platform. He has written many books. He is supported onto various manuals, books to ICAI and various almost, over 50 to 100 forums he has spoken across India. And extremely busy person. We are really, really lucky to have you here, Jayesh bhai, and we welcome you. Request all of you to carry it with the loud round of applause. Now again, I'll request Bhavna to introduce next worthy speaker, Rajat Talati.
So again, feeling extremely privileged to introduce you, sir. So sir is a chartered accountant along with LLB. Sir has 30 years of experience in tax advisory, litigation, transaction structuring, audit into indirect taxation. Sir has advised as business consultant to various clients and had conducted GST impact analysis for various corporates. Sir was a member of the research committee of ICAI New Delhi In the year 1999 and 2000, he has been an active participant and regular faculty member at various seminars and study circles organized by the Institute and other professional bodies. Sir has co-authored various publications with ICAI, which includes a guide to VAT audit, or the 3 editions. He has also written a guide to GST annual return and audit. Sir has also has contributed articles, columns, periodicals in ICAI and WIRC, BCAs, AIFTP, and various other regular platforms. He is a nature enthusiast as well, and has also been a part in Kailash and Mansarovar activities. Sir, we welcome you, and it's an extremely pleasure to have you around. Please give a big round of applause for him. Thank you.
Friends, today we know the GST collections increasing every month, and it won't be, there may be days come where we'll focus more on GST practice and lesser on tax. We know that, the limit for registrations are hardly 20-40 lakhs. Whereas for GST, even audits are not, as of today, the audits are not mandatory, but as and when the department does the audit, of course, CAs are required. But to think about specialization in 1991 was sort of very difficult or impossible. We all must have seen a movie called Drishyam 2, जो अभी आया हुआ है. So it happens something like that. Sir को पता नहीं है, Krishnan sir को, but I know him since almost 1991. I was doing articleship under his friend, very close friend, and sir used to come, or my sir used to talk to sir. So I know, in 1991 he specialized into service tax. Sir has qualified in 1981. And since then, the transformation of practice, it's very difficult. Those who are in general practice can understand this, to start and focus on one area. And that time, that area was starting in India, the service tax. So, it requires a lot of courage, a lot of conviction. And of course, we are very, very privileged to have him here as a moderator. And definitely, this is going to be a very, very enlightening session with A.R. Krishnan sir being there as a moderator. Sir has been, advisor to various government officers. He has spoken various time in various seminars, n number of time. He's authored books. Sir, it is really, really privileged to have you here as a moderator, and we welcome you. And thank you so much. Request all of you to carry it with the loud round of applause. Over to you, Krishnan sir. Oh, sorry. Before that, I'll request WIRC Chairman Murtuza Kachwala sir and our Indirect Tax Committee Vice Chairman Gautam Lat to join us for the honor of privilege of felicitation. The first Amitabh Khemka sir. Yeah, I'll request Jayesh Gogri sir to come forward. Rajat bhai, please. Krishnan sir. Without taking any time, I'll request Krishnan sir to start this panel discussion. Sir, over to you.
Good evening to all of you. Yeah, at the outset, good evening to all of you. It is almost evening. I can hear a lot of noise there. So my request is it due to the mobile or there's another panel discussion going on? Yeah. So
People have gone for tea break outside.
I know, but I am not used to speaking in commotion. After marriage, my voice is so feeble. So if you want me to act as a moderator, you should ensure that there is no other noise there. Second thing, I think we are way behind schedule. The time is 4:55, correct? This is the time we were to end this discussion today, and we are going to begin. So it's a paradox. Under the limited thing, we must see how to speed up the whole process. So a couple of quick things. First is to ask, up to what time this session is possible to stretch?
Timer. So it's there up till 90 minutes.
90 minutes.
Now 88 minutes are remaining.
So after 90 minutes, we have to get out. Or we should keep mouth shut. Anyway, I always believe, just as the airline pilot, there's always that extra minute or a few minutes or a few 15 minutes always there. The other thing, the ground rules, I am very well aware this is a CPE program. So most of you have already got the CPE. So I would request you to, those who are interested, totally concentrate on us. Those who are not interested, like me in the olden days, can sleep, take rest. It's a nice place. Or you can move on. But don't unnecessarily have another panel discussion. I need to acknowledge for the questions to Jinit from GMJ and Girish, my colleague here. The questions have been framed. I hope all of you have all the questions. Yeah. So now that you have it, I think it requires the panel to go fast on the question. We'll take it as read, like the minutes in the board meeting. We'll take the board meeting minutes as read. So I think we can speed up. Just to take one more minute, the procedure will be, say Amitabh will be starting the first question. He'll quickly, since you already have it, he'll not spend much time on the facts. Okay, Amitabh? Sure. Yeah. And then he'll raise the issue and give you the answers. Yeah, that's the thing. If Jayesh or Rajat haven't got anything to add, I think the rejoinders will keep it very short because we are not having much time. Yeah? So, Amitabh, you can start straight away.
Thank you, Krishnan sir. So the first question or the query is on renting of residential dwelling. And I think the focus is just to understand what was the amendment which was brought out from 18 July 2022. If you see in the first table, you have been given the old entry and the new entry. The old entry used to say that services by way of renting of residential dwelling for use as residence was exempted from GST, and what is exempted from 18 July is services by way of renting of residential dwelling for use as residence, except where the residential dwelling is rented to a registered person. So this is an exemption entry. The exemption entry has got amended. And what got added also from 18 July 22 was, there was an entry added as far as reverse charge mechanism was concerned. And that's the table 2 in front of you, which is reading as services by way of renting of residential dwelling to a registered person. Now that service has been added under the reverse charge. I hope you make a note of it that in the exemption entry, the use of the dwelling as residence is there, but when it comes to reverse charge entry, the use of that dwelling is not there. So as far as RCM is concerned, whether the premises or the dwelling is used as a residence or not as a residence is not relevant when it comes to RCM. Who is the supplier? Any person is the supplier. And now we know the person means, or the definition is person includes an individual, an HUF, an AOP, BOI, firm, company, LLP. So we should just keep in mind that a person includes an individual also. So question will come up, what happens to a proprietary concern? As far as the proprietary concern is concerned, that is an individual who will be registered. So the supplier, if he is an individual, then if that individual is also registered in any capacity or any category, even that individual will become a supplier qua this reverse charge entry. And the recipient is any registered person. The person who is registered under section 25 of the Act is a person who is registered person. So let's go to the question straight away. The question starts with residential property. Now, I would request that let me read this as residential dwelling, because then we will go somewhere else if I read it as residential property. So I'm reading the question as residential dwelling given to a person and not residential property. Residential dwelling given to a person running coaching classes, that is, the premises or dwelling is not used as a residence. Whether reverse charge will apply or forward charge will apply. Scenario 1, recipient is unregistered. So we are seeing that the exemption is only when it is intended to be given to a registered person. So if the recipient is unregistered, the forward charge mechanism will apply. And if the recipient is registered, only in that situation the RCM would apply. And the RCM would apply only if it is effective from 18 July. 1.3, the second question is, again I would read as residential dwelling located in Thana given to a residence to a proprietor of a CA firm. Possibly it may be impacting many of you. My view here is because that CA is a proprietor of a CA firm, that proprietor is an individual, he would be registered as an individual, and that individual is a person. In that sense, he becomes a supplier. So I'm not going by what you write in your application, you write your trade name and all that. You're not registered as a trade name, you're registered as a person. As a person, you're an individual. And if that individual is registered, he is impacted by the reverse charge mechanism. Next, lessor has given his consent to the leasee to take GST registration in a rented premises given to use as a residence. Now, I don't know whether it is given to use as a residence or it is also given to use as a residence. So that means he's possibly going to use not only as a residence but something more. What is something more? He's going to use a said premises for business correspondence. So it's not that he's going to carry out business from there, it is merely a communication address which I'm going to use that address for. In which situation will GST apply? If it is used as residence, and let's assume it is a residential dwelling, then obviously the answer is no, where lessee is unregistered. Because the residential premises used as residence, and if lessee is not registered, then obviously GST will not be applicable. But the question is, who would be liable to pay GST where the lessor is unregistered or lessor is registered? Now, to my mind, what is important is to see whether the lessee is registered or lessee is unregistered. So if lessee is registered, then in first situation, if lessor is unregistered and lessee is registered, then lessee will be liable. And if lessor is registered and lessee is also registered, then also lessee will be liable. Because in both situations, lessee is registered. And if lessee is not registered, then in those situations, if the lessor is unregistered and lessees also are not registered, then the question of applicability of GST would not arise because both are not registered. And obviously, it's an exempted service. And if lessor is registered and lessee is not registered, but it is a residential premises used as residence, then the exemption will be applicable, so no GST. Before I take the next question, let me answer the last one because that's quite simple. If the company has taken a residential property for use as residence for one of its directors, will it get GST? 17.5G used for personal consumption. The GST, there will be no ITC available. I think the question important is how do I demonstrate? I think the question is trying to ask that when can a property be considered as residential dwelling? Probably the question is not, is there a distinction between property and residential dwelling? That's why I'm not getting into that. But if you understand what is dwelling, and why I said residential property, I may have a property which is not meant for residential purposes, but I am using as residence. But the entry is saying residential dwelling. That would mean the property or the dwelling should be meant for the purpose of residence. Today, if I have a shop and I start putting my family in that shop and I start using as a residence, and that shop was never meant or was never constructed, or the master plan by the municipal authorities was not meant to be a residential premises, then that may not be regarded as a residential dwelling, even if I am using as a residence. So there are two things which needs to be satisfied. Residential, it should be a dwelling. And what is a dwelling? It's a place where you will generally live, where you will generally sleep, where you will generally cook your food. A sense of permanency is there, a sense of attachment is there, a sense of surrounding, which permits the person to say, that is my house, that is my home. So something which was always constructed for the purpose of residence would amount to residential dwelling. A residence may not be a permanency. I may be staying somewhere for a temporary purposes. I may reside there for temporary purposes. So residential dwelling will have a permanency. My residence may not have a permanency in that dwelling. That's how I'm looking at it. Anything more, sir, if you were looking at, then I can take it, or I'm happy to have contributions from co-panelists.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think one thing you brought out is that in the exemption, the word user's residence is there. In the reverse charge, the user's residence is not there. Moment the residential dwelling, whether given for anything, reverse charge will be applicable. There the word user's residence. This is the sum and substance. Though I may have a different view, but I'd like to hear the panelists. What about you? You want to say something? No, nothing?
Yeah. So as far as the residential dwelling word is there,
yeah.
The notification 12 of 17, there is one explanation which gives that elaborate kind of explanation, that which is principally or predominantly meant for a residential use of one family. So probably that can help to some extent whether a unit is residential unit or not, probably to that extent. The another point which I wanted to make out, what of course Amitabh gave various views. One important point which is additional is this, that say if you are a registered person, then you are required to pay under reverse charge. And if you are liable to pay under reverse charge, then you are compulsorily required to be registered. So then it's creating a situation that by default you will take registration and you will lose the exemption. So my probably interpretation would be that you cannot interpret or read the law like this, that if you are registered for any other purpose, then only RCM is applicable, not just because you are taken residential house on rent.
Anything else? No, no questions, because there's no time. You come for another seminar. Don't start this at 5 o'clock. Start at 2 o'clock. All questions will be answered. Right now, no questions, except I can ask the question. because you know time.
Just to add to the two panelists, now when we're talking about residential premise or a residential dwelling, the conduct per se would say very clearly that the property is designed for a unit, for a family to stay and reside, and their conduct of staying and making it as their home is sufficient, not to go too much out of it to find out whether the tax was paid as a commercial, whether electricity was paid as commercial or not. Don't go around. That is sufficient.
Fine. With liberty of Amitabh, can I add some of it? I may not agree with you. That's fine. Yeah. Amitabh is a very old friend, though far, far younger and wiser. I'm only older, okay, in terms of age. But I think I would like to add a couple of things. See, if you see those, give you a chance to read. Otherwise, I know once you leave from here, I've also been there. We take all these materials and leave it in the office, someday to read. But that day never comes, actually. So I'm giving you a chance to read. Please read. The first item, exemption, says for use as residence. And that's come from 18 July 2022. The reverse charge came at that time, and 18 July 2022. The word use as residence, rightly said by Amitabh, is not there in the reverse charge. But to my mind, the way the contemporaries, what shall I say, the way you apply, both being on the same day, we have to say that there is some mistake. And unless it is used as residence, then only this whole thing will be, both has to be read together. You have to import the word use as residence. The second thing, I would request you to note down, there's one judgment which has come recently, where the government has given their own affidavit. If you want to take down, Seema Gupta versus Union of India, 2022, 142 taxman.com, 564 Delhi. This is a very important judgment, Amitabh. What it said there, the government itself has said that our intention is, even if a proprietor in a company is taking a proprietor of a, like our CA, if he is taking the residence for his own purpose, though he has registration number, that we consider as not furtherance of business, and hence that exemption will apply. So the way the exemption has to be read with, that even if it is serviced by for use as residence, even if it's to a registered person, but if it is not for the furtherance of his business, but for his personal residence, then if you look at the judgment, where the government itself has given an affidavit that our intention was this, it will not apply. So just to summarize, because I can go on this, and we'll be only on this, we will just summarize if you want to just take it down. Residential dwelling for use as residence to an unregistered dealer, it is exempt. Residential for use as residence to a registered dealer for personal use of a proprietor, not for furtherance of business, that will be exempt. But for the residential dwelling for the purpose of the business, okay, not for use of residence, that is where you can say if it is further reverse charge. Same way for the proprietor, partner. Partner also same thing will apply. But for a company, again, it is for the purpose of business. And here slightly I'll beg to differ with you, we may be able to claim credit because we can say, yes, you want to say? No. Yeah. You can say that it is for the purpose of business. Yeah. Because that's the reason why that is applicable at all. If it is for the person who uses residence, you may still get the exemption. And if the residential dwelling given used as commercial, even if it is registered residential dwelling, I would still say it will not, reverse charge will not be applicable. This is what my interpretation, subject to, of course, see, when there are the very idea of a panelist to have different view, yeah, and then you can go home and have your own view also, or a review, yeah. I have many things more to add, but I won't add further. I want to only say, please look at the judgment. It gives you some idea what the government's intention is. government's intention is that if it is used as residence, even if it's to a registered dealer, no tax at all. That's what the government's intention is. Look at it. And as regards the other thing, yes, we do have difference of opinion, but then that's what I said the panelists about. Amitabh, I'll quickly give you one line before you want to react.
No, I don't.
Yeah, thanks. Jayesh?
Thank you, first of all, at the outset, giving me this opportunity being here to be here and discuss some of my confusions. The next question is about the price variance. So there is a contract by A Limited to B Limited, whereby the B Limited is supposed to manufacture for A with a specific amount of ingredients. The quality and quantity both are prefixed. Now, at a periodical intervals, A Limited would go and check whether this production is happening as per the desired BOQ or not. And if there is some variance in terms of quality of the ingredients or even sometimes quantity, चाय बनाने का कभी शक्कर ज़्यादा डाल दिया, that means over consumption of one quantity is also a problem, and sometimes under consumption of a predetermined quantity is also a problem. It impacts the quality. In that scenario, if some debit note is being raised for that variance, some penalty is being charged for the compromise in the quality, whether that is a separate supply or can it be considered as a deduction from the sell price of B Limited. So B Limited, say for example, raises an invoice of 1 lakh rupees and 10,000 rupees is the debit note which is raised by A Limited. Whether that 10,000 is a separate supply or is it reduction of the original supply? That is the precise question before us. Now, first of all, we have got this recent circular of July 22, which says that liquidated damages, etc., is not a separate supply, etc., etc. The same circular, it starts with 7.1, and if you read till 7.1.5, it's okay. The moment you reach to 7.1.6, it takes a complete U-turn. And then says that in some cases, like ticket cancellation, etc., etc., the same cancellation charges, which is something not different from liquidated damages. They say it is taxable. It is a supply. Okay. So, circulars, like they are more confusers rather than clarificators or something like that. So, we need to look at some other things. That what can be the real scenario if we ignore that circular? Can we still say that there is no separate supply altogether? For that matter, we have got some precedents as far as the ECJ or like some Australian cases are there. But if you look at our own GST law, that itself can provide a lot of clarity. That first of all, the way the transaction is structured, that every month that B Limited will keep supplying certain amount of goods. First of all, we can examine whether that can be regarded as continuous supply of goods or not. Because any contract which runs for more than 3 months, even for supply of goods, which is happening on a recurrent basis, can be considered to be a continuous supply of goods. And in that case, it is not a particular date. It is when the statement has to be raised or periodically things can be done. So once the further proper classification or rather the proper satisfaction has been done by the recipient, then only he can give indication that your quantity we have received and the price should be 90,000, not 1 lakh rupees. And thereafter that person raises. There is another concept like goods sent on approval basis, which is also enshrined in the GST law. That one can send goods as such, okay, without raising any invoice, and within 6 months the recipient has to determine that whether this is of good quality or not. And based on that, maybe this same supply has been accepted, but maybe with a lower price, and based on that also the invoice can be raised at a lower price. In any case, if the invoice has been raised already, and subsequently if one needs to raise a debit note, of course the transaction can be structured in a way that the supplier itself, that is B Limited, can be requested to issue a credit note, because there is no concept of debit note by the recipient. So that is also something which is, because there is a deficiency.
That's the best thing. Yeah. Ask B Limited to issue a credit note, matter this whole query is over, no issue at all, unnecessarily get into all these no supply. Yeah.
Thanks.
Anything? you need to add
Yeah,
something?
only one quick thing is that this amounts to discovery of price, which is part of the contractual term. So when there is a clarity of the price gets discovered, which is payable as per the contract. That happens only when the test is conducted. So that event actually triggers the credit note, which is only rectifying the error in earlier invoice. That is how one has to take it. Western India Coalfield is the judgment which can help us.
Southern Motors also.
Yeah, Southern Motors.
The story is that issue credit note, be limited, matters over. You, anything?
No, because he added, that's why I thought initially I said no, because I don't see this as a price variance, first of all.
Yeah.
It's not a price variance, it is merely a deficiency in the quality of the product, and I have to issue a credit note. I don't see a price variation issue, I don't see a liquidated damages issue.
Yeah.
I just want to add, because Jayesh mentioned about the cancellation, there's a complete U-turn, and he referred to ECJ in Australia. In Australian commentary, you will see that when there is a cancellation for a film, it has been regarded as a facilitation supply. I was ready to supply to you, but you didn't come for the film, and I want to charge you for having been ready to have supplied to you. And basis that pretext, they are calling it as a taxable supply. And that's the reason I feel it's not a U-turn, but it is falling in line.
So it's just issue credit note. That's
Yes.
simple. Matter is simple. Okay. I'm a very simple person. ज़्यादा समझता नहीं है. Yeah. So अभी next Amitabh, but it was at least your insert gave some idea about that ticket cancellation. So thank you for that. Yes, Rajat.
Now we move on to e-commerce. Now what has happened is there is a Apple Cart Limited who is an electronic commerce operator, ECO would be, and the question is what is going to be the place of supply. Now here what is happening is the platform takes the order on the portal, and then the portal activates the supplier then makes the supply to the consumer who has put in the order on the portal. Now the location of supplier and location of recipient is given, and the question has two aspects. One is what is going to be the place of supply, and the second question is what is going to be the impact on the what we call is TCS, which the portal has to deduct. Now first and foremost is that here we are talking about goods. The question is only on goods, and when we talk about goods, here there is clearly movement of the goods which is envisaged under the term. So we have to go only place of supply 10(1)(a). So don't run around to find out what is the issue. The issue is straightway 10(1)(a). When the location of the supplier and location of the recipient is in the different state, it is going to be interstate transaction. Otherwise, it is going to be intrastate. Now, when we go to the aspect of TCS, now that is where one will have to see what is the provision of TCS. Now it says that it is to be paid on net value of the, in case of local thing, intrastate taxable supply made through it by a supplier. And similarly, 2/2018 IGST notification talks about interstate. The question is, as a portal, as a e-commerce operator, should I be deducting CNS or should I be deducting the IGST as a TCS? Now that is what is the question which is to be answered. First and foremost is, the provision does not say and gives me any indication about the applicability of CNS or IGST. Now, what is this TCS on? TCS is on a transaction, that transaction. So we'll have to see what is the nature of that transaction to ascertain should it be CNS or IGST for the purpose of TCS. Now where the transaction is intrastate, the TCS would be CNS. When it is interstate, it will be IGST. That is what the entire things comes out. When we go to the part B, what happens is, now the portal, the electronic commerce operator comes up with a model whereby he will ask all the vendors to open up their, to keep the stocks in their warehouses and obtain registration at all these places. Or the first question is, should you get the registration at the warehouses? Now here one will have to see the definition of place of business. Definition of place of business include warehouses, or where you keep the books of accounts, or where you conduct your business through an agent. So that being the case, the place of business includes a warehouse where the goods are stored. And therefore, the registration at such places is required. I'll give you a little practical hint. Amazon India insists and gets your registration immediately when you registered yourself and offer your ware on their platform. So that is how it is. Now, once you have the goods stored in the warehouse from where it is making the movement, what happens is your place of supply would be triggered from the place where you are registered, and accordingly one will have to go and examine the place of supply. Once again, TAN 1A is the appropriate provision to decide the place of the supply. The next question is, still there is an improvement in the model. Now the portal is going in for a model where it is known as inventory model, where the goods are purchased by the portal, the electronic operator, and it makes the supply from the stocks which he now owns. Whether he pays for it or not is secondary issue. He will not finance those stocks, but he purchases the same. Now what happens is, in this case, the transaction between vendor and that with the electronic commerce operator is nothing but a simple transaction of supply of goods, and that will be decided normally as we do it. Between the e-commerce operator and the consumer who has placed the order on the portal, it is a simple supply which originates, and the same rule of, standard rule of TAN 1A, B or C. Normally it is going to be A and B only, and it can never be C, because it always contemplates movement of goods, because consumer wants the goods at their place of residence or business, as the case may be. And here, since the electronic commerce operator does not collect the amount on behalf of a vendor, there is no question of any TCS. Thank you.
No, I won't leave you that there. You see the first column, no? Our people are very simple. So first वाला बोलो क्या है? हरियाणा, राजस्थान. वो क्या?
The third is the googly. First was the off spin. The second was leg spin, and now the googly. Third.
नहीं वो नहीं, googly नहीं. एक आपने बराबर आंसर दिया, लेकिन माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट के लिए जरा उतना ही. आंसर सब परफेक्ट है यार. You're seasoned on this. खाली यही बोलो, हरियाणा राजस्थान क्या आएगा? IGST आएगा. क्या आएगा?
First Haryana Rajasthan IGST.
Second वाला
Haryana intrastate SNC.
Yeah. और ये वाला?
Third वाला Haryana. Or you're talking about TCS in the case where the location of e-commerce is Delhi.
So
now,
which means first two, though the ECO is there, is here. Both ECO उधर हरियाणा है, but here it is in Delhi. तो क्या होएगा ये? How do we?
So what will happen is
in the third one.
So now once again, now I know what will happen. I'm coming to it. I will also answer the practicality of it. So here what will happen is, since it is Haryana, and CNS should be there. However, this guy, electronic operator, is not registered in Haryana, and that is why if he were to deduct TCS of Haryana, how he is going to deposit? That is the practical point.
No, I got your answer already. You have told this TCS fellow will not allow unless this fellow is registered in Delhi.
Yeah, that is how they work it.
Fine. So if he is registered in Delhi, Haryana, IGST. That is all I wanted to say. And get it from you. Yeah. Because only panelist has got authentic view. Moderator is only moving around like this. Okay, that is the reason. And the last one is what? That is IGST, no?
Yes.
You see, Rajat, most of us are broad proposition given very nicely. But they will still say, अरे answer नहीं मिला, IGST, CGST, एक item वाला लिया नहीं बोलेगा. Yeah. We have finished the first round, correct? No, his point, anything from you?
No.
Yeah.
One point.
Please.
Section 24 mandates anyways that wherever
Then you have to take a
collect TCS,
registration.
you have to get compulsory.
Yeah.
But, but
I
the
think
only little what we call pointer I will give is I have to be in business. Now, if I were to sell my car on, let us say, second-hand car as an individual on this platform, will I be required to take a registration? There, since I am not in business, I can still argue that I will not be what will have the impact of 24(1).
Even for the ECO, he'll have to get registered himself
Yeah.
in Haryana.
Yeah, TCO, because otherwise we will have to have the representative in Haryana to deduct TCS. But the practical thing is that they will make you register where their warehouse is and make things easy.
Yeah, there's only one problem I was told. They'll make you register there, but they want you not as the main register, additional place of registration.
Yeah, as
so
additional.
there itself you have to find somebody to get the actual registration, and Amazon will say only make it additional place of business. Don't make our registration main place.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, one more thing I would like, I'm sure all of you will know, for the e-commerce operator, they have come out with a separate booklet or something, no? Am I right? So you can refer that also. Amitabh, next.
So the next question is on the valuation. The facts are a supplier from Karnataka has entered into a contract where he is selling goods of corrugated boxes worth 20 lakhs. Apart from that, the supplier is also arranging for transportation facility such that the goods can be transported to the recipient premises. Now what has happened is the lorry got intercepted on the way in transit and documents were not provided, and because of that the goods were detained. Under 129, here it says tax and penalty was paid, and it was paid by the recipient and the goods were cleared. Now here it is not the department's query, it is an internal auditor's query, and I am only requesting, because Raman is here, Jindal is not here, I want to meet this internal auditor, you know. How did he find this, first of all? So, sorry, Raman, you want to answer how did he find it? So, during the internal auditor, the auditor is saying this value of goods, because 2 lakhs was paid by the recipient, the value of supply is 22 lakhs and not 20 lakhs. Now, before we get into why is he saying that, the query is on valuation. So the query is not whether the penalty was levied rightly, wrongly. So we don't get into section 129. Though just to tell you that now there is no tax and penalty under 129, it is only the penalty at 200%. Before January 22, it was tax and penalty. I also assume that on the 20 lakh, the supplier has rightfully paid the GST, because that was not the contention, the documents were not available. So on 20 lakh, GST has been rightfully paid. What we don't know is what is the Incoterms or what was the arrangement between the supplier and the buyer as to when will the transfer of ownership of goods will happen. And whether the transportation is arranged by the supplier, that will not decide when did the transfer of ownership happen, because I can arrange the transporter as a supplier and I can say on to-pay basis, let the recipient pay it. So even if it was paid by the supplier or by the recipient, and whether in the same arrangement, separate arrangement, those facts are not there. So we'll assume that the transfer of ownership was done before the goods reached to the recipient, in which event the 2 lakh liability was of the recipient itself. Now, even if you look at section 129, it suggests, or it states actually, that the penalty would be payable by the owner of the goods. Now, assuming that he was the owner and he has paid that penalty, then it was never the liability of the supplier. Now, that question is not there here, that if it was a liability of the supplier, then what? So I don't want to get into that unless I am told to do that. In which case, the question of adding it under 15(2)(b) that it was the liability of the supplier question doesn't arise. And question of 15(2)(a) also does not arise because it is not my supply as far as 2 lakh is concerned. So that is the answer which.
Yeah, but I'm not going to leave you. You have to assume that the ownership has not passed and the ownership is still there, and only at that point. So if the liability under the 121, but the recipient pays, yeah, would 15.2 be 15.2 that those two what is that? No, there are two things. You know, one
15.2b and 15.2a.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if the ownership was not transferred, even in that situation, the question of payment adding in the value under 15.2b does not arise, because the recipient has paid the penalty. That doesn't changes the value of the goods, that doesn't changes the value of the supply. And coming to 15.2a, that it is not a tax, it is to be added, again the answer is in 15.2b itself, and that's why it's not required to be added.
Fine. There is anything?
Yeah, only question says that the 15.2a talks about exclusion. It doesn't talk about exclusion, it talks about inclusion.
Yeah, yeah. So, according to you, you should add this to
No, the issue is, in that case, 15.2a never comes in.
No, now I'm going to be rapid fire. The other panelists should say only yes or no.
Correct.
Because, I see 49. Yeah, you, no need to add, no. Yeah. A moderator can add whatever he wants, only these two people. But anyway, I do have something to add, but in absence of time, I'm moving. Next.
So it's a case of an additional value. Okay, so 50 lakhs rupees was the agreed value, and if there is any delay, then there will be a compensation of 5 lakhs rupees to be paid. And in this case, there was a delay in payment, so that attracted 5 lakhs rupees. However, that delay happened during the COVID period. So supplier just waived that 5 lakhs rupees. So the price was 50 lakh rupees, which was not paid in time. As per the contract, 5 lakhs rupees extra. That means 55 lakhs rupees were payable to supplier. However, the supplier waived because of looking at the COVID conditions. Now the department's case is that actually you should have discharged the GST on 55 lakh rupees because you were entitled to get 55 lakh rupees. On your own, voluntarily you let go that 5 lakh rupees, but you need to pay GST on entire 55 lakh rupees. And the assessee is asking that ultimately I have received is 50 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees was never charged, though there was some stipulation, but we never charged. The question is that what is the correct view? Of course, department's view is always on the other side. Now in this case, I would say that we have got some specific provisions with regard to time of supply, with regard to interest, penalty, etc., which is 12.6, which specifically says as and when actually received, then only you are liable to pay.
Right.
So that is...
It's a very simple. How simple he has made it. So other panelists have got no this thing, no? Nothing. The only one thing I want to add, that there is a difference between consideration and compensation. There is one judgment, I don't want to deal with that this cannot be a consideration. Consideration, the idea of the tax is, GST is for a consideration, for doing something, and not for a compensation. Correct. But I think your 12.6 is the best. Single line, fantastic. Rajat?
Yeah. Now this is the question of the reversal of ITC for non-payment of consideration within 180 days. Now there are some dates which are mentioned. The goods worth 10 lakh was sold plus GST in March 21. What happened? There was the goods were not as per the specification, so he was requested to return the stocks, etc. However, that was left out, and finally 2 lakh discount was offered much after a prolonged negotiation, and a financial credit note was issued in October 21, so beyond a period of 6 months. However, finally the payment of 7.5 lakhs, 10 lakhs minus 2 lakhs of financial credit note, instead of 8 lakhs, 7.5 lakh was paid. The issue is, what is the ITC available and how much he can claim ITC, whether on 10 lakhs, whether on 8 lakhs, or whether on the 7.5 lakhs. That is what is the question.
If you have to make the issue shorter and to take the liberty as a moderator, because of these people going on, tuck, the seconds are going. I only want to say the provision says you have to pay value plus tax.
Yes.
That value, full value is not paid because of discount. So limit your question to that.
Now,
whether if you don't pay the full value because of a financial credit note, would you be said that you'll be denied the credit? That's all.
See, issue is this. Rule 37 talks about proportionate credit.
Yeah.
So the question is, should it be on 8 lakhs or on a 7.5 lakhs or 10 lakhs? That is what once again I repeat.
Yeah.
So looking at the dates, what will happen is you will have to first reverse full credit when the 6 months expire.
Yeah.
And
Correct.
you reclaim when the when you make the payment. Now the payment is made 7.5 lakhs, where net 8 lakhs is payable because of the financial credit note. My answer is you will have to claim credit note. You will have to claim ITC on 9.5 lakhs out of the 10 lakhs. So proportionate to the 50,000 only, the ITC will be denied. 2 lakhs is a financial credit note for which there is no reversal of tax which is given in the note below by the vendor supplier. That being the case, the reclaim of the ITC will be 9.5 upon 10 multiplied by the ITC.
No,
proportionate.
Which means what you want to say, to the extent of only 50,000, I will not get credit.
Correct.
Why you will not get credit for 50,000?
Because to that extent.
So moto he didn't pay.
Yes.
Okay. Any quick question? No? Yeah.
Only that circular is there, which
Yeah.
was there earlier on discounts,
Yeah, both.
which was withdrawn.
Yeah.
So only
Yes.
on that point I wanted to say that if
105.
something has been clarified, then later on how can it be unclarified again?
You are saying circular number
105 you are talking about.
28 June 2019, the circular which was
Yeah, there is one circular 92,
And
dated
then-
7th March 2019, where they say financial credit notes does not under, it will not. This is credit notes. The only thing, what I think Rajat wants to say, what is the tacit arrangement between the supplier and the recipient, which is backed by the 2 lakhs, by the financial. To that extent, there is no issue.
No issue.
Both the circulars are there. But to the extent so moto, I have, you know how suppliers are. We also face the problem. No? Itna hi paisa dega. So feel such as that person should be penalized or not. That is the issue. Penalized means who should be penalized, who, that I'm not saying. Whether I can claim credit even if I reduce the 50,000. That is the thing. So you say to the extra 50,000 not. I think your argument is very right, technically looking at it. But if push comes to shove and you have to fight, then the government cannot be getting something more out of it. If the other fellow has not claimed any credit, then one can find a case. For 50,000, I will not fight the case. Okay? Something big, yes. Amitabh, now we'll change this. We have 6 questions over, 2 rounds over. We'll change the game a bit. Not that the earlier one part was a game, it was serious. Game is only a terminology. We can be just as short as possible.
Rapid fire.
And I think because we want to, rapid fire. So you can take it on your own. Yeah.
So here the question is on reversal of ITC if you have dividend from shares, profit on sale of shares, profit on redemption of mutual units, or interest from fixed deposits. So what is being discussed is section 17(2), where one needs to attribute the credit qua the exempt supplies. And Rule 42 gives the method or prescribes the manner of attributing such ITC reversal. Now, what is exempt supply? Something which attracts nil rate of tax or which is specifically exempted. And for the purpose of 17(3), they have specifically stated that the value, exempt supply value will include transaction in securities. So, and what is securities? What is defined in SCRA? And SCRA includes mutual funds, shares. And we all know that securities is neither goods nor services. Now, in that background and also keeping in one mind that services by way of extending deposits, loans and advances is exempted from GST. In that background, dividend from shares, it's not a transaction in securities. It is not a supply itself. So question of, and it is not a consideration for any supply, in which case it is not an exempt supply. So I will not consider that for the purpose of reversal of credit. Profit and sale of shares, you will all agree it's a transaction in securities, and hence we will, as per 17(3), we will have to consider the value. The question is also how much is the value. Rule 42 or explanation to Rule 43 states that 1% of the sale value or sale of securities has to be considered as an exempted value. I'll go to the last one first. Interest from fixed deposits. In my view, this is an exempted supply because of services by way of extending deposits, loans and advances. So this will be an exempted supply. However, it is specifically stated that interest is not to be considered for the purpose of Rule 42. Hence, though it is an exempt supply, the value of interest will not come in. The only question is, what about redemption of units? The question is this a transaction in securities? Yes, when I'm selling mutual funds, it is securities under SCRA. What I get in turn back is money. Can it be called as transaction in money? In my view, no. Can it be called as transaction in money? Why does the question come? Because during redemption, what do? I give back the units to the AMC. So somebody could say, okay, it is the units were issued by AMC, I'm merely holding it, I'm giving them back. So it's a transaction in money, not transaction in securities. I will take a view that it is transaction in securities because SCRA says units are securities. But it is not a sale because 1% of sale of securities I need to consider. Redemption is not securities. A redemption is not sale. I would take a practical view there because as a unit holder, when I want to sell the units, what is the process I attempt to do that sale is the redemption. And if I take the value as 1% of redemption, I'm better off rather than disputing on something else. So I would be falling on the cautious side to say that I will consider redemption as sale and consider 1% of the redemption value for reversal.
Excellent. Amitabh, wonderful. So just to be on the same page, on the dividends, I won't consider at all. On the profit on sale and profit and I'll consider 1%. On interest, though I'll consider, but there's an exclusion provided. Anything to add?
So, I mean, in my view, nothing to be considered for reversal.
Okay.
Because first of all, to trigger 17(2) and 3, there has to be an exempt supply first.
Yeah.
An exempt supply has been defined to be supply of goods or services.
Yeah.
Now, securities are both excluded from goods and services both. So it's not an exempt supply at all.
Yeah.
Therefore, no triggering of 17(2) and 3.
And that explanation, what they have said, is redundant.
So rule cannot overrule.
Since you say that, do you agree with him or no?
No, because 17.3 actually comes in the problem in what he's suggesting. What he's saying is right. I want to argue that.
Yeah.
But 17.3 stops me from arguing that.
Yeah. Okay. What about you? No. I have only one thing to add to Jayesh. Initially, I was on your this thing, but Girish corrected me to say he brought out two judgments. One is, if you remember the Orion, in the context of trading, where they say, though the law doesn't provide, though it means this, but if you have got some income, on which you have not paid tax, you have to take a balanced view. You need not go 1%. Yeah, 1%, Amitabh, in case of redemption, he said to be on the safer side. And look at recently a very important Supreme Court judgment. This is very important. It is Lally Automobiles Private Limited. It is, it is a Delhi High Court affirmed by the Supreme Court. This was a case in the same trading. They said when such a thing is there, you have to have some attrition toward that exempt income. So straight away saying is nothing. Maybe your point that it is not a supply. Okay, it is not a supply. But then you can't say then if there are a lot of management expenses, overheads on which you came, you can't run on. And you remember Orion Ahmedabad is only on the same point. So I think not to completely not do that will be difficult. But in case of dividend, you need not take. Because dividend, there is no obligation to pay. The other person need not pay. You are at his mercy.
There is no supply.
Yeah. Citation you want? Yeah, it's a very important judgment. In case of Delhi High Court, the citation is 2018-17 GSTL 422. In case of Supreme Court, which has been affirmed Supreme Court, it is 2019-24 GSTL 115. Its name is Lally Automobiles. In fact, I had veered around to what Jayesh was saying, but Girish corrected me to say, you just running away, not reversing anything may not be. Yeah, next.
Employee expense. So this is an Amfine Limited, which is a manufacturing company, and they are providing some safety equipments like shoes or helmets, etc., to the employees when they are going for the work, and the canteen facilities. Now the question is, what if both these things are mandated under the law, and what if they are not mandated under the law? Then whether ITC is available in both these situations or not. So I would say there are like in all 4 situations. So first one about the safety equipments. What if they are not mandated? Then still can it be claimed? And the question is particularly about the section 17.5b, which is saying employee related expenses. Now first of all, 17.5b is a very specific and a limited list. It does not say that anything and everything connected to employees are like to be disallowed.
Correct.
It is specifying that beauty treatment, health, etc., etc. So this safety and health, etc., I mean, it cannot be fitted under 17.5b. So no reversal required under 17.5b. And in no case, 17.5g, which says personal consumption. Now employees cannot consume it for the personal purposes, helmet and safety shoes, etc. So that question is also ruled out. Now about the canteen facilities, if they are mandated under the law, of course, the law itself provides that it is eligible. What if it is not mandated under the law? So say for example, Factories Act, etc., etc., it's not required. So normally the view would be that yes, in such a case, it needs to be reversed. However, it's possible to take a contrary view, stating that if it is mandated by the law, it need not be like mandating about that actual facilitation. Say for example, if I have committed to my employees that this is what I will be giving you, the canteen, so much of salary, etc., etc., then I am governed by the Contract Act also, which is also the law for the time being in force. And therefore, in that case, I think everything should be allowed. That is the another view.
Right. So what you're saying, if the canteen facility is mandated by the Factories Act or any act, then it is allowed. But if the canteen facilities is also mentioned in the contractual terms between the employer and employee, then you would say that is considered as to be as per law, and hence it will be. Yeah. Do you agree with him?
The issue is, what is the business exigency? If the business exigency demands that such facilities is provided, it is part of negotiation with the trade union, etc.
No, trade union, it is a contract between employer.
The contractual, contract of employment, or maybe part of, please understand,
No,
even
trade
trade
union,
union,
that's a
also,
different-
otherwise I would not have been
No,
allowed to
trade
function
union,
as a
that is
factory.
that is called collective bargaining, all that. Now look, that's another story. Let's look at employee contractual personnel. Will you say this disallowance is triggered or not? Yes or no?
It will not.
It will
Still.
not. Fine. What about you? What are you saying? Because I need an ally, I don't agree with him. I'm not telling you compulsory to support me. Yeah? But just to tell, what he wanted to say, that canteen facilities is mandated by the Factories Act. Because the proviso is saying that, then I'll allow. But he says, even if it is not there, supposing I am in a place where there is no Factories Act, but between two people I enter into a contract, employer and employee, then he wants to say, even then I will be covered because it's as per law. Because contract can be enforced. Do you agree with that or don't?
No, I don't agree.
2:2. Come next.
Because 17.5 will not help him, that's all. Even if I want to agree,
Okay.
What you said is collective bargaining under Trade Unions Act. Where there is collective bargaining under the Trade Unions Act, and that is mandated, and that is as per that provision of the law, then that's a different question. Even then you will have to fight.
Yeah.
But we have
still it is a better chance.
If you permit me 1 minute.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That 17.5g talks about personal consumption.
Yeah.
Now the question is...
No, that's the big story. Then you have to go to Toyota Kirloskar, the judgment. Then we...
That is...
Another conference. Another conference.
No.
Because...
One more point was about this, whether personal consumption happens in case of a private limited and a public limited company.
It is all employees who are, the company doesn't consume anything.
I think that's a very big argument. Let's not affect. Canteen is not consumed by the company. It's consumed by a person only.
Yes.
So it will be very difficult. I know there's a host of arguments. I can go on arguing the way you are arguing. But then there's a counter with Toyota Kirloskar. It's going to be a problem actually. So let's be, a bit more practical. Yeah.
Now, the next question is regarding recovery of damages. Now, what happens is there is a logistic company who has been engaged by Happy Mart to transport their goods. The logistic company, as the model is, would engage a transport agency and get these goods transported. Now, what happened during the transport? Goods worth 50,000 got stolen. So, what has happened? This Happy Mart deducts 55,000, 50,000 being the value of the material stolen and 5,000 as sort of damages. Now, in this case, the question is that the department is conducting audit of the ABC Limited, the logistics company. And the auditor is sought to charge the GST on the 50,000 and 5,000, considering them as a supply by ABC, the logistics company, to the transporter, invoking the concept of tolerating an act of the transporter. He tolerated the act of the transporter, allowing the, not allowing actually, tolerating the act of 50,000 worth of material lost. So here we have that direct circular of 178 of 2022 dated 3rd of August 22. Now, long story short, we have to go to the very crux of the argument which is made, or the analogy which is drawn is, unless express or implied promise, no presumption can be made for such payment which was for doing an act, abstaining from doing an act, or tolerating an act. Now, there has to be a bargain between the parties who enters into a contract. The parties never enter into a contract to tolerate the act of goods getting stolen, and I will tolerate the loss of material. No, the idea was that one should be compensated for such loss, so that there is an efficiency involved. So there is a what we call disincentive for the other guy to be on his guard, not to lose the goods en route. Now that is where the contract would provide for such compensation mechanism, and for that reason circular 178 of 22 comes into our head, and such a case this would not be treated as a act of tolerance, and there is no question of the GST liability thereon. Now the next question is,
would it make a difference if as issued the credit note?
The question is, would it make a difference if ABC Limited has issued a credit note of 55,000 plus GST to Happy Mart as deficiency of service and accordingly taken credit of GST on 55? Sorry. Actually, there is no need for such a credit note, but if one has done it, then you have admitted them as a supply, the other guy should be able to claim as credit thereof, as the reduction in the what we call deficiency in the services. So but one is not required to do actually.
But if we issue the credit note, idea is to salvage the amount of the tax. And if Happy Limited has reversed the ITC,
so then
ABC will get it.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, nothing will go.
Nothing will go. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, Amitabh, anything on it? Anything on this? Only on this, I just wanted to just say, if you can look at one judgment, Rajasthan Rajya Vidyut Pisaram, 2022 135 taxman, Tribunal Delhi. It differentiates between what is the consideration and what is the compensation. It's an excellent one. Incidentally, I can't take credit to anything except to Girish there and my other colleague in the office, Srikanth, because I just don't know how to operate computers. Nowadays, you want to see judgments, you have to see that. So they have given me, I read it. So this is a very important one, as you rightly said. There is a difference between consideration and compensation. Consider something, two people come together, say, I will pay you for doing
There
that.
has to be a bargain for it.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, then next is Amitabh. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I will spend a couple of more minutes than given here.
Yeah. Means earlier you were to spend 2 minutes, now it is 2 plus 2, 4.
Yes.
Fine.
So here there is a situation that I as an individual have gone for repair of my car services, and when generally you and I would go, or at least I can talk for myself, I'm given an estimate for my repair, and assuming the way is my conduct, I will answer this question accordingly. And what is my conduct? There is a air oil or something, and he's saying oil is X, and to fill that oil 200. Actually, I tend to bargain. रुक, मैं oil डाल देता हूँ, 200 रुपये कम कर दे. He will say wheel alignment 800 रुपये. I'll say वे रुक जा भाई. Steel का जो पैसा है वो ले ले, but 800 की जगह तो 500 ले ले. And then he says this part is 2,500. But my service charge is only 500. I said, boss, 2,500 तो मैं नहीं पोसाएगा मुझे, छोड़ दे इसको, ठीक ही मत कर. So when I look at the estimate, this is my conduct. And at the end again I say, oh, I am your regular customer, मुझे तेरा labor charges पे 1000 रुपए का discount दे दे. Assuming that is the conduct, here the estimates were given separately for the parts and for services, and the invoice was also raised separately. The question is whether it is a composite supply or is it a single supply or a mixed supply. If we just go back to history, when authorized service station was brought under service tax law, only service which was repair, restoration, reconditioning was liable to service tax, and cost of parts and supplies which was used in the course of repair were liable to sales tax, hence they were excluded from the value of service tax or value of taxable supply for the purpose of service tax. However, to the extent the goods were consumed or used for the purpose of repair, they were included in the value of taxable supply. Just keeping that in the background, when we come to GST, how do we approach generally? We look at Schedule 2, which talks about which activities will be considered as supply of goods or supply of services. Then we say a treatment or a process which is applied to another person's goods is a supply of a service. And then you look at HSN saying that, okay, where do I fall? You will say maintenance or repair or installation service is a service. And that's where we start looking at it as a composite supply or a single supply. And that's where the confusion starts in my view. What is composite supply? How is it defined? It is saying 2 or more taxable supplies. So if it is a single supply, then the question of saying that 2 or more taxable supply doesn't arise. So the first question will arise is this a single supply? Or are there more than one supplies? Because this definition starts saying that 2 or more taxable supplies. So if we take a view that it is a single supply, then I don't need to read it further. Then it is no question of composite supply. Then we'll get into what is that single supply. For a moment, let me assume, because the way I was conducting myself, I was arguing or I was negotiating the rate for the parts and for the services. So it is, let us assume it is not a single supply, it is 2 or more supplies. Then the definition says it should be naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business. And then it says one of which is principal supply. Now the question before us is the part a principal supply or whether this labor is a principal supply? And our law defines the principal supply, which constitutes predominant element. And it says the other supply is ancillary. Incidentally, our law doesn't define the term ancillary. But the UK law defines ancillary, and if I have to take a cue and if I have to read that, it says ancillary element something that does not constitute for customer an aim in itself, but is a means for better enjoying the principal service. Now, when I went for repair, in certain cases, I wanted the part, I wanted the labor both. So which one is a dominant or which one is constituting enjoying the principal supply? Possibly for me, both are principal supply. And when I look at Australian commentary or Australian jurisprudence, they say ancillary is something which is indicator that a part may be integral, ancillary or incidental when you can reasonably conclude that it is a means for better enjoying the dominant thing supplied. Something similar. Now, which one is again dominant? Did I buy the part such that I can enjoy the labor or vice versa? I am still seeing both being the principal. Resting there, if I come to mixed supply, it says 2 or more individual supplies made in conjunction with each other for a single price. Now here it is not a single price. So in want of time, I would say because it is not a single price, it is not a mixed supply, let's move on. Now, what do we do in India? We look at from the context of the supplier. Is the supplier supplying parts and labor as a single supply or as a 2 or more individual supplies? But when we look at ECJ judgments, UK judgments, Australian commentary, they always look at from a typical customer's view. If मुझे एक तुलसी का पौधा खरीदना है एंड आई गो टू अ नर्सरी, वो 50 रुपए का तुलसी का पौधा है, 50 रुपए की मिट्टी है और मुझे 1000 रुपए का पॉट दिखाता है. आई नेवर वांट टू बाय द पॉट एंड देन आई से बार्गेन इट एट 1000 रुपए में सब दे दे मुझे. इट्स अ नर्सरी सेलिंग अ तुलसी का प्लांट. आई वेंट फॉर टू बाय तुलसी का प्लांट, but the predominant portion or the dominant portion of the price was the pot. Question will be the same. What was he supplying? From his intent, you will get a different answer. From my intent as a buyer, you will get a different answer. Question is, from whose intent should you look at? And if I look at international jurisprudence, we should look at from a customer's perspective. And if I look at the way my conduct was, then it is both the part and the labor, both are principal supplies, and they should be taxed at the respective rates, is my point of view.
So they should be separated.
Yes.
And if you have one bill, they should perforce separate.
It doesn't matter whether it is one bill or the itemized could be done there.
Yeah. Quickly. Quick. Agree.
It could be, see, no, if it would have been
19
agreement.
minutes, huh?
Yeah, so the only point is that if I'm going for repair and then I'm getting my seat covers changed, then obviously it cannot be added to that. So there could be situations where there could be two different supplies and both should be charged separately.
So when I go to authorized service station, they are billing for those. According to you, both should be separate. That's what you are agreeing with him, no?
No, in certain situations. In certain situations, you are going for the repair,
Yeah.
and then he is changing your
No,
coolant,
that
which
they
is
are
part
not,
and
you don't know. आप काय के लिए आते हैं, रिपेयर आते हैं, चेंज करने आते हैं, पूछने वाला नहीं. गाड़ी बादल रखो, मैं एस्टिमेट देता है, बाद में अपलोड करो. बस वही है ना. So we have to go by that. So I think it's very difficult to bring too many situations. Situation only one. गाड़ी गया, दोनों का एस्टिमेट दिया, अभी करो, बस.
So in all situations, you suggest that it has to be bifurcated.
I don't suggest. He suggests, which I agree with him. Next.
No.
Next. Yeah, I'll come to you. I got something.
See, I tell you, the direct circular on composite supply, 47 of 2018, directly talks about the bifurcation in the invoice of spares and this thing. Even the flyer on the composite supply also reads the same thing. So that supports. However, if there is a accident case, I want my car, what we call, is to be attended to and put into a fit running condition. There I do not bargain for the parts. What happens is there, painting, painting is the one which I asked for. And there could be some replacement of parts, etc., which is all incidental. There, although there is a invoice which come with 2 line item, as a customer, my bargain was not for these parts. My bargain was for a showroom condition car. That is what I had asked for it. So there I possibly do not agree that the 2 columns are there and accordingly it has to be 28% or the SJ case will be 18%.
Correct. So Bharat, Rajat, you go and talk to any authorized service station.
I know they will not agree to this.
Jayesh ka bill aisa karo, aapka bill aisa karo.
My system does not allow me.
Not only that, I think we have to also understand, we have to advise the trade. And even there are enough judgments under the law, both India and internationally, that one has to, as he rightly said, from the recipient's perspective, we need to look at the trade and this thing. So I think, basically I agree with him, but I have something to add, but he wanted to say something. Yeah. But you are saying more than 2 minutes, huh? All next questions se kamti karega.
So I just want to add to what he said. As far as the circular is concerned, purposely I didn't mention about the circular, but the first paragraph of the circular says it depends upon a case-to-case basis, and then it gives the answer. So we are talking about cases to cases. I never went for the change of upholstery. He's going for change of upholstery. So it is case to case, the answer will differ.
No, my thinking is, if you go to case, we'll have no case. Okay. Because we are supposed to advise the, no, that he also said no case. Good one, Jayesh. I want to only say one thing, that while he was talking of composite supply, mixed supply, that supply, this law, while defining, has not kept one important thing. There will be many supplies like this, which not necessarily be composite supply, which will not be mixed supply. It will be totally 2 independent supplies, as he has rightly said. So, to my mind, this is not a compartmentalized situation about supply. If you are, just because you are building 2 things, you are conducting 2 things, but you are independently giving 2 individual supplies, they will take the character of 2 individual supplies. The circular was on a different point. Why? they did not want to give any logical reason, really speaking. And they also want to know the trade. Because वो लोग है ना डिपार्टमेंट वाले खुद का गाड़ी लेके जाते हैं ना, तो उधर जब ये दिमाग फोड़ेगा वो बोलेगा नहीं सर ये सर्विस है, then he will also understand the same problem. So they said let's find out इतना साल से कैसा चल रहा था, material separate, this separate, let's move on. But I think circular seals the case. We have actually, this case study is only theoretical. Nobody is going to follow what we say. They'll follow what they are doing and which is correct as per the circular. Let's move on. Yeah. Jayesh.
Societies.
Yeah, society.
So the question pertinent over here is that
Now I will have to ration everybody 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes. That's all, more than that. Not more than that.
7,500 rupees is the threshold within which like there is no liability. The question is what if it is 7,800 rupees? Whether that entire thing would be taxable, and if yes, whether that would require, that will be counted for the limit of 20 lakh registration, 20 lakh limit of registration. The point is, it is up to 7,500. So in my humble opinion, anything above 7,500 should be considered as a taxable supply.
No, that's not a question. See, confused society raise a monthly is less than 4,000. It's a total and above. Kindly advise. Is it required to register? That's the first. You don't have to register?
Registration would be required.
Yeah.
I mean, if to understand that.
At 4,000 it will not be required, no. No, but 4,000 not required, no. 7,500, 4,000.
7,500 to be excluded.
Yeah, because I am taking into experience of time. ये क्वेरीज का अपन कल ये आंसर करेंगे, proposition बाद में देखेंगे.
हाँ, registration के लिए only.
Is it required? That is why less than 7,000, 4,000 less than 7,500. So need not register.
Yeah. Say for example, if total amount is collected to 80 lakh rupees.
Yeah.
And everything is within 7,500.
Yeah.
Then also as per their own FAQ, it is not required.
Correct. So next question. I'm sorry, because I don't want to go beyond the question. See what happened. We have a tendency to see the question. ये question में इतना ही लिखा है. No requirement to register if he is collecting less than 4,000. Correct? Let's stick to that. Will answer अभी security charges है. मैंने register नहीं किया, but I am paying security charges. As reverse charge, am I supposed to pay?
No, if you are not registered, then
No need. Next, last one. If it is below 20 lakhs,
below 20 there is no requirement.
I'm sorry I'm cutting it short because I'm getting worried with this thing and our job is to complete.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Nothing.
No, wait. I will
Nothing.
take your question.
Nothing.
Yours.
You're 12.
You have to only tell me reimbursement electricity, will it be forming part of it? Oh,
See, I tell you.
Ajad
See, there
combination
is a
hai.
question where I have given the commercial property on rent and I am also collecting the electricity on actuals. Now, will this electricity form part of my taxable value? That is the
Bas
precise
itna hi,
question.
yes or no bol do.
The
Next.
answer is no.
Acha.
Because I am not, I have not entered into a contractual term because that electricity is part of his obligation to pay and it is not my obligation to pay because this is the consumable which is the case. 2, I am not even authorized to supply electricity because I am not even registered under the electricity regulation for as a licensed supplier of electricity. Such arguments have been made. Although we have some AARs which are directly on the point and against. But still I hold that view because what happens is this is a mechanism to ascertain the rentals.
So the whole electricity also will be subject to GST?
Not subject to GST. I am saying no, it need
Will
not be
exclude
added.
it? No,
Excluded.
because if I will say to my client, by I am renting it out 10,000 rupees, then water charges 2,000 rupees, electricity separate 2,000 rupees.
Water charges, there is no billing. Whereas electricity, there is a actual billing happens and actual unit measurement happens and then that is why I say because what happens is that is not my obligation. You can occupy the premise, don't use electricity. So I have given you electricity connected premises, not electricity.
So no GST on electricity.
All right.
Even if it is reimbursement. You agree? You agree? Fine. Then I don't want to say my view on it.
Unless you have a different view, you can.
I feel it will be included. Anyway, the reasoning I'll leave it later. For the last round, I'm going reverse charge. You start.
Okay.
No, pre-deposit.
So 15,
15, 14, 13.
All
You
right.
know?
So now the
No,
pre-deposit.
otherwise you'll tell every time I gave him first
No,
chance.
no. I take this.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now there is a question of deposit of the pre-deposit. I mean, payment of pre-deposit as a part of filing the appeal. What happens? You have to, as a what is the procedure? You have to pay the pre-deposit amount, which is 10% of the tax, through the portal of the appeal. However, these gentlemen paid it through the DRC 03. And now the question is, how do we go about it? Sorry, what is it? The same question. It has various subsections. One is the service notice.
No,
was
first
served
is, if the notice is there on the portal.
that is a valid service.
169, that is valid service?
Yes, 169 1D, it is a valid service.
Okay, you can only if you want, you have to challenge to under Article 22, 20
Yes,
saying that this is
saying
wrong.
that,
Next question, proper officer.
There was no hearing given, so it is a part of breach of natural justice.
How?
One can argue saying that, what happened is, although there was a valid service, but somehow I did not get to note of it because I did not visit the portal to check whether there was a service notice served or not, and I failed to reply. However, I am an aggrieved person. In appeal, I can still raise the issue that I was denied the opportunity, although there will be a counter from the revenue saying that, look here, you were given 2 opportunities because the notice was served on the portal. I agree, but still, we have ample of old jurisprudence to say that I need to be heard on the merit.
Fine.
So that is how I will win.
Item 3.
And the third part is, I started with reverse, as you said.
No problem.
The DRC 03, I made the payment instead on the portal.
Yeah.
So the question is, how do I do? How do I save the situation?
Yeah.
First, the procedure is that it has to be filed through the portal of the common portal with the module of appeal. However, if you file to DRC 03, it is not a correct proposition. Here what would happen is, actually you should be going to claim this thing as a refund, as wrong tax, payment of tax. But since it is DRC 03, it is actually self-admission. However, if in the narration part or in the remark part you have mentioned that this is the payment for the appeal, you have a better chance to win. There is a direct decision which was under the service excise regime, very recent decision of Bombay High Court in case of Sodexo, where the appeal fees under the excise was paid through DRC 03. Incidentally, the circular instruction which was issued on 28th of October 22, the CPICS said that this is not a correct method of payment through DRC 03, and they have in fact talked about the such practice being not correct under GST as well. So that is what it is. So better way is to go for refund. Of course, there will be, if there is a huge amount involved, there will be a hardship. One can go to the writ court and try and take your chance. The last point is, since the payment is made in cash of pre-deposit is now blocked, he wants to know whether he can use ITC balance. Now, certainly, you can use the amount available in the electronic credit ledger to pay the same. We have circular 172, serial number 6 and 8, which allows you the same. Thank you.
One line, anything?
No.
One line?
Yeah, about the serving of the
Only one line.
Notice. It has to be on the portal, that is there. If it is served, it is well done. But the Madras High Court said your portal itself is like with full of glitches. So therefore, unless you put your portal in place, you need to serve physically as well.
But now it is in place, no?
So it is like every day morning.
Madras High Court is very
every day morning one will have the prayers. One will also open the portal and examine every day morning. That is the part of your ritual one will have to follow.
Anyway, the way I see, portal is the king. Next, Jayesh.
About the pre-deposit, I agree. ITC should be allowed. And then
Sorry, since there is time, if I can just add, if you look at 169, they have given deeming fictions in case of tendering, publication, registered post. Now, the deeming fiction is not there only for 2 events, email and on the portal. I think what you mentioned about the constitutional validity or take a recourse there, that is required.
Only that is possible.
Yes.
But otherwise, you can't challenge normal course. Article 226. Otherwise, portal is the king. Next. For you.
ITC.
14.
Blocking. So there
Issues
are like,
only.
divergent judgments.
Yeah.
So only thing is that
Can they block like this? That is all the question is. Yeah. So that is wrong. So for that the only remedy is written, no? Because that commissioner, first you have to apply to the commissioner, make a representation to him, and if he says no, go to the list. Anything else? You have not fully exhausted your time. You want to speak something else? Okay. You have exactly 2-3 minutes because we need some winding up also. On the 13th.
So, I have given premises on rental basis to my friend in July. By the time I negotiated and entered into the contract, it is September. And obviously, having entered into contract in September, knowing the value at which I am doing, I am now raising an invoice as per the agreement on 5th October. The question is, what is time of supply? The answer is the time of supply for all the 3 months is 5th October. If you want to elaborate, and if I have time, I can elaborate.
Elaborate for 2 minutes.
Yeah. No,
Sorry, 1.5 minutes.
Sure. So, if you look at 31, if you look at time of supply says date of issue of invoice. Or date where there is invoice is issued within the specified time. But if it is not issued within the specified time, then you look at date of provision of service. Now, if somebody says for July and August you didn't raise the invoice within specified time, then the question to myself is, what is the date of provision of service in rental agreement? Was it every minute, every day, every hour, every week, every month? What is the date of provision of service? I don't know because I've still not entered into the agreement. Still I go to, okay fine, in that situation let me look at invoicing. 31(2) says that you need to issue the invoice within the specified period. Specified period is 30 days. 31(5) says if it is a continuous supply of service. So if somebody takes a view that renting is a continuous supply of services, then there it says due date of payment as ascertainable from the contract. I have still not entered into a contract. So only when I entered into a contract, I will come to know the due date, which is 5th of the following month. Hence my answer that it has to be 5th of the following month. Second is, to raise an invoice, I should know at what value I need to raise. If I don't know the value, I cannot raise it. The moment I come to know the value, that is when I have raised it as per my terms of contract. Hence the answer is 5th October.
Excellent. Thanks, Amitabh. We started with you, we ended with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have anything more to add? Nothing. Firstly, thanks to the panelists. It was excellent. Amitabh, Rajat, Jayesh, wonderful.
Thanks to you, sir,
What is
for
that?
managing the time.
Thank you for managing the time.
14 case study we have done, no? Fake invoice. He said the only remedy is go to the commissioner, make a representation. If he says no, go to the court, writ court. Okay. So, thanks to all you interrupted me like my wife, you know. I have lost now my track. Anyway. Thanks, Amitabh. Thanks, Rajat.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Jayesh.
sir.
Thank you very much. It was excellent. That interruption is excluded from the time, so I'm going to take a few more seconds. Yeah. So, thank you very much, the organizers also for giving me this opportunity. It was a wonderful session for me, a great learning. And I thank you, all the 3 panelists. And sorry that if I have acted as your wife or interrupted you.
Guys, please
at any
hold on.
time.
Please hold on for 2 minutes. Just for the respect of panelists and the moderator, please hold on for 5 minutes. It's not, we are not going to lose anything if you leave now. Please wait.
Yeah, yes, please wait. At least for my sake. So, sorry to the panelists that if I've interrupted you like your wife and anytime stopped at you, the only thing is, he's the culprit. He made me keep on saying this time. It was really making me really nervous. So, I really apologize.
Sir,
if I've interrupted.
your interruptions were better than wife's interruptions.
I'm going to call his wife and tell him this. Okay, now, quick one. You want to say something? Last word? Anything?
Only thanks the organizers for giving us this opportunity to come together as friends here and enjoy the session. Thank you very much.
You?
Thanks to you for managing the time.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
It was
you.
really
Thanks
wonderful
to all of
experience.
you.
I think all in all, a wonderful session. Without taking much of the time, I am sure, let me thank the drafter of the questions team of JMJ also for, taking up all the burning issues in GST, and that too case study based, and we were fortunate to have the worthy speakers. I'll request our coordinator Neeraj to propose a very well-deserved vote of thanks. Over to you, Neeraj.
Good evening, everyone. So I would like to start with a vote of thanks for all our panelists today for their wisdom and a lot of knowledge shared on all the points like we discussed: fake invoices, pre-deposits, recovery of damages, and price variance or other price discovery. It was a very enlightening session for tonight, so I would like to thank all the panelists. Next, I would also like to thank our moderator for tonight. He has not only shared a lot of wisdom, but also his one-liners, which kept us all laughing throughout the session. So that was the highlight of today's evening. And thank you so much. And we also saw the journey of a CA in meeting all the compliances today, the way we started the session in the last 15 minutes, all because of, all thanks to him. Next, I would like to thank the organizers of the event, the entire WIRC, the chairman, sir, the indirect tax committee, and all the office bearers, and the coordinator, Bhavna, here, for her contribution to the event. And lastly, I would like to thank all the participants over here to have come together for this wonderful evening. Thank you all.
Friends, see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.